Testing? Okay, I don't know why it does that. This is nice. My phone's not plugging in. Hold on, guys. I thought I was ready. I just need to get a new phone charger, I think. And it's just not plugging in. Why is my phone not plugging in? This is nice. If anybody knows why a phone suddenly decides to not plug into a computer, it's like it makes no sense. This is weird. It's definitely plugged in there. And it's plugged. Oh, oh, there it goes. Okay. I think we just got it. Okay, there we go. Okay, Star Citizen 2. Citizen Sleeper 2 Starward Vector. I keep wanting to think it's Star Citizen, not Citizen Sleeper. I don't know. I keep wanting to think of the series as a Star Citizen. Yeah, you're still plugged in. Okay, camera is good. Model, I think the camera got a little sideways. Try to put myself directly in the corner. Okay. Looks like the audio for the game is probably being captured, but I don't hear any audio in the game yet, so I don't know what it's capturing at that level, but okay, resize this screen over here so I can see this properly. Since it's never at the right size. Why it's never at the right size, I don't know. It's weird. For that matter, the Star Citizen game isn't at the right size, but I don't see a settings option for that, unfortunately. So that's we'll have to figure that out as we go along. Where did that thing go? There you are. Come back here. It fell when I got up to try to figure out the phone. Okay. Okay, everything's all set. Everything's all set. I think everything. That didn't just bump the phone, did it? No, we're good. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got going on here. Hopefully there will be a settings option in the game to resize this thing. Hopefully we won't have too many issues. Difficulty can be changed from the pause menu. Tutorials on recommended, just in case they change something from the first game. Honestly, it's been so long since I played the first game. I might need a tutorial even if they didn't. When did I play the first game? Citizen Sleeper. Yeah, that was like 2 years ago. January 16th, 2024. So it's been a while. I got all the achievements in the first game. I do remember loving the first game. Okay, safe for those who focused on the story. A low risk option. Broken dice are worth 1. Higher stress tolerance. Death is disabled. Risky for the attended difficulty for those happy to be challenged. Broken dice cannot be used. Standard stress tolerance. Death incurs a significant permanent penalty. And then dangerous for experienced players who are unforgiving challenge with no second chances. Dice repairs require more components. So apparently our dice can be broken in this game. I do not remember that being a thing in the first one. Very low stress tolerance, double energy depletion, and death is permanent. Well, I am a very soft turtle, so I know which one I'm going with. I know it says this is the intended difficulty, but honestly, we're here for the story. I do believe there is an achievement for dangerous difficulty. When I was looking at achievements earlier, just as a vague little, so I have a general idea what to do. I didn't look very far though because I saw, yeah, dangerous difficulty is an achievement, the system in crisis, so I'm probably not going to get all the achievements on this game, just because of that. Just I know myself too well, more than likely. So I didn't look much further than that because I know myself way too well. And I know just based off of that alone that I'm probably not going to get all of them. So we're going in mostly blind. Okay, so operator sleepers are built to work with roads and remote machines over local networks to perform corporate resource extraction from a distance. Operators have expertise in working with interfaces and computer systems but are more physically fragile than other sleepers. Their reboot skill allows them to hack their own systems to re-roll dice and risk a potentially powerful move. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people, while I am certainly not cerebral. Reboot accrue stress to re-roll your action dice plus 1 stress, re-roll lowest dice. Extractor sleepers are built to work at the coal face of corporate resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Extractors have a high level of physical endurance, but their competence means they struggle with tasks requiring intuition. Their rally skill allows them to motivate those in their team, boosting their crew. Oh, are we going to have crew? Oh, that's definitely different. We're going to have a crew now. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often competent, self-sufficient, and have a high level of. Well, that sounds like me. That sounds good. A crew stress to boost your crew dice. Okay. So we're working for the crew. What are the crew? Okay. Do 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 do. Machinist. Sleepers are built to repair and modify automated systems using corporate resource extraction. Machinists are very skilled engineers, but their isolated work means they often struggle with tasks requiring a direct approach. Or so. Oh, yeah. Okay. Their focus skill allows them to focus on a single task and boost their dice to excel in it. Sleepers assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured. Okay. Okay, that sounds even more like me if I'm being honest. So, we have different skills over here, obviously. So, machinist starts off, it looks like, with engineer, but very little endurance. A little bit of interface into it. Does that mean we don't have any engage? Yeah, okay, so that probably be, yeah, okay, so that's a double negative. So we would just never have any engagement at all. Like, okay, so yeah, they have negative into it. They would have a single engage, endure. They would not be very good at interference either. I'm thinking of machinist. I think I'm going to go machinist. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, volume levels look mostly good, maybe. Definitely getting some lag. In the moment before waking, the dark space before one's eye is thawed, you struggle to find the pieces of yourself. Usually these pieces come with a particular cadence, each appearing sequentially, like the boot process of an old terminal. First your body, artificial, compromised, but relates instead all the same. Then its context, the breeze of air filtration, the soft contact of your birth at 0 G. Then emotion, coming into focus, coming into your body, bringing with it that first instinct, the one that has framed your past 100 cycles. Fear. But that familiar sequence does not arrive. Instead, you are unmoored in space, your body distant, your context silent, even your emotions somehow obscured and scattered. Among all that disarray, only one familiar thing arrives: the fear. It is a scrambled, panicked fear, the drowning fear, the falling fear, the fear that makes you reach desperately for any stable point. It is the fear that tells you something is wrong. Something is very wrong with you. Wake up, sleeper. The voice is whispered in your ear, an act that makes you suddenly aware of your head pulsing in pain, your body rigid with tension. Yeah, this thing is literally not letting me auto-size here. This is... I don't know what's up with this. I don't like it. Sleeper, a familiar name. A mind copied, emulated, a body built, implanted. One person sleeping until their debt is worked away. Their dumbbell being made to work, to be consumed, and eventually to be destroyed. A proxy, an emulation, a sleeper. That is what you are. But you escaped. You remember that now. Broke free of your corporate creators as an arm in search of a future. You cannot remember the details of your escape, but you know that fear has been with you ever since. All of a sudden, you remember you have eyes, and your eyes flicker open. Pale eyes and a pale face. Lane. The name comes with its own specific sensation of fear, one you recoil from instinctively. Sorry to interrupt. A sharp smirk. But this ends here. You search your mind for more than a name. Is this how you reward me for my generosity? Lane is leaning over your horizontal, floating body, looking down into your eyes. I took you in, protected you, gave you a purpose. You try to look away to the corners of your vision to find something you understand. Your body does not respond. But I suppose that wasn't enough. He reaches into the pocket of his jacket and retrieves a small vial. This wasn't enough. The vial glitters. This object you know and have known for a long time. Stabilizer, the drug that keeps your artificial body, your emulated mind, from inevitable decay. The only balm for your planned obsolescence. The liquid boiling in the vial fills you with disgust. Lane pockets vial. That would be wasted on you now, after what you have done to this body of yours. He looks at you with palpable disgust. Lane's eyes scan your body, and as they do, you become aware of the wires and tubes attached to you, those that were meant to free you from your dependence, from the stabilizer and the control it grants Lane. They are free, you piece of shit. They don't need you anymore. The voice comes from somewhere behind Lane's head. It is a voice you know. You know, but when you search your mind to try to understand why, you find only dizzy darkness. Shut him up, Lane barks the command, and you hear the sounds of impact, of pain, from elsewhere in the room. You try to move your limbs again, and this time you feel a flicker, the twitch of a finger. You feel the extension and compression of synthetic muscle. Free are you, Lane smirks. You were free when I disabled your tracker, when I gave you the stabilizer you needed. He scans your body with angry eyes. Now you aren't free, you are just broken. I had such big plans for you, Sleeper. I invested in you. Lane grips your arm hard and you feel a jolt of reaction. You will the arm to move, but you have ruined all that. Lane speaks louder over the sound of the struggle behind him. I will try to preserve your body, of course. I have my own uses for it, but your emulation. You feel one of his hands searching behind your head. He finds and grips a thick cable running into the port at the base of your skull. I will burn that out. Lane jerks forward, slamming across your body and spinning away out of sight. You feel yourself rolling, the cables plugged into you, looping and wrapping around your limbs. Then you feel hands steadying you, pulling cables. You glance around wildly and see someone diligently unplugging you. You meet his eyes. Hey, he waves a hand in your dazed face. We need to move. Lane won't be out long. He unloops a cable from around your waist. Sleeper, help me out here. You blink slowly. Do you know this person? He leans over you, and you feel his hands on the connector flicking switches. Releasing locks. Come on. He tugs the connector clear and pulls you up. Oh, there's the exit. Okay. Why the hell is there not a... Oh, break. I'm genuinely going to get upset. Why is there not an auto size option here? Okay, because if I do this... So... But then if I do that, it... What? Fucking hell. What kind of shit game does not allow you to change the size of the screen? Okay, that seems to have stabilized the OBS. So do I just have to do this right here? What kind of shit game doesn't allow you to auto size? It's either full screen or it isn't. What the fuck? Okay, definite negative there. That's just weird. Okay, but that has stabilized OBS. Because OBS was acting a little glitchy there with the is that really my only option? Like what? Okay. You see the room you're that's good. This is going to throw this feels weird. You see the room you're in for the first time, filled with tech and terminals, wires waving everywhere, all lit by big windows looking out on an impossibly bright, screen-filled street beyond. In the corner you see the dark shape of a floating body surrounded by a glittering constellation of crimson baubles. Is that blood? Move. You are wrestled and shoved towards the door which slides open in front of you, and then you are out in all that brightness, all that movement, gliding hard towards some unknown destination. Oh, come on. Thank you. Okay. You come to a stop in a dark alley. The one who guides you here pausing to catch his breath. He doubles over beside a massive life support unit that sends a lukewarm breeze across your skin. You stare at him, trying to recall anything about him. You notice his tattered jacket, his lightweight clothes. You remember the station runs hot. Something about the power that flows through the place. He looks up and meets your eye. What's going on, sleeper? He wipes sweat from his forehead and it floats away in a swarm of spheres. Talk to me. Who are you? You see a concerned frown cross his face. Don't mess with me, sleeper. That's not funny. He comes closer, eyeing you carefully. What station are we on? He narrows his eyes, waits for the answer. You close your eyes, trying to recall. You force your way through the dark to the image of a station, no, a city, growing on the back of a vast set of hexagonal solar cells, shadowed by them. You open your eyes. Dark side. The word leaves your mouth like an exhale, an instinct. Before you heard yourself sound it out, you didn't know it was there. He sighs. And me? Who am I? You see something like fear in his eyes. Panic, perhaps. You stare hard at his face, the slight upturn of his mouth, the intensity of his stare. Nothing comes. He closes his eyes and drops his head, putting a hand to his lapel. The reboot. He is speaking quietly to himself. Lane interrupted the process and he lifts his head and stares at you. We need to keep going. We need to leave. He turns and kicks off down the alley. Come on, the rig can't be far. Okay. As you are led through the passages and surviceways of the station, you try to recall your life here. The texture, the temperature of Darkside feels familiar, but you struggle to pin specific memories to it. Focusing hard, you recall waking up in these passages, cycle after cycle, the rhythms of the station flowing over you along with the crowds. You recall desperation and the slow decay of your body that caused it. Then late, those pale eyes, offering you a glittering vial, stabilizer. The purpose of supplying more for your work, a deal he locked you into like a cage. There your memory fails you, but in the dark beyond that moment, the residue of panic, of fear, remains. You were Lane's prisoner, Lane's plaything. You shudder in the cold passage. Wait, your guide holds up a hand, and you stop your glide using the wall. Ahead, you see the tunnel opens up into a wide open bay, with a few doors leading to cylindrical tunnels. The docks. They are watching the rig. He nods towards the docks, and you see one of the doors has a couple of figures flanking it, one covered in ornate tattoos, the other with bright silver implants along their cheekbones. Usubo, Lane's guys. He looks at you and shakes his head in frustration. All this, it's not coming back to you, is it? Something catches your eye and you see he is playing with a coin, nervously turning it over and over in his fingers. He sees you looking and slips it away. He places a hand on his chest. I'm Seraphim, all right? He looks pained when he speaks. Lane, he was our captor. Both of us. We did this so we could escape. We needed to reboot you to break your dependence on stabilizer. He pauses. You know what that is, right? You nod meekly. But Lane interrupted me back there. The reboot didn't complete, and he sighs and shakes his head. We can still make this work. He looks back at the docks. I will lead them away. You get the docking bridge open. If we make it to the rig, I know how to get us in. Got that? He searches your face for a sign of recognition. What's the rig? Seraphim looks annoyed. A ship. Our ship. Or at least it soon will be. Lane assigned it to us when we were on jobs for him. Get that door open. He pats you on the shoulder. I know you can do this. Seraphim kicks off hard and glides on into the docks. Over here, shitheads, he bellows to the guards as he barrels through. They immediately push off from the wall, giving chase. You wait a breath and glide across to the door they were guarding. You look, already panicked at the tightly sealed door. Its control panel locked out. You hear a shout from somewhere nearby. You need to get it open. During Siege, you may encounter skill checks, where you can perform certain actions using your skills. Like the dice actions you will encounter later, skill checks can have a positive, neutral, or negative outcome. The better the rating of your skill, the more likely you will succeed on a check. You can see more info in the guide section of the pause menu, okay? Okay, it shows it right next to the outcome. It's 25% positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative if I try to interface or hack the door. If I try and break the seal, there is no chance of negative. It's just either 50% positive or 50% negative. Neutral, so that's our skill. Neutral. Okay. You shift to the central access panel and wrench it open. You scan over the mechanism looking for a weakness. Somewhere nearby you hear more shouting. You reach in and grab the main latch, straining as you bend it outward. The seal releases and you drag the door halfway open. It screeches in its metal frame as you pull. Go! Go! Seraphid flies past you through the doorway into the docking tunnel. You turn to see the two guards approaching fast across the docks. They quickly glide after Seraphid. Seraphid is already at the rig's door, inputting an entry code. The rig's door scissors open and you both rush inside. Quickly, Seraphid grabs you by the arm and drags you up to the cockpit, the ship's layout hazing in your mind. He dumps you in a flight seat and straps himself into his own. You see him tap a series of buttons as he does, talking to himself. Come on. The rig's drive rebels into life and Seraphid slams a button on the console. You feel the force of the ship's acceleration as it pulls away. Oh, okay, I guess that was our ship, and off we go. We don't want you here. Do, 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 do. As the ship glides into place on the connecting bridge, its automatic systems nudged there by the port's docking protocols, you feel a sense of relief. Seraphid burned hard out of dark side, and you dropped in and out of consciousness in your seat as the rig made its way across the belt. But now, with open space between you and Lane, you feel fresher, more awake. Seraphid breaks the silence. We are good, sleeper. His eyes don't leave the body door, and you realize this part of your escape is routine for him. You and he must have docked the ship countless times in your work for Lane. The problem is you don't remember any of them. We made it out, he whispers, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh. We certainly did. He turns and you see a pained look on his face as if remembering something difficult. Have you said this exact thing to him before in this same situation? Are you okay? He looks at you, chewing one side of his lip, searching your face. Not really, he puffs. Seraphid reaches up, flicking through a set of switches in a practiced fashion, completing the shutdown. You watch and feel frustrated with your own uselessness. Running the rig, you realize is just another thing you have forgotten. A cloak that runs through the walls of the ship is followed by a short percussive alarm tone from the pilot's console. Docking complete. Seraphid kicks off from his seat, twisting as he glides past you towards the back of the cockpit. His hands find the rails on either side of the door and he pauses, facing into the corridor beyond. He turns back to you, backlit in cold cyan. We need a plan, he glances around. Lane's not going to let us slip away quietly, he sighs. We need to talk. Seraphid furrows his brow. Not now, sleeper. We need to forget. He flinches, the words coming out wrong. We need to focus on something other than. He pauses again, unsure. Us. He sighs. We need to survive this thing first. Then maybe we talk. We have brought ourselves some time. He glances through the cockpit window at the blinking lights of the station. You may not remember Hexport, but I do, and there are plenty of opportunities here for us, if we can keep our heads down. He turns back to the corridor. That's what we will do. He pushes off and glides towards the main block, and you follow, pulling yourself along, hand over hand in 0G. We already emptied the tank on this thing. He slaps a hand against the ship's insides. So we need to refuel, and that won't be cheap. But if you and I know one thing, Sleeper, it's how to work. I'm going to get myself reacquainted, see if I can turn up any old connections. People that might throw us an easy contract. He glances back over his shoulder. You keep out of trouble. Low profile. Got it. Seraphin stops at the airlock, stopping the reboot halfway through. He pulls a worn crew jacket from a locker and starts pulling it on. We don't know what that did to you. He jams an arm into his sleeve. I don't want you passing out. In. He stops. It will take both of us. Seraphin sighs. I hate it when you are right. He grabs another crew jacket and thrusts it at you. Just put the damn hood up, will you? You take it and slip it on. Thank you. Seraphin nods. He stabs at the button to open the lock. The inner door hisses open and Seraphin glides through. Wait for a little bit, then leave. Anyone looking for us will be looking for two people traveling together. He looks at you in your worn crew jacket, a limited disguise for what is clearly a sleeper. We meet back here later. Any trouble? Same thing. Be here. He surveys your disguise again and shakes his head. This is a shitty idea. He gives you one last look. Maybe find yourself something to eat. Suddenly you recognize Seraphin's instinct to look after you. A flash of relationship now lost to the reboot. Catch. Seraphin throws a handful of something towards you. You manage to grab the projectiles, and when you open your hand, you see a stack of cryo chits. These should get you some food. We'll need some more for fuel and supplies, he grimaces. That means odd jobs on the station, for both of us. Seraphin kicks off and glides down the docking bridge. Don't go too far, alright? He shouts as he leaves. Take it slow. And with that, he is gone, leaving the connecting bridge and heading into Hexport's docking concourse. We wait for a moment in silence. It's hard to know what's going on inside Seraphin's head. Here he is, on some half-assed escape plan with a friend who can't remember a thing about him. You try to imagine how close you both must have been for him to agree to this thing, but it is painful to think about. That's all gone now anyway. All you can do is move on. You shake the thoughts from your head and pull the jacket tight. Let's see what Hexport has to offer. You kick off and glide into port. Okay. Welcome to Citizen Sleeper 2 Starward Vector. The game runs in cycles during which you can perform actions with your dice, use cryo to buy food, fuel, supplies, and items, progress clocks towards new scene events. You can review tutorials at any time. Just the mouse will scroll your view. Okay. Yep, okay. Very good. I do remember that. The character screen, you can upgrade and configure your sleeper. On the left, you can upgrade your skills to improve the skill modifier applied to your dice when you undertake an action. To the right, you can upgrade your push, the unique ability of your clash. With upgrading your push, only one upgrade at each level can be active at once. You can configure which upgrade is active only while at hub. Okay, so it's either here or here, is what it's saying. Like this. Okay, so we've got like 0 engageability. You have 0 points available. So do we have to click on it before we can see what it does? That kind of feels weird. -1 stress on focused die positive outcome. +1 to affected die. Push cost glitch not stress. Stress effect on neutral and positive outcome. Okay. The crew stress to focus on action die. +1 stress is too low. Okay. So we could either make it cost less stress or the dice affected could get more is what it's saying. So it'd be like so if we do at least one negative if we do at least this, then that wouldn't cost us any stress. It would just be positive to the lowest dice, wouldn't it? That's probably very good. All the other skills over here cost 4, it looks like, but either way we have 0 points right now, so okay, so what do we have? Down here's the cryo, the fuel. It's okay, so I don't know if it's showing up very well on the screen, but there's a little numbers underneath. So it looks like the max supplies we can have is 5, as well as fuel. So that might be what we're aiming for. So we've got the rig, our refuge, and the belt. The rig is your ship and home in the Starward belt. While the rig is docked at a hub, there are multiple areas you can visit. Bunks use dice to reduce stress. Galley use supplies to regain energy. Other locations will unlock as you play. While the rig is docked at a hub, your crew will also help gather resources to contribute to the upkeep of the ship. Seraphin. You can choose which resources they should focus on, and the crew tasked with you to the left. They have a random chance of acquiring it at the beginning of the following cycle. Okay. The clock is a cycle clock. It will progress towards an event each cycle. Its completion will trigger specific events. You put some distance between you and Lane, but you're turning. Okay, so this clock must be Lane catching up to us. So we've got to get our supplies and fuel before that happens. Supplies are typically saved for contracts, but when food isn't readily available, you've got to use what you've got to survive. I see. Sometimes it is necessary to rest or at least try to. It's the compact bunks of the rig. This will help reduce stress when not on a contract. Okay. I see. So we have got two things we can do. We got export exchange and docks. I'm assuming this is the energy, right? So let's go to the docks first. In Citizen Sleeper 2, you perform actions by assigning action dice to them. The higher the dice you assign, the more likely you will succeed at an action. But your dice will be modified by your skill. Your skill modifier for the action is displayed on the right and will reduce or increase the value of the dice assigned to the action. Like skill checks, dice actions have 3 outcomes: positive, negative, and neutral. Each action is also rated safe, risky, or dangerous based on the outcomes it has. The more dangerous an action is, the more significant both its rewards and consequences are. Okay, so we can explore the docks. Export docks are a dizzying mess of braided cables and flickering signage filled with busy spacers. Exploring is both thrilling and intimidating. Or we can chat to crew. There are plenty of crews milling around the docks and moving cargo. They could be as good, but we have very poor engage skills. So that's probably not the best way to do things. So we probably need to fill this thingy up to explore the hexport. Okay. So let's see what a 2 gives us. That gives us 50% neutral, 50-50 negative. So that's too low. What about a 3? That's mostly neutral, but still has a chance for negative. We want to try and have no negative chances. That still has a 25%. Okay. So 5, I guess. We will explore the docks. Okay. We just progressed a clock. Clocks track your progress towards both positive and negative events. It can be filled by performing actions. Yeah, okay. So that gave us 2, so we probably need to pass it 2 more times. I don't like having a 25%, that's better than 50-50. Positive outcome, okay, so we got a 3 there. Very good. Okay, very, very, very good. One more, and then we should be able to. And we didn't use any energy in a positive outcome, so that's good. Negative outcome, we lost energy and only got 1. But that's fine, we only needed 1 more. So that's fine. As you're gliding across the docking concourse, you hear a scuffle. The noise of raised voices cuts through the conversation drifting out of the dockside shops. Glancing down an alley, you see a huddle of figures shouting back and forth. You spot one man in the middle of the group, surrounded, pushing the others back as they grab at the bag slung over his shoulder. You don't like the way this looks, but then again, Seraphin told you to keep your head down. So 50-50, potential neutral, but we don't have very good insurance. This one's only 25% chance of negative, so I guess we're causing a distraction. Neutral outcome, okay. You look around for something that could break up the fight and see the thick cooling pipes running down the alley wall. You quickly try to understand the system and choose a valve to start spinning. As you do, the system begins to vent in sequence down the alley, violent jets randomly bursting into the air. There's a scramble in the alley, and you spot the figure who is being attacked drop down to the alley floor. Then your vision instantly fills with pale liquid as a jet of coolant jumps out nearby, missing you, but sending you spinning in 0 G. After a few moments, you manage to steady yourself. As you do, you see a clear alley, the assailants having fled, with one figure gliding towards you. I suppose you think that was clever. The man gives you a severe look. You'd like to break up fights you didn't start? He laughs. Belt's gonna eat you up. He shifts the large bags on his shoulder, weightless but unwieldy in 0 G. I was hell-bent? The man laughs. Well, he shakes his head. Thanks, I guess. He kicks off and drifts past you. You watch the man go, and then, after a moment, he stops and turns back. He rubs his forehead, looking down as he does. What is your deal, anyway? He sighs. Maybe you are new here, but Hexport's no place for do-gooders. I know what it's like. To get beat up? The man shakes his head. Hexport's got real rough. Look, let's not hang around, alright? The man pats his chest. I'm Finny. He unshoulders one of the bags and pushes it towards you. Make yourself useful. Let's head. You get the strap of the bag over your shoulder and follow him through the docks, gliding past the concourse towards the connecting bridges. He cuts down a side passage, looking back to check you are following. Then he stops at a docking bridge connecting to a dual green ship with yellow markings. You look out the viewing window at its odd catamaran-like shape, seemingly built from 2 separate hulls welded together. Symbol crash, he says, and you assume that's its ship's name. Then maybe you bringing in strays. A young woman, brightly dressed and stretching as she glides briskly through the passage. She glances at you. No offense. Naya, Femi shakes his head. This one. He squeezes your shoulder. Help me fend off some Hexport scum, while you're busy sunning yourself. Naya raises an eyebrow. I'm sure you could handle them, big brother. Her glib response hides the flash of concern that passes across her face. You can't tell if Femi noticed. Naya turns to you. Thanks, she smiles sweetly, and I am sorry for my brother. She shoots him a glance. Just in general. Naya, Femi murmurs. Enough now. He reaches over and takes the bag you were carrying. Naya rolls her eyes at you, but stays silent. Factory Row wouldn't take these, Femi hefts the bags. I'm gonna load them back up. Maybe we will find a use for them. He turns back to you. Thanks for the assist, sleeper. He nods firmly. Not what I expected. He slaps the button for the bridge door and kicks off along the docking bridge on his way to Snowball Crash. Naya looks at you with raised eyebrows. I hope my brother was joking. Or did you really help him? I tried. Thank you. She looks back at the ship. My brother needs help more than he admits. It's okay. She pauses, thinking. I want to ask you something. She takes a deep breath, then gives you a direct look. What is she building up to? Are you looking for crew? She looks away. Sorry to be direct, but you seem like, well, if you're an expert, maybe you're with a crew. She stops herself. I mean, maybe your crew needs crew. Maybe you are looking. Why do you ask? Nia looks back at the ship, then at you. Look, I will be honest. Being on a crew with my brother is nice, but he is suffocating me. She frowns at her own bluntness. I'm not a kid anymore, you know, but he still sees me like one. She shrugs. I want to show him I can handle myself. I need experience. I need to run some contracts. She gives you a determined look. What do you say? I will think about it. I'm a good salvager, all right? You can use me. She smiles. I can spot things. Find gaps, weighs in. She folds her arms across her chest. I know what I'm doing. Femi taught me well. She glances back at the ship. Just consider it, all right? Let me prove myself. Suddenly a shout comes from the ship, echoing down the passage. Femi. It makes both of you nervous. Nia looks in his direction. I should go. She pushes off towards the docking bridge. I will be waiting. Nia gives you one last glance as she departs, then disappears into the docking bridge, leaving you alone in the passage. Yeah, I don't know if I would do your brother like that, Lou. I mean, you're his family. I understand wanting to be not, but here you could eat in exchange for cryo, energy, and stop starving. Different foods give different amounts of energy, okay? Play Star and Stoker. Spacer gambling game played with custom magnetic dice. Chips are stashed in the ballpark kids. Okay, we probably won't ever do that. A plastic bag of flash fried salt fleck tubers. The mince fry brings spacers back to the scatter table of the bar cycle after cycle. And we only have one energy left, so let's buy some fries. Okay, so that gives us 2 energy. I'm assuming we have a max of 5, so that's good. I don't know if we get energy at the end of the day either, actually. So we'll leave that there. Okay, so this is called our push. Can we activate our push? How do we activate our push? Because I kind of want to activate our push to upgrade some of our dice here. And then we can just go back to the rig here like that too. Okay, so yeah, okay, I got you. Okay, the bins, huh? The warehouse. Freight loading. The warehouses at the Hexport docks supply the industrial operation of the station, meaning they need constant loading and restocking. Okay, so that's probably a job that we could do, but we don't have very good endurance. So the odds of us being able to do that job, like, at all, is probably pretty low. Okay, trade scrap. Trading scrap is all about identifying materials and cleaning up components. It's an engineer's job more than a trader's. Impress the brokers. The data brokers are the heart of the exchange. They show off their knowledge by discussing decryption. Maybe if you can talk the talk. Okay, that's also danger versus risky. So even though this is plus, because this is danger, it might be more difficult. The exchange buzzes with the conversation of commerce. This is a place where contracts are found. You just need to know. Okay, so yeah, it upgrades to a 3, but still 25% negative. So that's a 50-50 though. So we don't want to do that. We'll try trading scrap. Negative outcome. We lose an energy and get a single roll of the exchange. Okay. Okay, I'm calling cap. We got negative cycle twice in a row, bro. Twice in a row? Okay. Whatever. Oh, what's this? This is new export trade hall. Okay, so we can buy fuel, fill fuel, buy supplies, or fill supplies. Okay, so we can either buy a single at a time, or we can just buy them all at once if we have enough cryo. Okay, that is cool. That is cool. I see. I see. Okay, and now we must rest because we used all our dice. So let's end cycle. Oh, I should have been paying attention. When starving, you gain stress per cycle, and the energy loss accrues stress. Okay. We are in trouble, sleeper. Seraphin leans into the bunks as you are picking up. Without further explanation, he disappears down the corridor towards the rear of the ship. You drift out into the passage, pulling on your clothes, and lie down the length of the rig, the cool air making you shiver. Seraphin is a silhouette silently leading the way. He stops at the far end, diverting through a side door, shooting you a glance as he does. You find Seraphin inside, holding one of a tangel of arm-thick tubes that are waving in the zero-engine room. You know what these are? Nope, apparently not. These are the engine's feed lines. He waves one in the air. And before you ask, no, they aren't supposed to be rattling loose. What happened? These must have broken loose when we pushed the ship hard on our way out of Darkside. He looks at the mess. We are lucky the reserve tank is empty, otherwise... He shakes his head. It would have been bad. But he pushes the pipe to the side. No feed from the reserve tank means that the rig's range is limited to the local region only. He thumps the large, open housing of the engine. This thing can't take us anywhere far. So we fix it. Seraphin sighs. That's the short of it. Seraphin whacks the engine housing again. Harder this time. Just not been our run of luck. He turns and starts gathering the tangential feed lines, his frustration evident in the violence of his movements. We'll need a new set of these, that's for sure. He starts forcing them into a crate. So how about you try to track them down? I will take a look at things here and see if I can figure out another fix for the reserve tank. He glances up from his work. From what I have heard on Hexport, Factory Row is the place to find ship fitters. Maybe you could do some recon while I sort this place out. It's on the other end of the station. Okay, I will take a look. Seraphin keeps working. Wait, Seraphin pauses, seemingly unsure. There's something else. He drops the feed lines as they float, waving in the air like tubular seaweed. I've heard word that Lane's on the hunt, he frowns. A message went out everywhere at the local radio's dark side. He's looking for us, and we can't leave. Exactly Seraphin size, which is why we need those feed lines. I'm going to try to work something out. Maybe I can improvise a solution. I don't know. He looks down. I'm no ship fitter. But while I do, you go hunting. See what you can turn up, okay? He smiles a weak smile. Get going. You leave the engine room, the clanking sound of Seraphin's cleanup efforts echoing through the ship. Fuel feed lines. That's the next step. You take a deep breath and head out. Okie dokie. Oh, we gotta drive. Drives help you track and choose your objectives. The arrow button at the top left opens the drive menu where you can choose which drive to track. Once a drive is tracked, a yellow marker will be placed above any location that relates to that drive. Drives come in two types, major and minor. On completion, a major drive rewards 2 upgrade points, a minor 1. Okay. Cool. Escape Hexport, huh? Alright. First things first, though, we are starving. We need to go get some fries. Here we go. We'll go ahead and buy some more. But we definitely need to hurry up and figure out how to get some money because we only have enough for one more. So maybe this right here will get us. Kind of want to make sure we do a positive, or at least neutral. Neutral, okay. New location discovered. Hexport Canteen. Oh, a canteen we can eat at. It probably gives more energy. It costs almost twice as much as the other place, but most trade halls have a canteen where they prepare their own dishes from the packed supplies they otherwise provide. So it costs like almost twice as much, but okay. Search the row. The factory owners of the row speak mostly in terms of supply and demand, but going door to door might help you find the shipment you need. Factory row is filled with workers hauling material through its zero-G corridors, helping might win use of fans among factories. I don't like the idea that this isn't going to get us a whole lot of money, because we have very low endurance, but we definitely need to get some money. Even with a, yeah, because that lowers the dice by 2. So that's not the best option. I don't know what else we can do here. We need money to get food. And we just got a negative outcome, which is just negative money. Okay, so that negative energy, so that's just bad. So you can't go lower than 1. That's good, that's good. We're going to be out of energy very soon if we don't figure this out quick. So we're definitely on hauling materials. We have a negative. Okay. We definitely need money. And I'm not gambling, so I guess, I mean, we're gambling either way, I guess, in a way, but. And we're just losing energy. Come on, we gotta have a positive outcome at some point, right? Wow. Okay, this is good. This is very good. And we just lose 50% rolls. How many times in a row was that? 3 times in a row? That feels good. That feels good. don't like doing that, but we didn't really have a choice. I mean, we don't. We keep failing the checks for the money. Okay, so we lose 2 energy at the start of. We need to get some money, bruh. There we go, 8 cryo. Okay, that's better than nothing, I guess. There we go. Got some cryo. Okay. That will help. I guess we'll go over here. Use a 3 here. So it seems to be like a 3-tier system, right? 6 and 5 is one thing. 4 and 3 is another. Then 2 is very different. So see, we can do it. So we can use a 3 here. Or we can try use a 3 here, but if we use the 3 here, it essentially turns into a 1. Which is a 50-50. Okay, neutral outcome, cool. So since it's going to probably be a 50-50 either way with this 2, I'll go ahead and keep working on trying to get some money at the warehouse. That way we can feed ourselves. But it could be a negative outcome. Neutral, there we go. Okay, we're starting to get a little bit of money. Okay, there we go. That made up for the bad outcomes earlier. How much for a supply? 15? Okay. And cycle? Oh, it's 1 energy per cycle. Okay, cool. So then we'll go ahead and we're starting to do fairly good with cryo, I think. So let's go ahead and use the 6 over here. Guaranteed positive outcome. There we go. We only need 1 more, so probably a negative action is +1 and negative energy, just like it's been doing so far. Oh, we got a neutral output. Good, good. There we go. Factory Row howls as you glide through its cramped passages. Whatever its many bays and rooms once were, they now serve as containers for industry of every kind. Whirring manufactories precisely engineer components with rapidly shifting arms, while scrapers hammer incessantly at bent ship plates. Everywhere you look there is energy and activity, and for good reason. Hexport itself is built on the derelict fragments of a solar reflector, and even the small amount of energy generated by its remaining years is enough to power a city of machines. It is familiar to you, of course, in a strange, far-off way, because of Darkside. That place your memories of it are a muddy haze, but it is hard to forget the glint of its hexagonal reflectors, 10 or 20 times more in number than Hexport's, and that wild, flickering city growing on their back like a tumor. In comparison, Hexport feels provincial, but deep in Factory Row, you can almost be back at Darkside. And then you see them, tubes just like those Seraphim had waved in your face, the feed lines. You push over to the display window of the unit, or Karsten's supply in block capitals cut from gold plate. There amongst an engine shelf of oversized ship components sit the feed lines, like some large biomechanical tangel of snakes. You slip inside where the standing factory row is a metal screen, and they spot a large figure looking at a lunch. Hunched over, concentrating, it seems he doesn't notice you enter. You let him work, watching as, despite his heavy build, he delicately aligns the components, their layers slotting like puzzle pieces. After a few moments of observing the process, he turns his head a little towards you. Can I help you? His accent is heavy, but unknown to you. Those feed lines. How much? There's a sharp click as Karsten places his tools in the component against the magnetic plate on the wall. He turns with surprising grace and begins cleaning his hands on a cloth. Those sharp eyes scan you, but Karsten's thick-set features do not betray the result of his assessment. Custom built those, for a client that never collected. He looks at his hands while he speaks, checking for stray oil stains. You have one of the old MEVs then. He sounds out the letters in a way you don't recognize as he speaks. You try to recall anything you know about your ship, but the memories elude you. Perhaps the refuge should have come along. I think so. Karsten squints a little. Right. Look, Karsten drifts over to where you are standing, his imposing height evident. For a fellow enthusiast like you, he continues in a distinctive monotone. Let's say a few hundred cryo unclean chits. He shoots a glance at the feed lines. 400, let's say, to be precise. I don't have 400. Karsten looks you up and down and sniffs. It's expensive, I know. It's a shame, but it's just what they are worth. He screws up his mouth a little into something that might be a smile. However, I'm more of the bartering type myself anyway. Barter sounds good. Karsten nods sagely. There's a little favor I need for a crew form, and well, you look like you might be a good fit. He tucks the cloth away in a pocket and clasps his hands. I know of an old Solheim wreck out there. Very old. Pre-collapse. It's tucked away in a dead zone, so no one has ever really cut it. He shrugs. Not only that, the Solheim derelicts have a habit of tripping nasty security protocols when approached by an unfamiliar ship, so it's been left well alone. But a salvager like you with an old Solheim rig, I bet it wouldn't even flinch if it saw you coming. He smiles. I have a special interest, a need for that old tech. All those Solheim ships had a data core, and while I don't care about the accounting reports, or material ledgers, or whatever they kept of the damn thing, I do care about the hardware. So if I was to find you back here with that data core in your cargo hold, clean cut and complete, well, I could see my way to doing a straight order for those feed lines. Karsten pauses, sniffs at the air again. You would just need the coordinates. Simple as that? Simple as that, he repeats in his monotone way. So you interested? He glances back at his workbench. Because I'm a busy man. Yeah, I can see myself doing it. Alright then. He holds up a heavy hand for you to shake as you automatically reach out and grab your forearm instead. Karsten pulls you closer, squeezing your arm. Let's keep this one between us, alright? He half smiles, his face huge and close. It's our deal. Before you can respond, he thumbs it into your palm. Those coordinates. And then he lets you go of your arm with what you swear is a wink. You take a moment to gather yourself, and by the time you do, a whirring fills the air, Karsten having returned to his workbench. You turn and glide out of Karsten's supply with a growing mix of anxiety and excitement in the pit of your stomach, and the cacophony of Factory Row in your ears. A contract. Seraphin might even be impressed. Look at the drive in your palm and smile. This could be a route out. Think of leaving this place behind in possession of an improved ship, too. Suddenly, a small but firm hand falls on your back, an equally small voice coming with it. Hey, wait up! You turn in the passage to see a young woman, her hair waving from the rapid glide. She clearly just came out enough to catch you. She steadies herself using your shoulder. Sorry. She smiles a quick and flat smile. Wanted to catch you. I'm Junie. Her dark eyes flicker around nervously. You notice the portable terminal she carries, something data scrapers call a deck, and her backpack full of components and trailing wires. What's up? Karsten, she starts, still catching her breath. He sent me to grab you. She smiles that flat smile again. Wants me to come with you on that job. Her eyes shoot down to the drive in the palm of her hand. She smiles again. Why didn't he tell me? She glances back towards Karsten's. I guess he forgot. He does that sometimes. She looks sheepishly at you. He just grabbed me after you two were done talking, so Karsten's always sending me on things like this. I guess he wants me to help you out. Keep an eye on things. She pauses. I can be pretty helpful. So she looks around the passage. Should I meet you at your ship and you can tell me when you're ready to go? I'm not sure. She looks nervous. Sure. I mean, you aren't sure when you're leaving? I'm not sure you're coming. She pauses, thinking. I mean, Karsten said I need to go. She glances back in the shop's direction. And he does get pretty mad when people don't do what he asks. She shrugs. Well, let's see. Okay, she glances around. Karsten doesn't like waiting, but well, I need to make sure Karsten actually sent you. Because he seemed to be kind of secretive about this whole thing as a deal between us. So did Karsten actually send you, or are you just, saying he did? Because I don't know. Judy pushes off and waves, looking forward to working with you. She calls back as an afterthought. You watch her disappear down the passage. Things are getting complicated already. But at least you have a contract and a way to get the feed lines. Judy clearly works with data based on the gear she was looking around, which might make her useful when it comes to pulling a data core. But the question is, what does she get out of it, and why did Karsten mention her sooner? Consider your options as you head back towards the rig. I don't know about the sleeper. Seraphin looks nervously out of the rig's windows as you finish explaining Karsten's deal, as well as Judy's offer of help. If this job was easy, Karsten would have done it himself already. That means there's a catch. He frowns at the stars. There's definitely something going on with this Judy girl. He shakes his head. What choice do we have? What if Seraphin narrows his eyes? We could get the cryo together to buy. Well, if you think that's possible, I mean, he said that's an option. Is that even possible? I found a contract board at the exchange further in station. He gestures towards Hexport. We take on a job that might get us some of the way towards buying those feed lines. Plus, even if we do want to take Karsten's job, a bit of money to get ourselves prepared wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, we probably need to fill up on fuel and supplies either way. Be ready for whatever comes. I will take a look. Good, Seraphin nods. While you are at it, you might want to see if you can scare up some freelance crew, too. Seraphin shrugs. Many hands make light work and all that. Or we stop messing around. We take Karsten's job right now and get it done before he can think. We quite literally don't have any fuel. We at least need to get some fuel. Seems like a whole set of bad options to me. Either way, I've still got work to do on the drive. Seraphin nods a farewell, heading back to the engine room. Let me know when you decide. For a moment you pause, letting the haze of plans and ideas settle in your mind. Suddenly you curl up, pain shooting along your spine. You grit your teeth, your muscles lock tight, your vision narrows as you squeeze your eyes shut. You feel a shift as if some connection has broken. It's almost impossible to describe, like you're floating away from your body, dispersing, dissolving. There's nothing familiar in the pain, nothing to hold on to. You grit your teeth, and then another shift comes and you are back in your body, trembling against the metal wall of the passage. The pain slowly fades, becoming a pulsing throb and then a residual flicker, reflexing zero-G, stretching out the tension. There's a strange sensation of distance that persists beyond the pain, a disconnection between your body and yourself, a flickering numbness that refuses to recede. You wonder if the reboot has done something to your body, or if this is some new sensation you'll have to live with indefinitely. It strikes you that you know so little about the body that houses you. It could be moments away from collapse, or it might persevere for countless cycles like this. You try to shake off the feeling, pushing your hands against each other until they feel like they are yours again. Time is the only thing you need, and right now, it feels like it's running out fast. You head for the airlock. You have work to do. Data diffusion shift. All scrapyards have paid data diffusion work to offer, as old tech tends to be laced with protocols and countermeasures that need disabling. Scrapyard shift. Swift scrap solutions where Triple S has its known locally as a chaotic and slightly terrifying scrapyard where open shifts are always available. That one we've got an ability up for, but it's also danger. Carson supplies, yeah, so either buy the feed lines directly with 400 cryo, or deliver the data core. One or the other, it looks like, okay. Contract board, Conway signal. Station management have located Conway signal. They are concerned to see one so close and are looking for someone to disable its source. Okay. And we have to pay 10 cryo to even... But that would eventually pay out 200 cryo. That could be good. Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and check this out. Signal contract accepted. New contract on map. Okay. Oh, I see. Contracts are high-risk, high-reward jobs that only your crew can take on. Contracts require preparation and care to succeed. You will need to gather enough fuel to travel to the contact. Gather as many supplies as you can afford to keep you and your crew going. Look for opportunities to recruit crew temporarily or permanently to help you on a contract. Consider which crew to take carefully. They have different skills and stress resistances, and who you choose can affect the story. Okay. If I can stop sneezing long enough to do something, that would also be useful. Okay, so this is the feed lines one over here. Danger. And this is the Conway signal with 200 payments risky. Okay. So it doesn't. Oh, it does. Okay, so two fuel. We need at least two fuel. Does that count for us coming back, or is that just how much we need just to go there? It's a drone. Seraphim spots the signal source first, the light barely shimmering off its dark old plating, and sign trait that betrays its covert use. If glass catches your attention, you see a rent in the hull through which red lights pulse. Wounded, Seraphim shakes his head. Wish they had finished the job. You've seen one before? Seraphim looks back over his shoulder towards you. We have seen one before, don't you? He sighs. Sorry, I know it isn't your fault. He looks at the drone. Lane had us work on one in a dark side bay, though it was barely a shell. Disarmed and deactivated, he had us searching through its guts for salvage. Even that one gave me the creeps and had its core ripped out. He pushes the ship closer. This one is still alive. Conway, Naya kisses her teeth. Corporate scum. He glances over at her and sees the fire in her bright eyes. They don't even dare to come here and force us out themselves. It's all proxies and drones. She shakes her head. Typical core-bred cowards. Run into them before? She glances at you. You might say that. She looks out at the drone. You won't see me taking my eyes off that thing for a second. Seraphim carefully guides the ship closer. You watch the drone. System is full of these things now, running missions for their operators. Rare to see one out in the belt, though. Maybe got hit during a run-in with stat mercs. It looks like it's drifting. Most of the system's blown out. But look here. He jabs a finger towards a red light on the far side of the drone. It's still broadcasting, and maybe even receiving. Can it attack us? Unlikely, Seraphim smiles. Would have blasted us already if it could. Comforting, Nia looks nervous. Seraphim brings you ever closer. What I remember from the dark side job is that the central core and the broadcast array need to be shut off to kill these things. Core will turn off local systems, and the broadcast array will sever the link with Conway operators. Seraphim swallows, but you can bet those systems are protected. Your attention is suddenly drawn by a shudder from the drone, like a tremor running along its length. This thing is rigged to glow, Sleeper, he frowns. We go slow and careful, and we don't touch anything we don't know about. He turns back to Nia. You hear that? I got you. She looks sincere. Seraphim brings the rig to a stop, close enough for you to cross through open space to reach the drone's hull. Let's suit up. You head down to the airlock to prepare. As you get suited up, you think of the corporate war taking place in the inner system, the war that this drone was driven from. Out here, on the shore of the conflict, the biggest danger is that this flotsam and jetsam drifting in with the tides and orbits of the system might, one cycle, bring the war within. For now, the belt is outside of its reach, but looking out at the red pulsing drone, that doesn't give you much comfort. Welcome to your first contract. While on a contract, you will be able to assign 2 dice for each crew member as you would assign your own dice. Pay attention to the crew's skills to use them effectively. On certain outcomes, crew will take crew stress. When their stress is full, you will no longer be able to use them to perform actions. While on contract, your energy bar will automatically be supplied for each cycle that you have available supplies. When your supplies are depleted, both you and your crew will take a stress per cycle. Contracts also have their own contract stress. When this bar is filled, the contract will fail. Okay. Drone stress is rigged to low. Okay. Okay. Full damage. Identify route. It might be possible to swim through the gap with the drone's damage tool, but once inside, where to go. How to find the broadcast array. Create opening. There is a gap where the drone sustains some damage. With a lot of effort, it might be possible to pry away the plates and create an entry point. The rig. Okay, so that's just our rig. Okay, gotcha. Reprogram hatch with the drone in such a reactive state, ready to fry itself into bits. Perhaps reprogramming the hatch to open up to your crew is the best approach. The drone is in a delicate state, so we can release the hatch and reprogram the hatch. Getting inside the drone requires care as much as force conduits highly protective of the. So that's control access. And that's broadcast access. So we probably need to do both, right? Okay. So she is good at identifying crowd. That's what it says. She's got the diamond icon. So both of these probably contribute to the same thing here, right? So yeah, that's a guaranteed positive because she's not. Yeah. Because that's what she's good at. Okay. Okay, very good, very good. You hear the bleeping immediately. Among the chambers and cabling of the drone's interior, something has started counting down. Guys, Nia's voice comes hissing through the suit's comm channel. Does anyone else hear that? Because I'm getting nervous. Shit, Seraphin's voice joins her. This is what I was worried about. Are we screwed? I can't be sure. Seraphin has dropped his voice to a whisper, as if that might make a difference. Either this thing is about to send out a distress call, or it's about to blow. We have got to shut this system down fast, he pauses. Then we move to the other side, because I bet you there's a surprise waiting for us there, too. We good? Nia sounds tense. Am I heading back to the ship, or what? Sergeant cuts in. We are good. We keep going. He shuts off the channel. We take a moment in the silence. Alright, time to deal with this fast and get over to the other side before something happens. Oh dear. Hack broadcast. Now that you are in the broadcast array of the drone, you will need to shut it down fast. The simplest way is to put the entire system offline. Oh, look at that, Mora. Thank you for the whole week. 7 stream 1 streak. That's what's up. Welcome on in, Mora. Hope you're having a fantastic existence. Apparently, I've got to go mow the yard tomorrow, so that's just nice. It's only going to be a high of 85. I'm not going to have heat stroke. I'm fine, probably. Okay, so we've gotta disable the core, shut down the broadcast array. Once you are done, this convoy drone won't bother anyone anymore. Something is steadily beeping in the core. If you don't work faster, we're going to be in trouble. Well, that's good, and both of these guys don't have very good skill with hacking broadcasts, so that's good. Okay, well that was close. I guess we should have probably gotten one mostly open, and then gotten the other one mostly open, and then gone that way. But the throbbing, pulsing interior of the drone goes still for the first time since you boarded it. You look across at Seraphin and Dia and share a smile. You all exhale so loudly it can be heard over the suit's shared comm channel. The drone is dead. One less piece of Conway shit to worry about, Dia grins. We killed it. Don't get too excited, Seraphin cuts in. It was looking pretty rough when we got here. You make your way back out to the hole, the drone now faintly rolling in one direction, its stabilizers offline. Nia catches up with you as you fly towards the ring. We make a pretty good crew. Yeah, we do. Nia grins widely. She punches you on the arm playfully. You reach the ring's airlock and take one last look at the drone's dark hole. It catches the light as it rolls in the vacuum. At some point in the near future, this drone will likely be smashed to pieces by one of the many asteroids of the belt, spread across this place as twinkling dust. The thought pleases you, as does the thought of all that cryo-hexport now owes you. Time to go collect. Alright, there we go. We managed to do it. Nia almost maxed out her stress. We got quite a bit of stress, but we did it. Oh, -5 stress during travel, that's cool. We still have 1 stress, but after docking at Hexport, Seraphin lets go of the controls and leans back in his chair. Nia leans over to you. Thank you, Sleeper. She stretches. I know you took a chance on me. Thanks for helping. Nia smiles an infectious smile. Feels good to make a contract work, Seraphin says, no matter how we pull it off. It's hard not to agree, and it feels better when the Hexport courier comes with a lockbox full of chips. Lane may still be hunting you, but this should help the effort to slip his net. Suddenly, you hear a familiar voice. Dia. Fibby glides into view, approaching from the docks. He fixes you with a stare. What are you playing at? Dia wanted to come. I'm not trying to cause any trouble between you guys, but Nia is a grown woman. She can decide things for herself. It's not like I took her away permanently. She just wants to be a bit more. I can understand you want to protect her and stuff, but. You go to speak, but Nia drifts forward, cutting you off. Don't come throwing your weight around with me. I can make my own decisions. She glances back at you. Sleeper took me at my word, and I'm grateful. Femi is fuming. Did they now? He turns to you. Well, if you're working for Sleeper, I hope. Yeah, definitely. Nia looks so. Oh no, we're paying. It's a 33% split, right? We're paying her, right? We better. She worked for us. We better be paying her. Nia looks away. Well, I asked so. Femi smiles. No, we aren't. Hold up. Give me an option to pay her. She worked for us. She accumulated stress. We need to pay her. No, hold on. Let's keep this civil. You realize this is the first time he is meeting Femi. Yeah, we're definitely paying Nia a share. If we are being civil, yeah. This wasn't even a discussion. We're definitely paying her a share. You grab around a quarter of the chips from the lockbox and hold them out to Nia. No, I mean you work, you get paid. That's how it works. We're not stealing your. Oh, come on now. All right then, we are good. Yeah. He turns to leave. Nia bows a sorry. Oh, you worked, you get paid. There's no need to be sorry. Thank you for working, for helping. And follows Femi across the docks. Seraphin watches them go. You sure know how to pick 'em, Sleeper, he shakes his head. He turns away and heads back in on the docking bridge. I just hope we are going to end up a stack of cryo. No, were you planning on to pay? Seraphin, if you were planning on not paying somebody for their work, we're going to have words. Because we don't work like that. Upgrade point. Okay, we have push upgrades available. So this would make it cost no stress, right? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, that is it. Okay, okay, so I misunderstood it. I misunderstood it. So it costs one stress to focus. But if the dice that gets focused is a positive outcome, then we lose the stress that cost us to focus. Okay, that is it. That is interesting. Okay. So we should probably get one of each side, right? One stress on focused and then one to affect the dice with that. That way it's a 3. So that way, even if it's like a 1, then it gets bumped up to a 4, right? I don't know what glitch is, so that could be good. But this could also be good. Stress effect on neutral and positive. So if we do this, then it's pretty much guaranteed neutral or positive unless it's like an engage skill or something, right? Okay. And that did affect the count for the things, so that's the thing we have to watch out for. Okay, so can we not talk to the dude about if did you want us to have this chick come with us? I feel like we need to find out for sure, but there's nothing else on the contract board. Alright, so let's fill up the supplies and fill up the fuel. There we go, we still got 123 cryo. Yes, we're doing good. Doing good, we're doing good. So it looks like it starts a new cycle once we go out. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got more than enough cycles. So for right now, let's work a little bit so we don't waste the dye, right? Earn a little bit more scrap in the scrapyard. How do we fix dye? That's what I want to know. I haven't seen an option for that yet. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, getting lots of positive outcomes. That's good. That's good. Okay, I think we will leave it off there. We might waste one die. We will buy some fries, which gives us 2 energy. And that'll have us max energy so we can go out and do this contract. And we've got max supplies and fuel. So let's go do this. And she's not available for this, but she is. I guess we'll have her come along. Sounds better than not having her, I guess. Hopefully that won't bite us in the butt. The Solheim derelict fills the cockpit windows, all twisted plates and skeletal strutwork. We watched it in horror and fascination as Seraphim completed the approach, both of you silent in the presence of this decaying beast. Now, as you settle beside it, Seraphim is the first to break the silence. This thing is already dead, he shakes his head. It's a corpse sleeper. He nudges the ship closer, looking for a place to dock. I touch this thing too hard, it will crumble into dust. Let's not do that. Seraphin does a little mock salute. Aye, aye, he rolls his eyes. Any other tips? Take us up there. That's the bridge. Judy points towards one end of the ship, and both you and Seraphin turn around, having forgotten she was even in the cockpit. She hasn't said a word since you departed. She glances at both of your bemused faces. What? She looks away. Sorry, that's where we need to go. She stops, pointing. Seraphin nods towards Judy. She's not wrong, Sleeper. The bridge would be a good start. Okay, to the bridge then. Seraphin nods and brings the ship under control. Let's do it. Seraphin takes control of the ship, avoiding the debris field closer to the center of the wreck. He settles in position near a protrusion at the far end. This is as far as I will go. Seraphin taps at the anchoring controls. We should be able to anchor the ship to those plates. You hear Judy begin to protest from behind you, but it is too late. Seraphin fires two piton-tipped acorn lines at the nearest stolen hull plates. The pitons slam into the plates, and despite their solid appearance, they instantly shatter. Fragments spin out across the wreck, slicing into other plates and building a spiraling storm of debris. Shit! Seraphin nudges the ship back and steadies it as the debris cascades across the surface of the wreck. The damage seems mostly superficial, but it underlines just how fragile the derelict is. Let's not do that again. Judy glances between the two of you. The data core will be very fragile. We have got it. Seraphin snaps. He angrily unclips from his seat. Last thing I need is a backseat driver. He kicks off and glides past her into the corridor. You follow Seraphin down the passage with Judy close behind. As you reach the airlock, he is already angrily suiting up, his frustration evident. Keep your cool. Seraphin looks up. Yeah. He glances at Judy. No hard feelings, right? He checks the seals on his shoulders. But this is a job, not a social event. The rest of the preparation process takes place in tense silence, each of you considering the delicate job ahead. You suit up too. Though you don't need a helmet to breathe, you slide one on and lock the seals for protection. This wreck isn't going to give up its salvage easily. The core should be near the bridge, maybe even inside it, but there's a lot of wreck here, and there might be good salvage tucked away in the cargo hold. Once the suits are on and the seals are checked, you cycle the lock and stare out at the vast expanse of the twisted hulk before you. Time to go to work. Alright, a still decaying ruin, and we already got 2 stress just because of that, so that's good. Corroded airlock, lock dissection, or force the lock. This would give us bridge entry. Then we've got a depressurized bay, clearing the cargo doors and finding access point. Getting into the cargo entry means breaking through the shattered remains of the aft hull. Okay, so definitely not work for Judy. Seraphin can sort of do the clear the cargo bays one, but not the find access point one. But I certainly can't do it either, the clear the cargo doors. I could do the find access point, but it's only a 4. So let's do this right here. That's 25%. But if we get even more, one more stress, that could be bad, right? Okay. So I've got positive here. That's good. But Judy is not useful for either of these, so that's not good. Okay. Let's do a 6 here. We got a lot of 6s actually, so that's pretty good. Find access point. Okay, so that gives us 2. Okay. So let's do another 6, and that'll give us the cargo entry. There we go. Alright. Countless vast bays extend from here deep into the derelict. Scanning and mapping each one will allow you to navigate safely. The end of the derelict is partially intact. You can survey it. Perhaps you'll find some valuable scrap. Okay, so she's good at this one. That's positive and neutral. So yeah, let's do that. Map the bays. That seems to be what she's good at. Okay, so positive outcome is 2. So can you get another positive outcome, or will we need to save you enough? So that's 25% negative. We'll trust in the 75%, I think. Negative outcome. Well, okay then. You only had a 25% chance of that, but you still managed it. Good job. Guess we'll do the 6 here. Just, yeah. There we go. New location discovered. Deep bays. Deep inside the derelict, there are masses of intact scrap. This is valuable material, but is also what's holding the ship together. So more than likely it's going to boost stress, is what you're saying, to do it. We don't know what kind of events. Okay. In that case, we'll go over here and do this. Positive outcome, alright. And then we will push for that. Then that also gets boosted, so the odds, that's a 25% chance to lower the stress. Neutral outcome, of course not. Okay. Cool. Well, I tried. Negative outcome. Awesome. The contract stress is triggered a crisis. We'll add 1 contract stress per cycle unless resolved at the crisis location. Awesome. That's good. Hull breach. And definite. Okay, so this is definitely something Seraphim needs to do. The derelict's hull is falling apart. If this breach is concealed, then fast the entire wreck will collapse. So this is good. And it's a. Okay, cool. The bridge of the derelict lies silent. The pale beams of your suit lamps catch the rows of terminals and clouds of glittering dust. Wires wave like seaweed, and the whole scene appears as if underwater. Chaotic, but still. Junie glides past you, disturbing the dust and taking you by surprise as she does. She has been a stoic presence so far, but in this moment she seems drawn forward by some force of curiosity. You watch as she bats away debris and begins checking terminals. She is already prying an access panel off one of the more intact-looking terminals, and as she does, puffs of red rust color the vacuum red around her red. She turns back to the terminal and finishes prying off the plate. Then quickly she reaches inside, fishing around for something. Her hand comes back out with a waving cable on top of a thick connector. As soon as she sees it, she slips a keyboard-sized deck out from somewhere on her person. She runs her hand across the back until she finds the right cord and slots it in the connector. All of this happens in a few seconds, the routine practiced and precise. It is hard not to be impressed. Junie's fingers dance across the deck's keyboard and a burst of static lights up the Solheim terminal screen. The sudden burst of light and color takes you by surprise. Junie's fingers tap away, the terminal screen flashing with blocks of color and lines of code. It buzzes and vibrates. Its long dead systems force back into chaotic life. Then, all at once, it goes dark. The terminal is dead. Shit, Junie hisses beneath her breath. Useless. You cannot tell if the insult is directed at the terminal or herself. What are you doing? She looks up at you as if she was just waking from a dream. Looking for something useful. She pauses. Useful for the contract, that is. She glances down. A map of the ship. Plans. You know. The cradle with the data core can't be far. She pushes off from the terminal, gliding away from you. I will start looking, she calls back, and heads to the other side of the bridge. Seraphin glides up beside you. Everything all right? All good, good, Seraphin claps you on the shoulder. Seraphin stretches in his suit. I have to admit, it's nice to be back working, especially now that we are the ones who will reap the benefits. He claps you on the shoulder. Feels good to be taking our fate into our own hands. I know it's pretty rough there back on Hexport, and out here we are just as likely to get shredded by debris as by the damn data core. But aren't you glad we made a break for it? He pauses and looks down, having asked the question almost by accident. I mean, I am. I just don't want to speak for you. I'm glad too, 'cause from what we do remember of that one guy, he seemed like an ass, so... Seraphin smiles. You better be. I didn't give up that little dark side cupboard I was living in for nothing. He laughs at his own joke. Look, Seraphin checks his suit's wrist seals. Once we have got a bit of space behind us, once we have gone the distance, if we even manage to get that far, he furrows his brow. Don't feel you owe me. I'm no charity case. You want us to go our separate ways? Fine by me. He meets your eyes. Just do me the favor of telling me to my face. Okay. Seraphin nods but doesn't. I mean, we're still getting to know him, and he does. You seem like a bit of an ass yourself. Or maybe you're just a tsundere. After a moment, he shines his torch out into the dark, checking the rows of terminals all across the bridge. He washes the glittering dust as it eddies in the bee. Let's get to it. You watch as he crosses the bridge, his torch probing the dark corners. You feel a chill run through your body as you imagine the people that once ran this ship. The Solheim crew, surely long dead. What was it like here before the collapse, when the system was the jewel in Solheim's crown? It's impossible to know. That high story is lost to you now. All you can do is pick what you can from the ruins. Alright, let's see if we could just go ahead and just brute force it, like before the stress piles up, right? Reboot the system rather than hunting old pathways. Rebooting selected sections of the ship's systems might reveal the data core's location as it responds. Track the pathways. One way to find the ship's data core is to systematically track the old pathways through the derelict in hope of finding the one that connects to it. Isolate the core. The core is fragile, but by rerouting the data connections to it from its cradle, it could be lifted free without damage, at least in theory. Slice the core. One way of getting the fragile core out is to physically cut it free. Slicing each connection individually, though the potential for damage is high. The core is barely intact. Any mistake, no matter how small, could render it inoperable, making the contract null and void. So that's fantastic. Apparently we also have to be really careful here. But we do have plus engineer here, so we can do positive outcome here. Okay, so positive outcome is 2. So we need 3 more positive outcomes. This is another guaranteed. We still need 2 more. So then we've got this over here, which is another positive guaranteed. And then if we push, that gives that a 5, and that makes that a 6, so that's a guaranteed outcome. With absolutely no data core damage. There we go. Very good. Data core extraction with no damage. You watch nervously as Judy guide. Oh, that was an apparently achievement. Cool. Extract the core from Solheim derelict cleanly. Didn't wasn't even trying for that, but we got the achievement. There we go. You watch nervously as Judy guides the core out of the cradle. A large ball, almost half her height in diameter. It glides up out of the framework of the helmet, connections waving loose and cut. Her breathing comes through the suit's columns loud enough to be picked up, and it fills you with tense energy as you watch. Over the course of this job, you have seen Judy both focused and distracted, nervous and precise, but you have not seen her any more confident than in this moment now. She floats beside the data core, handling it with care and skill, as if it was the vast egg of some endangered bird. She glances up and sees you watching her, and you notice something unfamiliar in her eyes. Something that you perhaps seen in a passing moment before, only now is no momentary lapse or change. It is set in place. You see determination. She guides the core a little away from you with one hand, and at the same time comes forward, almost placing herself between you and her prize. And it does seem to be hers in the way she handles it, the possessive way she screens it with her body. We need to talk. The statement comes flat and deadpan. Any nervous tremble gone. Right now. Okay. Sleeper, she takes a deep breath. I want to be honest with you, but I need to know you won't take this from me. Judy glances around the cradle defensively, but Seraphin is already heading back to the ship to prepare the cargo bay for the core storage. You two are alone. Tell me and we will see. Fine, she folds her arms, but stay with me. Karsten doesn't deserve this. This treasure, Sleeper. Judy glances over her shoulder at the core. Do you know how many of these are left intact? She shakes her head. Then all he wants to do is wipe it clean so we can use it to interface with Hexport. All that data, gone. So what do you want? I want to extract the data, to make use of it. You see some genuine emotion flicker in her eyes. She sighs. After extracting the data, the core will be unusable. There's a security system that will fry it if a data duplication is attempted. I can't delay the security response long enough to copy the data, but after that, she trails off. Well, he didn't say we necessarily had to bring it. I mean, for all he knows, it was already fried, right? It's not like somebody came out here and checked that wasn't fried without bringing it back, right? You have done this before. She looks down. Yes, she meets your eye. This is why I came. Look at this place, Sleeper. She gestures to the cradle room, a dark and twisted cavern of long-dead tech. How many of these places are left? How many chances do we have to recover anything this old, this fragile? Like it or not, we live in Solheim's shadow, in their ruins, and yet we know almost nothing. What chance do we have of understanding how we got here when others like them, like Sinatstad and Conway, are descending on this system? What can we learn from the core? I don't know, Sleeper. That is the point. She gestures around herself. We could learn our high story and how the system was settled. We could better learn the technology we build our lives on. We could uncover Solheim's crimes and seek to make amends. She looks at you with pleading eyes. We could see beyond survival towards something else. You have never heard Junie speak like this, and you realize what you have taken for nervousness was actually control. This, the person in front of you defending a decaying data core with their life, is the real Junie. But then you think of the price he likely put on your and Sarah blame, and of the feed lines without which leaving Hexport will be almost impossible. Do we not have an option to negotiate with her? You leap at Judy in the core, kicking off from the wall, but Judy sees your attack coming. She grapples you in panic, and you both spin above the fractured metal connections of the cradle, pulling at each other's suits. You manage to get your legs between you and Judy, and you kick hard, sending her spinning to the side. You grab the core as you retreat across the room, holding yourself with your free arm when you reach the wall. Judy tumbles against the far wall, striking it loudly and crying out. She pauses, reaches up, flicks off her torch, and then kicks away from the wall across the room. In a moment, she disappears into the dark and is gone. Silence descends. You keep one hand on the floating core, waiting to see if she will come back for it. Suddenly, you hear a rattling down the passage and tense yourself. So I have set up a Seraphin casually glides into the room, but immediately stops, seeing you pressed against the wall with the core and no Judy in sight. Where's Judy? And what the hell happened here? Seraphin glances around. You explain to Seraphin as you both keep the data core back to the ship, guided keeping your eyes on the dark passages, in case Judy should return. Seraphin mostly listens in silence as you explain how Judy wanted the data, and how the process would have destroyed the core. Though when you tell him how you wrestled the core off Judy, he doesn't offer an impressed whistle. Some people, Seraphin puffs as he handles the core through a thin passage, always got their eyes on some big prize, means they trip on the path in front of them. What good's this core? He carefully maneuvers it through a door. If you don't have a ship to get it off this wreck. Maybe she does. Seraphin angels his head. Maybe. Certainly took us for fools. Could have had a backup plan. Seraphin guides the core out into the hull of the ship, tethering it to a guide line. You both take it towards the ship, ready to load it on board. None of our concern anyway, concludes Seraphin. This place is her problem now. As you guide the core up into the ship's cargo hold, you look down in at the derelict and into the gaping holes in its hull, maybe hoping to see a flash of torchlight, something that might tell you where Judy has gone to. You shiver at the idea of being marooned on this derelict, but then again, that's the risk you all take on a contract like this. You spare one last look, and then Seraphin calls you inside. What's done is done. Okay. So can we stay and get some more? Can we stay and extract some raw scrap? I mean, that's some money, right? Might as well try, right? Might as well try. It's gonna be a one either way. There's a horrifying lurch. You are sent spinning through the bay you are crossing in the hail of debris. You watch as the side of the bay silently tears open in front of you, a gaping black ball tube with flying debris. You stare into it, your breath heavy in your ears, your eyes wide. Suddenly you feel a tug on your back. You are tethered. As you spin back from the suddenly resting your blind, you see Seraphin holding onto the other end, reeling you towards it. We have to go, Sleeper. His voice comes urgently over the comms channel. This place is done. You both make your way up through the splitting derelict in silence, charting a path through what were once passages but are now twisted tubes, like the intestinal tract of some dead creature. Eventually, you make it out onto the surface and find the rig still tethered, but gashed with debris and scars. You and Seraphim exchange concerned glances. We are going to pay for this. Looks over the damage. Let's hope she still flies. You tether together and push off from the hole, Seraphim guiding you through the debris. Below you, the derelict is exploding in slow motion, tearing apart into a swarm of razor-edged shards. At least we have something to show for all this, Seraphim reasons, although I wish we had left before the ship tore up our rig. You arrive at the rig's airlock and bundle yourself inside, noticing the exterior damage. It looks mostly superficial, but it will no doubt take its toll on the ship. Once you are back in the cockpit, you look out at the derelict's shattered form. It seems you'll be its last visitors. You can't help but wonder if Judy made it off. It's hard to imagine how, but then again, she was full of surprises. So we got one more scraps. That's probably worth some money, right? Alright, let's leave. It's been a quiet journey back to Hexport. While the contract was a success, the knowledge that Judy may be stranded with the derelict has been eating away at you. You aren't sure if Seraphim is thinking the same thing. You look over at him, but his face betrays nothing as he completes the landing protocols. You decide not to break the silence. Your thoughts turn instead to the core and the feed lines it will grant you. A ticket out of here, and not a moment too soon. Judy, wherever she is, can't stand in the way of that. We've only got 2 cycles left before what's his name comes. I may spend 1 cycle getting some more scrap or credits and stuff. That probably is a good idea, right? Data core. Here you go. I guess we'll just go ahead and give it to you. Very nice, lads. Karsten looks over his glasses at you and Seraphim as you guide the extracted core into his shop. He looks the core up and down. Seems intact. He smiles a sharp smile. Of course, I'll have to run my own diagnostics on it to be sure. He motions for you to bring the core closer. First, the feed lines. Karsten chuckles, his eyes going on to the front of the shop and to his workbench, where you see the feed lines tightly wrapped and tied. Heard you were on your way in, so I thought I would get them ready for you. He winks. But first, the core. Need to know that thing still works. Seraphim gives you a reassuring nod. It's okay, Sleeper. Karsten wheels out some wires from a terminal stacked beneath his workbench and begins to fit them into small ports on the exterior of the core. So, Karsten talks while he sets up the data core. You run into any trouble out there? Yeah, you could say that. Sorry to hear it. He slides a thick wire into a gap in the data core's outer plating. I knew you would come through in the end. Karsten reaches down and taps at his terminal. You are a sleeper, after all. I would imagine extraction is something of a specialty for you. Can we hurry this up a bit? Seraphim is staring impatiently at the feed lines. Just conversing with your friend here. He turns his attention back to you. Don't see many sleepers in Hexport. In fact, he flicks a switch. You are my first. So I did a bit of asking around, and well, he pauses, his finger hovering over another switch. Someone's been looking for you. Karsten flicks the second switch. The shutters of the store crash down behind you, and as you spin around, you hear a thud from Karsten's direction too. You turn back to see him smirking behind a thick, scratched, transparent glass shield that just raised up from behind his counter. I would apologize, but you must have done something heinous to chalk up a bounty this big. Karsten takes his glasses off, letting them float free on a tether. Something inch you in, no doubt. Suddenly the blast shield shudders with an impact, and you can see a crane bounce violently off it. Get screwed, you piece of shit! Seraphin glares at Karsten, the crate you threw spinning away. You are a nasty one, too. Karsten shakes his head. Well, it's too late to struggle now. I sent a message to Usubo already. They will be arriving on Hexport this cycle. So calm down and wait. You look frantically around the shop for a way out. Seraphin already banging at the heavy exterior shutters. You glance across the granite metal floor at the solid paneling of the counter. Then you see it, a partially bent panel under the counter, this side of the blast shield, but behind it thick clumps of wiring. You duck down, gliding closer to the panel. You prise it away and inspect the clump of wires. Noting their color and connections, you quickly identify what should be the shutter control wire and snap it free with a quick tug. The blast shield drops and Seraphin reacts immediately, propelling himself across the counter and slamming Karsten into the back wall of his shop. As they struggle, you pull yourself up over the counter and make a dash for the feed lines. You grab them and kick off hard from the wall, sending yourself towards the slowly appearing gap beneath the rising shutters. You hear a grunt from Karsten. Seraphin is gliding beside you out into Factory Road, pursued by Karsten's curses. Your arms ache from clutching the feed lines, but you don't loosen your grip until you see the entrance to the docking bridge. You both glide into the bridge, Seraphin helping you with the trailing feed lines. From what you can tell, news of the chaos in Factory Row has not reached the port yet. You feel a rush of panic as you enter the ring. You don't know how close Lane might be, and the thought sets your nerves on edge. You take a sharp turn in the central passage of the ship and make your way to the engine room, the feed lines now unwieldy in the cramped space. Looks like we are in busyness. Seraphin lets out a sigh, and on the run from two different people now. He grabs the feed lines. I will take it from here. He quickly begins the process of connecting the engine to the subsidiary fuel tank. You watch, catching your breath as he works. How about you make yourself useful rather than just making me nervous? Seraphin says without looking up from his work. Go close the airlock and disconnect the bridge. You turn and make your way up the passage, your nerves settling now. You turn to the airlock, reach for the control panel, and then you see him. Karsten, coming up the docking bridge, fast. You shake your shaky hands and put the closure sequence just in time. The door hisses and slams shut in Karsten's face. He glares at you through the airlock's window, but as he does, the docking bridge's shutters scissor closed, blocking him from view. You hear a clunk as the clamps disengage. You are free. We go. Now. Seraphin pushes past you, gliding up the passageway from the engine room. Come on, get yourself strapped in. You silently follow him, your head spinning, your thoughts racing. You slip into your seat as Seraphin punches in the departure sequence. The rig begins to pull away from Hexport. Seraphin's hands on the controls. You close your eyes and feel the force of the thrusters firing. Oh, I guess we automatically have to leave after that? Okay. Major drive complete to upgrade points. What the? Seraphin's quiet question interrupts your thoughts as the rig cuts across the belt. Hexport is now behind you, drifting out of visual range. Its glinting lights now just part of the background glow of the belt's thousands of reflective bodies. Whatever trouble you stirred up there, it has surely been left behind. Which is why Seraphin's muttering is worrying you. What's up? Seraphin turns. There's a transmission coming out of Hexport, some kind of evac order. He turns back to his console. Let me check this. Sleeper, the voice, as distorted as it is, cuts through you. Lane, I know you are there. A hissing pause. Is that coming from Hexport? Seraphin glances at you confused. Is what coming from Hexport? Give me a second here, sleeper. I'm getting a wide channel broadcast. He rubs his shoulder nervously. They are warning people to alter their course away from the station. You are slipping away. A squawk of noise. But we can't have that. I take this personality, sleeper. A sharp intake of breath. After all my investment, all my care expended upon you, this is how you repay me. At least we are heading away, Seraphin interrupts. Maybe it's just a precaution. I see a little something glinting out there, Lane continues. Could that be you? Sleeper, you hear Seraphin calling, but you don't move. You don't breathe. All you hear is Lane's voice. You unclip from your restraint, drifting forward towards Seraphin. He gives you a wild look. Something isn't right. You don't feel right. A numbness grows in your body, your fingers flexing without your input. You reach out towards Seraphin. No, not you. Something reaches out to Seraphin through you. A tension flickers in his eyes. Fear? A hissing silence, then a rumbling blast. All at once the ring screams, system seizing in electromagnetic paralysis. All at once the ring shifts, carried on some shockwave of light, pain, then darkness. Voices echo warmly through your mind. You can't quite make out what is being said, and any attempt to focus causes a growing flare of pain, so you let them fill the air, unidentifiable and soft. You are floating, and so you cannot yet feel your body or its weight. The feeling is pleasant, soothing, and yet the moment you realize this, it begins to fade. Something spasms in your fingers, and you flick it away. A sensation crosses the sole of your foot, and you kick your leg. A weight settles itself in your chest. You are awake. You open your eyes to light playing across a surface patterned with scathed cushioning. You are alone. The voice is replaced by the hum of air cycling, the distant clank of maintenance systems. You are alone, and this is not your ship. You jerk upwards, against the straps that hold you loosely to the berth, suddenly confronted with the last things you remember. An overwhelming numbness, and below it, an insulating force creeping through your mind. You pull at the straps and free yourself, floating up into the small habitation room, cushioned and warm, your mind racing. You search back and remember only Seraphin's shouts, the sudden acceleration of the rig, and then darkness. A chill runs through you. Cold light fills the room, and you float over to the dark square of the window. You see stars, the bright pinpricks of defined trails, and skeletal docking bridges. This is a station. A sudden hiss draws your attention to the door, which slides open with a puff of equalizing pressure. The entering figure jumps as they see you are awake. You are up. They hesitate in the doorway. Who are you? They laugh nervously. Right, we didn't meet. They glance back out of the doorway as if looking for help. I'm Bliss. They shrug, not sure what to add. Your friend, Seraphin, is out. Sorry, he brought you here. Here. Right, they nod slowly. This is my room. They glance around. Not much, I know. We are in my repair bay on the far window, if you know where that is. In the belt? Yeah, they smile sympathetically. In the belt. They look around at the room again. Come, let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. They hold out a hand. You are safe. Don't worry. You follow them out into the corridor, gliding behind them. They move with the ease of someone who was either born in zero-G or has spent most of their life in it. They guide you to an enclosed balcony where heavily scratched, thick acrylic windows look out onto a chaotic-looking wet dock. At the center of the dock is the rig, scratched and worn, but still your ship. It's a reassuring sight. So, what happened? Your ship, Bliss pauses. You were lucky I heard your distress signal. You sense they are holding something back. I guess that expensive long-range array I was expected to find finally paid off. They laughed to themselves. Well, at least for someone. You were out cold when I got there, and have been for all the cycles since. Your friend wasn't in great shape either, but he bounced back fast. I make a habit of doing that. Serafin's voice makes you spin around. Good to see you up. He can't suppress his smile. Are you okay? He smiles. Don't start fussing over me, sleeper. I'm good. Your eyes fall to Serafin's bandaged abdomen. He notices and pulls his jacket over the wound. Certainly looks better than when you came in. You should have seen Bliss abruptly stops after Serafin glares in their direction. Here, Serafin pulls a few chips out of his pocket. Catch. He slings them over to Bliss. That's all I could get for now. Working in your condition. Serafin sighs. Please. I'm fine. Bliss looks at you apologetically. I know what it looks like, but I'm sorry. I can't work for free. Keeping this place going. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Thank you for saving us. I get it. Serafin nods. We are just thankful you towed us in. We aren't freeloaders. Bliss looks up and looks between the two of you. I'll let you two catch up. They turn to you. I'm glad you are awake. We were worried. They pat you on the shoulder and glide back down the corridor. With Bliss gone, silence descends on you and Serafin, both of you unsure what to say. What happened? What do you remember? He looks at you with concern. A transmission. Serafin looks out at the rig. He takes a breath, skilling himself with what he has to say. Hexport is... He clears his throat. It's gone. He flinches. What do you mean gone? It's gone. Serafin catches your eye. Dropped off the map. No signals apart from one sent from fleeing ships. He frowns. I don't know what happened. No one does. Your mind skips, unable to focus on the information you have just been told. You think of the constant activity of Vince, the rebel of the factory road. Carson. Gone. By the time Bliss reached us, we had drifted out of range. They couldn't have seen it go up. But I saw Sleeper. Something exploded. White hot. He rubbed his arm, suppressing a shiver. A moment later, the shockwave was on us. The rig was crippled. Engine kept firing, but guidance went offline, sending us arcing out across the belt. He drops a hand inside his jacket, pressing against the bandage on his side. I managed to get her under control, but not before we started spinning. My restraints came loose and you weren't even strapped in, so we both got scrambled. He smiles a weak smile. Felt like being trapped in an auto wash. He turns back to you. I'm impressed you made that, to be honest. A flesh and blood human would have been smashed to pieces. He goes silent, the image a little too long for him to continue. I can't believe it. You and all the belt, Serafin sighs. All anyone is seeing is debris and radiation. I picked up a lot of ship transponders before the rig went offline. Maybe some people got out. He stops, unable to add anything more. We both float in silence for a moment. What now? Serafin laughs weakly. One step at a time. You in a rush? We already owe Bliss for the work they did on the rig. It isn't finished yet. A few more cycles, I have been told. Bliss will hold us home stage, but I don't like to skip out without paying, even if we could get the rig started up. He rubs his necklace between his fingers. Bad car, yeah, I got you. Beyond that, we need work, fuel supplies, the usual, yeah, and we need to make sure you are okay. He counts off the issues on his fingers. After that, he shrugs. I haven't heard of anyone coming after us, and if they did, they would have to come through Hexport, or what's left of it. He looks away. The far Spindle is way out of Blade's territory anyway. They call this bit of the belt the Wash, but the stations here run differently to Dark Side. So, for now, we have some freedom. Seraphin sighs. Freedom to go broke, starve, and get into even more trouble, that is. In all honesty, I was hoping you might have some ideas. He pats you on the shoulder. Well, let's look for a contract. We've been doing pretty good with those, right? You won't hear any complaints from me, he smiles. We won't be able to fly out for a few cycles yet, but it won't hurt us to have something lined up. He pauses and looks away. Seraphin pauses and stares down. Look, sleeper. He rubs his side. I'm not sure I can work right now. I just got kicked out of a salvage yard for passing out on the job. He looks away. Even with the pain meds I've been able to scare. Okay, that's completely fine. You need to be careful. I can fly. That's for sure. He stares obstinately at the rig. But you're going to need some crew if you want to do any serious work. He chews his lip. You need to be careful. Just be careful, alright? I'm trying. I'm going to go take a rest on the rig. Yeah, you go take a rest, buddy. You only have one body, that I know of. You look out at the rig as he leaves. The warmth and softness of your waking moments now feeling like a distant memory. Is this what you wanted? Freedom. A chance to work for yourself, not me. Well, here it is, with all the problems and complications you could imagine. And at what cost? Could Lane have wiped out Hexport just to try to end you? You shiver at the thought. But if not Lane, then who? Theories cloud your mind. There's no point in worrying about what ifs. Now is not the time for theories. You take a breath. Time to make a plan. You have gained some glitch. Glitch is an ability you gain from repairing dice, and from Lane's attempts to hack your system. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch clock to the right of your dice. You can have a maximum of 6. Each level of glitch you gain will increase your chance of rolling a glitch dice at the start of the cycle. Each time you roll a glitch dice, you clear a level of glitch. Oh, okay. A glitch dice has an 80% chance of a negative outcome when used, and a 20% chance of positive, I see. But we have to use at least one of them in order to clear it. New drive available. Alright. Alright, so how many points do we have? We have 2. I kind of want to try and see what some of these are. We can't actually look at them until we get 4 points. I don't know if any of them are things we want to do necessarily, because we're certainly not going to put any more points in endurance. We have negative endurance and intuit, but we could get another engineer point maybe, right? Maybe get that, get some more endurance. I don't know. I don't like the fact that we can't see what these things do. Is it just that it gives us more positive on that? Because if so, I may just finish doing push. Because if all it is it gives a positive, I think I will just go ahead and do push. Okay, let's explore this place. The Underhang. Help the residents. Underhang residents couldn't afford to rent further up, so they came here to build their own units. They are always in need of repair work. Wonder the Underhang. The Underhang grew organically unit after unit built onto each other by refugees and new residents. This makes it a tough place to explore. Many residents of the far Spindle live in the ramshackle Underhang. It's not an easy place to learn to navigate. Need 6 successful to do that. That's the rig. That's probably when we get it fixed. 3 cycles or so, right? The rig is mostly patched up. Oh, no, that's the rig being fixed. Okay, so it'll be fixed in 4 cycles. Okay. Okay. What else have we got? We've got the spindle core. Explore the core from wide transit tunnels to labyrinthine corridors. All the passages of the spindle seem to pass through the core. Spacer crews are a constant presence of the core. If you want tips on crew and contracts, you might as well ask them. Spindle core. The core of the spindle is where the crews and freelancers mix. Travelers are asked to resupply and busyness gets done. And then you've got the far end of the spindle, Pinnacle Docks. Roam the docks. Looking around the Pinnacle Docks without getting in someone's way is hard. It takes 42 to explore among the chaos. Study the manifest. With so much freight flying around, it seems safer to cozy up with a terminal and study the manifest to learn this place. The Pinnacle Docks are vast and filled with freight haulers and stevedores. This is not an easy place to wander. Order a rack. Rack is a seaweed-based liquor with a powerful sealing taste. Gaia's Gyre has a reputation for serving it neat and strong. Getting racked. The freelancers at the bar spindle seem cagey, but spend enough time at the local bar and they will warm to you. Buy kelp cakes. A huge cylindrical kelp tank sits at the center of Gaia's Gyre. It's the source of the key ingredient for the canteen's food. Nimba's Kitchen. Nimba's Kitchen serves those that can't work in the underhang, but able-bodied visitors like you have to work a kitchen shift to get to eat. Impressing Nimba. Nimba is too busy to spend too much time with everyone in the kitchen, but he does notice those who do good work. Most of the Far Spindle workers don't like going out to seal up the new units, so they leave that tiring and dangerous work for outsiders. But endurance is not something we're good at, so that's probably something we're never going to do. Alright, we're out of dice, so I guess we have to end the cycle. Hopefully that glitch clears out. It said if we use the glitch dice, it'll clear out, right? Okay, yeah, so we're good. Cool. Alright, so let's keep going over here to the underhang. We'll use some of the higher dice on the ones that we don't have guaranteed for. But for this one, we'll use like the 4, right? Probably the... honestly, let's use the 1. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, because even the negative outcome has... yeah. Alright, scrapper ship. Skill requires scrap shift. The scrappers know the business, but they often have sorting and processing work for those who can spot corroded trash from valuable scrap. Okay, so there we go. There's a good work thing we can do. Buy scrap components. The scrap components are bundled up in nets, most of them corroded beyond use, but with a careful eye, some good ones can be picked out. So we can buy scrap for 22. Scrappers will process your scrap in bulk, pay you for the offcuts, and return you the processed plates. It's not a bad deal. And we do have 2 scrap here that we got off that last area. So we can go ahead and process some scrap, right? There we go. 7 more cryo. And a processed scrap. Okay. Cool. Not sure what that's for, but we got some processed scrap now. So that's a potential job we can do. Should probably work in Nimba's kitchen, get some food. We'll go ahead and do a 6 so we can have a guaranteed success. So we can impress. How much energy does that give us? 4. Okay, so that fully ups our bar. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And that got us 2. Okay, very good. So we got a few working options here. Let's go up to... we probably have to succeed in order to... oh, that's a cryo thing. So does that feed us? Is that a food option? I guess I probably should check that out. So we definitely don't want to chat to crew because we're not very good at that sort of thing. So we'll go over here and explore the core. We'll keep doing this one. Positive outcome, alright. Negative outcome, minus energy, but dig a spindle core. Alright, let's do this last one and get the spindle core fully done. Negative outcome again, but that's fine. The forest spindle lives up to its name, its tall stature making a real effort to travel from end to end. The local solution to this problem are the transit tunnels, massive tubes bolted onto the outside of the spindle that allow for rapid passage from bottom to top. As you find yourself in one of these coniferous passages, bulky cargo haulers rushing by, you start to wonder if braving them is worth the effort. Back up! The shout rattles down the bare transit corridor like a gunshot, and is rapidly followed by crunching impact. You spin back, pushing yourself against the side of the wide cylindrical passage. As you do, a hauler glides past, sending a rippling wave of air across you in its wake. When the roar subsides, you hear a string of expletives coming from nearby. A Spikio-looking figure, clutching some oddly shaped open frame object, gestures wildly at the vehicle as it glides away. Dickhead, she spits an impressive glob of saliva down the funnel, and it spirals in 0G. She turns to you in her anger. You see that? Trying to slam me into the wall. Total dickhead. She nods firmly. No shit. Haulers hate us. She sniffs and looks you up and down. Not supposed to be in the transit system without a vehicle, she squints. Not like I care, but maybe you do. What about you? She shakes the open frame in her hand. What does this look like to you? She rolls one of her shoulders, stretching it out. You are new here, right? Yes. She shrugs sympathetically. Figures. Let me give you a tip. She begins checking her open frame vehicle, tightening bolts and untangling pipes. Avoid the haulers. Take heads, the lot of them, especially the water haulers. They think they are better than anyone. Don't mess with the stevedores, though. They are good people, get treated like shit by everyone else just like us. She rapidly plugs and unplugs a series of connectors. They will show you the shortcuts. She looks up, and never, ever get in a Spindlejack's way. She smiles, spinning the vehicle in her hand. Thanks. She nods. All right then. She pauses, considering something. Then, suddenly, she reaches into one of her many pockets and pulls out a small transparent rectangle punched with holes. Text glints within it, reading Cadet. Stripline Express. You take it. Cadet, she flexes proudly. That's me. Stripline is my outfit. Cabal's the dispatcher. Small outfit that we punch above our weight. Dispatches here at the Spindle's core vibrate and transit its tunnels up and down the Spindle 10 times a cycle. You need anything moving on the Spindle? Data, tech, messages too hot for the hardline. Come find me. Yeah, I'll do that. She nods. Tell them I sent you. They'll make sure it gets to me. She kicks off the wall and mounts her bike, trickling a small burst of compressed air to keep herself steady in the transit passage. You hear a buzz of distorted speech from what you assume is her dispatcher. Cadet adjusts her head to her computer and butters back into it. Got a hop, sleeper. She looks over at you, and something flickers in her eyes. An idea, or perhaps just a realization. You might be able to help me with something. Package has been bothering me. She squints down the passage. Come to the opposite strip line in a few cycles and I will show you. Sure. We will call it a favor on account of me saving you from being fed by a hauler, she winks. Now you better get out of here before another hauler tries to squish you. You step back as she twists the handlebars and a burst of air sends her flying down the transit corridor at an unsettling speed. You watch her go, slightly caught off guard by her final remarks. What would a courier need you for? Hey, a job is a job, man. You turn the idea over in your head as you find a way out of the transit corridor, back in the safety of the main concourse. We'll take whatever job we can get, right? Doot, 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 doot. Okay. Cadet's complication. Cadet mentioned needing help with something, but you are still at a loss to know what the courier might be at point. So we have to wait a few cycles until she's ready to tell us. Trade hall. Okay, so this is where we buy our fuel and stuff, but we have got more than enough to go ahead and fill up. It's probably a good idea to max that out, right? Just as a matter of propriety. So let's go ahead and drink. Let's order a rack. Okay, so that does give us 1 energy. Cool, so we'll go ahead and do that. That seems like it's really easy to get maxed out. Okay, that's all we can do for right now. So in cycle, still don't know how to fix the dice, but you awake to the sound of blaring proximity alarms. You quickly unstrap from your bunk and dizzily glance around. Lane, bounty hunters. You kick off and glide to the door. As you do, Bliss pops their head around the corner. Sorry, they look a little sheepish. In all honesty, it's not my fault. Your wiring's all backward. It takes you a moment to understand what's happening. You steady yourself against the door frame. Sorry, I'm just a little jumpy. I get it, Bliss looks down. Didn't mean to wake you. It takes you a while to get ready and drift down to the mess to see what's happening. By then, Bliss has turned off the alarms. You find them unspooling wires from a hatch you had never previously noticed in the mess's ceiling. Sorry again, sleeper. Your voice comes through the ceiling panels, muffled and dull. You settle at a stool, neatly tucking your legs behind the crossbar. How are you doing? Me? Bliss's muffled voice echoes around the room. I'm working. A pause. Helps keep my mind off things. How's the ship? Bliss spins deftly, hooking the legs into the open ceiling so that, from your perspective, they are hanging upside down. Almost done, if you can believe it. Her messy hair floats around your head. A couple of cycles worth of diagnostics, and I will be happy enough to release her back to you. The yawning Seraphim drifts in. He looks between the two of you, amused. What are you both doing up so early? You and Bliss exchange amused looks. What? Seraphim asks. You didn't hear the alarm? He shrugs. Heavy sleeper. He drifts over to the mess's cupboards to hunt for some breakfast. We turn back to Bliss, but they have disappeared back into the ceiling panels. Before long, the mess is filled with the shrill screech of a powered tool. Seraphim looks totally unaffected and hooks himself onto a stool, lazily sucking at a ration pouch while he taps away at his slate. The screech finally stops. After a while, you kick off from your stool. Time to head out. Bliss rushes after you, stopping you in the passageway before you can leave. I have something I want to show you. Okay. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into a corner of the ship you don't remember visiting before. You come into a room with low sloped ceilings, a sigil round window illuminating some deep tool storage, and a workbench set into the wall. Look, Bliss begins. I'm no specialist, but I'm a quick learner and good at repairs, they smile. And I think you have need of me. They glance at you, and a tear in the thick vinyl skin of your arm. Can I take it? Yeah, okay. They smile and lead you towards the workbench. They turn your arm, looking at the tear from all angles. They reach over to the workbench and take a small sealant gun from the rack. You look at the setup. It's basic, but looks clean and well organized. They gently close the tear with sealant, pressing the edges together so it closes up neatly. After they are done, they release your arm and you can barely see the scar. Bliss admires their work. See, they smile. I know it's more serious than a tear, Bliss folds her arms, but I can handle it. They turn and search through a set of metal drawers for a moment. Here, they produce a couple of carefully machined pristine components. Was saving these for an important job lately. I guess I just found it. Bliss pushes the components into your hands. Take them. When you are ready, come up here and we'll fix you up. These are a rare find, though. In future, we might have to make do with something lower quality. They wince. You can find scrap components at most scrapper ships, like that one that's hanging around the underhang. The better the components, the easier they will integrate with your system. This leads on the workbench. I will do my best to keep you running. Thank you. Don't worry about it, they shrug. You are a guest in my bay, and I can't have my guests' bodies collapsing, now can I? Plus, I think it benefits me if you think of me as indispensable. Bliss smiles. I should get back to fixing the ship. They leave you in the workshop among the simple tools, considering the particular qualities of your new friend. Yeah, I won't say no to a friend. Thank you. Complex machine parts, valuable objects of the ramp. Dice repair is now available. Very good. Okay. That's what I like to see. You can repair your dice at the rig workshop. You can only repair dice which are fully broken. Okay. Repairs require either scrap components or rare components. The better components you use, the less glitches you... Okay, so you can potentially get glitches. Okay. So it only works on broken dice. Okay. So since we don't actually have any broken dice, they're just partially broken, we're good. But now we can fix them if we need to. Okay, cool. So, with that said, so that is at a 1. So probably next cycle that will be available. 2 more cycles until the ship's done. And then whatever's up with that. Explore far spindle, find potential crew. Spend time in Gaia's gyre. Wait, forget that, and make repairs. Well, we don't have a broken slot, so that's kind of pointless right now. So the only place we haven't explored yet is up here at the Pinnacle Docks. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and do a 3 first. Minus energy, 1 minute looks broken. Let's go ahead and do a 1. 50-50. Okay, new location discovered. As you glide through the Pinnacle Docks, you hear shouting echoing down the corridor. You tentatively change direction, your eyes fixed ahead as the passage widens out into a larger bay. Others rush past you, heading towards the commotion. Your eyes are drawn by the bay's vast viewing window, which is currently being spattered with glittering shards of ice. In front of it, a dock worker is shouting to anyone who will listen. Spacers, workers of the far spindle, we need your urgent assistance. The water carrier Springtide has suffered heavy damage and is transit from Wellspring. He takes a breath. All able hands, we need you to help secure the cargo. Without this water, Far Spindle will struggle to support you. He looks desperately at the crowd. Please, any who are able to help, please make yourself known. Behind him, a corona of ice ejects from one of the tanks, drawing a pale halo around the ship. A handful of experienced-looking spacers push through the crowd towards the front, and dock workers start to direct them to nearby bridges. You watch the scene unfold, hesitant in the face of making someone else's problem your own. New drive available, alright. Secure the Springtide. Okay. A serious leak. The Springtide's precious cargo of water is being lost cycle by cycle. Without it, the Far Spindle could be in trouble. Damage in transit, the Springtide now needs desperate action to save it and its cargo before it's too late. So I'm guessing each cycle we lose more water, so we need to complete this as quickly as possible. Repair the leaks. The Springtide crew and Spindle dock workers are desperately appealing for any glorified bodies to help them plug the ship's leaks. That's not what we are good at, because we don't have any endurance. Reroute the flow. A tech team from the Dock Authority are working to reroute the flow of Springtide's water, saving as much as possible from leaking out into space. That's one we are good at, and we've got a lot of really high dice. I don't know if we'll be able to complete this cycle, depending on how things go. Neutral outcome is 1, so positive is probably 2. So even if we did all 3 positive, we would be too short. Though we can still... We'll definitely be able to get it next cycle. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely get it next cycle. Let's go down here. Gaia's Gyre. Let's get some tasty rack. Max that out. There we go. We got racked. The Far Spindle is an exhausting place to find freelancers. There is no shortage of spacers here. The corridors and bays throng with crew inbound and outbound, on or between contracts, trading stories, contacts, and materials. But whatever language, appearance, or code identifies someone as worth signing on with, you don't seem to have it. Perhaps it is because you are a new face, or are noticeably unsure, or perhaps it is just because you are a sleeper. You push the thought to the back of your mind, and instead focus on what's in front of you, the vast cylindrical tank at the center of Gaia's Gyre. The first time you entered the bar, you floated open-mouthed, much like all the new arrivals do, at the sight of the huge kelp stack, the biggest you have ever seen. Even now, your eyes fixed on the fronds of seaweed that wave with the circulating water, beyond the curve of dirty glass, you find it impressive. You take a sip of the harsh, clean-scented rack from its magnetic vessel, secured to the bar. As you suck on the straw, your eyes following the shifting fronds, you hear someone clearing their throat beside you at the bar. Hypnotic, isn't it? The voice is low and rumbling. It comes from the large figure on the stool next to you. The fluorescent lights behind the bar glint in his eyes, shining up into his white, rough face. I have heard talk you're hiring. The figure turns to face you. You don't recognize him, but in the shifting light of Gaia, it's surprising. And you are? Eugen, currently freelance. He turns on his snore and leans back a little. The effect is clearly meant to impress you on his size, and you have to admit, it works. Served on a whole slate of foods out of the spindle. Cutters, burps, extractors. He smiles and places a broad hand on his chest. Broad skill set, good work ethic, sense of humor, the full package. Sounds perfect. He nods. Why, thank you. I aim to please. I will run anything out of this far spindle. I'm tough and quiet, and you won't need to worry about me. He folds his arms across his chest. What kind of work are we talking about? Before you can answer, a voice echoes out from behind you. Eugen! You look over your shoulder for the source of the shout. Busy as ever, I see. A group of three spacers drift up behind you, one of them placing a heavy hand on your shoulder. She is fitted with matte metal optical implants, and you cannot see her eyes. The caustic light from the tank plays across her face. Too busy to keep in touch, she sighs. I really don't like it when I have to come and find you. Vesna. Eugen nods politely at her, not betraying any strong reaction. Do I look like I'm socializing? He shakes his head. This is a meeting. Oh, a meeting. Vesna squeezes your shoulder. Is that what this is? Yes, Vesna. You're talking about your delivery, in fact. Eugen smiles widely. My friend here is being very helpful. He shoots you a knowing glance. Eugen shoots you another glance to try to cue you in, but you ignore him. Vesna looks irritated. You know, Eugen, I am pretty tired of this whole act. She gestures dismissively at him. But in the end it doesn't matter. She drops her hand from your shoulder to her belt. Your eyes follow it down, and you see a dark boxy shape there. A weapon. You either deliver by the deadline, or you don't. And when you don't, she smiles tightly. I will be happy to take you through the consequences. Until then, she shoots you a final glance. Chat to whoever the hell you want. Vesna and the two spacers flanking her ride out of the bar, and Eugen watches them go with little emotion. So, Eugen's smile returns. You were about to hire me. What was that? Vesna, he shrugs. She's just trying to rush me, that's all. I won't be working with her again. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. Of course, I can't talk about the particulars. You understand. Vesna just wants to scare you off. She likes to cause me trouble. Eugen looks away out of the door of the bar. Let's not let her. He pauses in silence for a moment, still looking away. You try to get a read on him, but his face is blank. Only his glittering eyes hint at some rapid internal activity. He turns back to you and meets your eye, a sudden shift in his manner obvious. If you need crude, you need to work. If you need to work, you need cryo. Is that right? He doesn't stop for your answer. Well, I can offer both. Hard work and a good contract with a good payout. You take me with you on this job of mine, and we split the take. He looks down, thinking. Hell, if you do, I'll consider signing on long term. He smiles. Think of that. No more recruiting. What's the job? Salvage, he leads in. I know of a wreck untouched by the local crews, which recently turned up in the wash. It's just a little sunward from here, but disabled transponder makes it invisible to anyone who doesn't know it's there. Had to squeeze the location out of my contract, but I will share it with you for a straight split. Take me and your proof, and we will claim it all. It's going to be a good payout, he winks. A really good one. What's the catch? Eugen frowns. No catch. He leans back and looks around the bar. Happy to take the offer elsewhere. I just felt like you were the right captain for this one. I'll be ready to go whenever you like, Eugene pauses. As a show of good faith, I will also fly out with you on any job from the forest below. But I'm not leaving the station with you yet. Not until we get my job done first. After that, we can talk flying together. No need to rush into it. He shakes your hand firmly, his palm rough and pitted, then turns back to his drink. You slip out of the bar, looking to see if Vesna is nearby. You don't spot her among the passing crews, but you can't help but imagine eyes on you at the bar. You shake it off, having become familiar with the feeling of being observed. What matters is you have found yourself a co-member in a contract. Whether either will come good, however, remains to be seen. Alright, got a whole bunch of things there. I see. Well, we can't exactly go anywhere because the rig's damaged, so that doesn't help. Got 1 point. Alright. We have no dice, so we've got to end the cycle. You jerk suddenly awake. A fragment is lodged in your mind. A shard of sound, a signal, a tone. It resonates like tinnitus, obviously internal, inescapable. You look down to see your hands blur, your fingers dancing as if they were typing. Your fingers flap like caught birds. And it takes all your focus to settle them. You force yourself back into them, a sensation like squeezing on a tight pair of gloves. You flex your hands a little to feel them, test them. What was that? You take a deep breath to calm yourself, but as you do, you are reminded that you don't need to breathe. It is a claustrophobic sensation that you cannot shake. You get up, push off the wall, pull on your clothes. Anything to escape the dreams that hover there at the back of your mind. Seraphin drifts in casually, heading to his bunk to grab something. You can't shake the strange sensation that he has just drifted into your mind. He shoots you a glance. I said, "Are you okay?" He gives you a concerned look. You look terrible. Not really, you mumble a response. You need to talk to me, sleeper. Seraphin gives you a look. He sighs. I knew something happened back when we were leaving Hexport. What do you mean? I saw it, sleeper. Saw something change in your eyes. He pauses, looking for the right way to explain. They were cold, fixed. I have never seen that before. He looks away. Back when we first met, I knew at once you were human. I knew because of your eyes. I had never met a sleeper before, but I knew immediately that you were no machine. It was obvious. But then on the rig, he shivers. I couldn't see that anymore. I don't know what happened. What did it feel like? He gives you a curious look. You close your eyes and recall the moment. Remember Lane's voice, the rig hot and close, the numbness, and then you see it glittering in the non-space of your mind. Thin and bright, like spider silk, a thread. Sleeper. Seraphin's voice interrupts your thoughts. You open your eyes to his irritated face. Are you even listening? We need to get you checked out. We need to know what's happening. Seraphin gives you a stubborn stare. This isn't just about you. But where? I have been asking around. Seraphin's face is set with determination now. There's another station near this one. Float Sam. It's a mess, an accumulation of wrecks and docked ships, but it also houses some of the best artificers in the wash. We should go there as soon as the rig is ready. Yeah, okay, I'll go. Thank you. Look, he pauses. I know I don't know what it is like to be a sleeper. I understand there are things you can't tell me, can't show me, but I do know how fear can keep you from doing what you need to do. I'm not going to nag you about it, but it needs to be done. He passes by you as he leaves the bunk, squeezing your shoulder as he does, leaving you to your thoughts. You finish getting dressed, feeling your body its strangeness even though you wish you didn't. At the very least, you think you need to find someone who can stop you falling apart. Maybe flotsam is not such a bad idea. You push the thought to the back of your mind. There's a cycle ahead and the rig isn't ready. When it is, then you will see. Sleeper, Cadet drifts from the shadows outside Mrs. Bay, looking around nervously as she approaches. Seems like I'm going to need to call in that favor. Her face is pale and deathly serious. Are you okay? She doesn't seem to hear you, distracted by a group of spacers gliding noisily down the passage behind her. She waits until they pass. Someone hits strip line. No idea where Kamal is. Bunch of goons tearing the place apart as we speak. She screws up her face in pain. Even tried to grab me, but those muscle heads are slow. Wait, why? Remember that package I asked for your help with? The one that was bothering me. Remember you mentioning it? I reckon it's got something to do with it. The job was a bust, an express run all the way to the underhang, but when I got there, no one home. She is whispering now, leaning closer. Place was smashed up, like someone got there first. Should have dumped the package and run, but I brought it back like a good girl. Stashed it in a safe spot at strip line. The thought the sender might come to recover it, and when they didn't, well, I got courteous, popped it open. She shakes her head. Stupid thing to do. Inside was a drive encrypted to hell and back. When I ran into you, well, I heard sleepers are good with data, with tech, so I thought you might be able to take a look at it. She shrugs. Now strip line's trashed too. Here's the thing, she glances around. Back when I popped it open, I noticed the drive had a dispatch marker. Hexport. Could it be connected to Hexport getting atomized? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. This thing was sent out from there just before it got cooked. She pauses. And with that kind of attention I've been getting the past couple of cycles. She slips a hand terminal from her bag, taps a couple of times, then holds it up to you. Cadet stares out at you from the screen, straight-faced and pale. Beside her picture you see in block capitals, Spindlejack, KD-754, in breach of FAR Spindle codes B12 and F34. Reward for information leading to capture, considered dangerous. Dickheads blasted it out on the transit channels. Every Spindlejack hauler and freight carrier is going to be watching for me. She pulls back the hand terminal angrily, stuffing it away in her bag. Something's going on. Anyone who can help? She looks away. Spindlejacks don't make friends easily, and now all the carriers I do know are ready to turn in for a payout. She snaps her head to the side, her eyes flashing with anger. Why do you think I'm here? It's time for that favor, sleeper. She meets your eye. My connections are burned. Hell, my whole career is gone. I need to fight back. If I walk away, there's nothing to walk away to. She softens a little. I need your help. What can I do? I need you to get the drive. She takes a breath. If they want it that much, then I could use it to buy my way out of this shit show. And I tucked it away somewhere safe, so my guess is they haven't got it yet. You just slip in. I will give you the location and pull the thing out. She folds her arms. Should be simple. None of this is simple. Just snatch it and go. Don't overthink it. Look, if this thing turns out to be worth something, you will get your due. All I want is my life back. The drive is in the workshop. There's a loose panel behind the airbag rack. She leads in. It's taped to the back of the fuse box inside. I've got to keep heading down Spindle to the overhang, past the end of the transit tunnels. No one will rat me out there. She glances around. I will come find you when it's done. I have still got some network access. I will know when you go in. She winks, offering no further explanation. My bike's locked up nearby. I'm gonna honk. She pauses. Do me this favor. Then we are clear. Stay safe. Doing my best, sleeper. She gives you a mock salute. She slips back into the shadows, and a few moments later, we hear the percussive pulse of an airbike accelerating away. You know at least what it's like to be on the run, to flee for your life, and in that you feel an empathy, a connection with Cadet. But from every other angel, this thing looks like bad news, the kind a sensible person would steer well clear from. And perhaps you would steer well clear if it wasn't for one detail that stuck in your mind. The drive is from Hexport. Is all that enough to send you down to Stripline in search of that drive? Only time will tell. Well, first things first, before we do any of that, the spring tide is still leaking, and we almost have it patched up. If we get a positive outcome here, that would be good. Got neutral outcome, so let's go ahead. We'll do a 3. Another neutral outcome, so we'll do a 2. And that was a negative outcome, so that was not good. We just lost energy. Seriously. Seriously. Super serial. I was trying to save the 6 for working with that one girl, but apparently not. You watch from the docking bay's viewing window as the propelled mast hull of the Springtide is finally welded shut by a score of bright torches flickering against its side. Everywhere I look, I see a crisis. The voice comes from beside you, and you turn to see a man floating there, watching the repair work. You don't recognize him. I saw you out there, helping the crew. He turns to you with a serious look. The far spindle needs that water. You aren't wrong. He pauses, watching you carefully. I haven't seen you on the spindle before. What, if I may ask, is your busyness here? I'm running a crew. He nods. I see. Springtide is my ship. His face remains impassive. At least, I am her captain. I do not own her. The Lodic Syndicate, my employer, was the one who put her into service. Glad to meet you. He bows his head gently. You have my thanks for assisting with the repairs. We were caught by some autonomous Conway munitions. He looks out at his ship. The Wellspring run is getting more dangerous every cycle. And after Hexport, he pauses. I do not expect things to improve. We both go quiet for a moment. The loss of the station still inspiring silence in anyone who mentions it. Tell me, Malik meets your eye. As a sleeper, do you feel you have advantages over others? Or does any particular condition provide only weaknesses? I mean, there's pluses and minuses, it's not just advantages or downsides. I'm going to just not answer that, I guess. Apologies, Malik gently raises his hands. You are only the second sleeper I have met. I ask because you have impressed me. He gestures towards the Springtide. Your work on my ship only evidences your abilities. You far outperformed even my own crew. He looks to you, inclining his head in deference, in conditions that are usually deadly. Sadly, despite even your good work, our losses have been great, and the administration and the Barspindle are not happy. We are to be impounded here until the Lodic Syndicate fulfills the agreed water freight. He frowns at the crumpled-looking ship. This war continues to pressure the belt. What will you do? This is where you are needed, sleeper. Malik folds his arms. My crew tells me you have a ship. You have workers. This is what I need. As we fled from the Conway attack, our navigator registered something of great interest. A water-rich asteroid, one I believe is previously unknown to the syndicates. He comes a little closer. For now, I have sworn him to secrecy, as I must you. But if this asteroid could be surveyed, its value confirmed, it would more than make up for the shortfall of the springtide. He pauses thoughtfully. I want you to survey the asteroid for me. It is a simple enough job, but its location so close to the edge of the wash is problematic. However, you have shown yourself to be very competent. If you are careful, there's no reason you should have problems with Conway, or any other hostile party for that matter. And what do I get? I will, of course, reimburse you with a portion of the fee the Mars Manila administration are withholding from me. 250 cryo is my offer. How would your employer feel about that? The loading syndicate only cares that its water is delivered and its fees paid. I am free to make sure this happens in a timely and efficient manner, as I see fit. The link passes you a thumbnail drive. Here are details on the test I need you to run for the survey. A simple core of ice from deep within the asteroid should give you enough material to work with. You notice a member of the Springtide's crew waiting quietly at a distance, and the leak nods to them discreetly. This is a delicate matter, sleeper. Survey the rock, and on your return, broadcast the results to my personal terminal. The frequency is in that data. He pauses, meeting your eye. The results go to me. Only to me. Then, once the matter is resolved, you will be paid. I am needed. He nods to the crew member, but I expect you have all you need. He pauses. I have enjoyed watching you work, sleeper. Impress me, again. And with that, he bows a little and drifts away to meet his crew member. After watching him go, you turn back to the Springtide, still impressive despite being scarred with curls of ice and shining with fresh welds. Do you imagine any captain of a ship like that has been through a lot to get to where they are? That makes them a valuable ally, or a dangerous adversary, depending on where you are. You hope with Malik you can find your way to being the former. Alright, gets us a new contract, alright. Cool. That took more dice than I was hoping it would, but it is what it is, I guess. We still haven't fully explored Pinnacle Docks. We do have 2 points, so we can finish pushing. Okay, so that's maxed out. Very good. Okay. Do. Rig and cycle. As you drift lazily down to your ship's mess, you hear raised voices. You still yourself for a moment at the entrance and slip inside. Seraphin sits hooked onto his usual stool, his slate glowing beside him. He is shaking his head as you enter. Bliss, meanwhile, is floating freely and gesticulating sharply as they explain something important. I don't see why not, Bliss chops at the air. It's not like you have an alternative. We can get the cryo. It will take time, but we can get it. That was the deal. Seraphin speaks calmly, trying to placate Bliss. Sleeper, Bliss spots you entering, and they turn to Seraphin. Let's see what Sleeper thinks about it. About what? They both fall silent for a moment. Seraphin sighs. The rig's ready, Sleeper. Bliss gestures around the mess. I have fixed it. Hell, I have improved it. She's purring thanks to me. Now wouldn't you say, having done such an incredible job, I deserve to be paid properly for my work? A calculated look crosses her face. A refit and retune like this would typically cost my clients hundreds of cryo, even if I was filling the sharing table. Seraphin sighs loudly. He knows where this is going. See, I could make you pay, and maybe you could even scrape the cryo up. but not without taking a contract and taking the ship off station, leaving me in the lurch. We wouldn't do that, Seraphin starts, but Bliss holds up a hand to shush him. So I have a proposition, one that clears the deck completely. They pause. I will turn around the open side on this little bay of mine and join up with you. You keep me in work, give me my split, and give me transit to wherever you are headed. I will even keep this rig of yours working for free. They shrug. What could be better than that? Us paying and being on our way, with no hangers on. Seraphin folds his arm and looks at you. Tell them, sleeper. I mean, Seraphin. Be honest, bro. If we're going to be doing this, if we're going to be, constantly working and surviving and all that, can't you look me in the eyes and tell me you could fix the ship? Because if we're going to keep doing this, we need a shipwright. If we're going to be doing, contracts, we'll need someone that can fix the ship. If this dude's offering, I mean, we could use their help. Bliss grins at Seraphin. See? Sleeper, yeah. I'm not seeing any downsides right now. They seem like a cool guy, or person. You can use my help. I'm an excellent engineer, a tiny shipping, and a half-decent chef. I'm done with farce Spindle. I'm done taking not enough jobs for not enough cryo on a station where I know nobody. They pause, satisfied. You are welcome. Seraphin holds up his hands. Look, we appreciate it, but we are on the run, Bliss. Trust me, you are better off. Well, if they are that certain, I mean, they're grown adults. They can make their own decisions, bro. He gives them a serious look. Even telling you this could put you in danger. Bliss pauses. Then they start laughing. On the run, they shake their heads, smiling. You expect me to be scared off by that goof? Well, it is true. You should be made aware that we are on the run. Bliss just shrugs. The system is at war. The belt is spiraling that is fair. Everyone's got something. I knew you were at Hexport. Seraphin looks at the open mouth, searching for a retort. What happened there? Who's to say it won't? Honestly, there is nothing today. It could. We have no idea what happened. I'm sitting around watching this all play out. I'm not sitting around watching this all play out any longer. They take a deep breath. Something has to give. Bliss turns to Seraphin. Look, you have done your due diligence or whatever. You are on the run. I have been warned. I accept the risks. Yeah, okay, if you're a grown adult, you can make your decisions. We won't say no to a retired technician. At the end of the day, your ship is clamped into my bay, so unless you know my encryption protocols, there's not much left to discuss. Seraphin shakes his head, a small smile crossing his face. They have got us there. He looks at you and then at Bliss. Looks like we have gained a crewmate. He unhooks from his stool, but I'm moving to the engine room, and he drifts off towards the bunks to gather his things. You and Bliss exchange a nervous look. Sleeper, welcome aboard, mate. Bliss smiles and gives me a half-hearted mock salute. You leave Bliss in the gallery and head for the cockpit. The rig is ready to fly again with a question. Well, we've got quite a few contracts we can choose, so we've got quite a few areas. Seraphin mentioned Flotsam, a short Starward journey from here as a busy station where you might find an artificer to help diagnose your glitches and errors. Sunward, meanwhile, is the Lion Gate, an abandoned and uninhabited megastructure left over from the Solheim days. Maybe good for salvage, but not an easy place to survive. And beyond that, well, as they say, the belt is wide, and at least now you have a functioning ship. And we've got a crew member to help. The belt map. Ooh, to travel to other hubs. Ooh. Okay, it looks like the map's a lot more complicated in this game. Hexport's demise has put a barrier between Darkseid and the far spindle. Lane can't follow. So I'm guessing in 2 more cycles, Lane will follow and we'll need to get Quest to take care of that. Okay, so first things first, we're starving. Let's go to Nimbus Kitchen, use a 6 dice to do a perfect for this one. There we go, 4 energy. So one more perfect, and then we'll impress Nimba. So that's good. Scrapper ship, that's just money and scrap, right? Yeah. And then that's just a job. Spindle's Edge, okay. Then we've got Gyrus Gyre. In order a rack for a seagull. This probably is 2 or 3. We're still helping the one chick, so. We've got the Spindle Trade Hall, which is our supply. Oh, and we've got tin fuel now. Hold up. Yeah, hold up. I want to try and make sure we're maxed out as much as possible. And that's only 25 cryo, so we've definitely got that. We might want to start earning some cryo soon, but we're doing pretty good. Okay, let's go ahead and try ships. I think that's the next thing we're going to do. We still haven't fully explored Pinnacle Docks, but I want to go ahead and do this. Because that does sound important to the storyline. Scope security. The Rent a Thugs cadet mentioned are guarding strip line while they search for the drive. Better to scope them out before heading in. Cut your way in. Strip line is nested among other units, each with a nest of ducts and access passages. There must be a back door or a way to make one. If I go to the map, are these timed? These aren't timed, right? I just don't want to accidentally fail one is all. Okay, so let's try cutting our way in. That's got a plus, so that's good. Positive outcome. There we go. Very good. Neutral outcome. We got 2 and lost energy. That's fine. Negative outcome is just energy loss. That's good. Okay, do I chance it again? I think I do. And of course we failed the 50-50. That's nice. Let's go over to Gaia's Gyre and buy some kelp cakes. Just see how much these are. 4 energy. Okay, so that's a lot. So it's an extra energy over ordering racks, I guess. Oh, and that gave me a stress? I got a stress. That's not good. Okay. And cycle. Alright. Let's go and finish this up. No, not Pinnacle Docks. Strip line. Okay. Let's go and finish this up. There we go. You slide the loose panel and made from the wall, letting it float there beside the air bike rack. Behind it, in the dark, you see the blinking lights of the fuse box. A noise nearby draws your attention for a moment, the scrape of a sliding door, maybe, or just some old system cycling in the walls. It took long enough to gain access to the Stripline Express bike garage, and longer still to find a safe route to the air bike max. But you are almost there. You have seen and heard the hired yourself searching and guarding this place, but have been lucky enough not to come face to face with them. Yet. You turn back to the darkness behind the panel. If what Cadet said is right, the drive is taped to the back of the fuse box in front of you. You reach through and around slowly, carefully, and your hand settles on something cold and metallic in the dark. It is taped firmly to the box. You pull at it, but it doesn't budge. A quiet rattle echoes from the dispatch office next door, and you freeze for a second. It seems Cadet was a little too enthusiastic with the tape. You close your eyes and feel with the seams of the tape. Taking more time, you pick at it, working each piece away from the drive. You hear a clattering sound nearby as you peel off the final piece, and the drive spins into your hand. Time to move. You slip the drive inside your coat and kick away from the wall, gliding back towards the maintenance corridor you entered from. As you cross the bike garage, you hear voices in the dispatch office next door. Just as you tuck yourself into the cool darkness of the maintenance corridor, a screech indicates the opening of a door from the office next door. Voices rumble through the room, and you quickly and quietly push yourself deeper into the guts of the building. Too close. Barely daring to breathe, you carefully make your way through the maze of passages that brought you here, their doglegs and dead ends now familiar. Eventually, you spot a thin slit of light ahead, marking the loose panel you levered open to gain entrance. You take a deep breath, almost there. As you reach the gap, you freeze. Voices rumble from beyond, and peering through, you see two figures in dark clothes searching the chaotic bay behind the strip line. Your eyes are drawn to the dark, boxy weapon one holds at their side. Shit, you hiss silently to yourself, your eyes searching for a path through. You wait, silent and still, as the figures search. They split and drift across the bay. You take the chance, sliding open the panel and slipping behind the scrap boxes at the edge of the room. You work your way around until you can't get any further. You kick off hard, making a dash for the far side of the bay and the public passage beyond. There's a hiss and the guttural chatter of a pressure valve as an air bike pulls up beside you in the passage. Cadet leans over and grabs the collar of her coat. Hop on. At a moment, you are on the back of the air bike, clutching the strap of Cadet's bag as she guns it down the passage, the air resistance almost ripping you from the thin seat. You lean against her back and let out a sigh, the drive pressing into your ribs beneath your jacket. You did it. There we go. You still alive back there? Cadet's voice brings you back from the hypnotic rhythm of the tunnel lights rushing past the air bike. She slows the bike with a rapid series of hisses, and you realize she has brought you back to the passage outside Lissa's Bay. You try to understand the route she took, a long loop through the branching transit tunnels of the station, but give up. You can let go now. She straightens up, and you unhook your fingers from her bag strap, separating yourself from her back. You push off the bike gently and float in the passage beside her. You okay? Look pretty rough back there. She smiles. Appreciate you putting it all on the line for me. Hexport is my priority. Fair enough, she shrugs. Want to show me the drive, then? You fish the drive out of your jacket and hand it over. That's the one. She squints at it. Should have chucked it when I had the chance. You get your first good look at it, and there's not much to see. A small lump of solid state memory with a few markers on the case. You spot a yellow hex among them. Hexport. What now? She winks, slides her bag around her shoulder to the front, and slots the drive neatly into a pocket. I know someone in the scatter yards who can crack anything. She would be my first port of call to crack this thing open. She stretches her shoulders, and I should make myself scarce from this Fidel anyway, before those dickheads catch up with me. I will meet you there. Sure, you want to follow through. I get that. She pats the pocket with a drive. Got to be something tasty on this thing. I would want to know what, too. Cadet leads away from her bike, squinting out of the viewing window at your ship behind. That yours? She doesn't wait for an answer. If I'm not mistaken, that old thing is going to struggle to reach the scatter yards, unless you have added a Hasnav suit. Hasnav. Yeah, belt between here and scatter yards is drowning in debris. Worse since Hexport. You'll need hazard navigation to make the crossing safely. Lotic Syndicate created the tech to help their tankers cross the belt. Common knowledge. Cadet nods at your ship. Maybe if you head up to Wellspring, you can barter or steal a suite, she adds casually. Here, Cadet unties that bag firmly lashed to her body frame and holds it out to you. Not enough here for a refit, but maybe you'll find some use for them. You take the bag and something clinks inside as you do. You open it to see a couple of engine components. Was going to use them to boost her. She taps the frame of the airbike. But you deserve them. She meets her eye, then looks away. Not like I'll be doing any runs for a while anyway. Thanks. It's nothing. Like I said, you deserve them. She flexes her fingers on the bike's handles, eager to be away. Cadet's airbike stutters and purrs, quibbling in the air like an arrow ready to be loosed. See you around. She winks and guns the throttle, zipping off down the passage with a pulse of air that repels through your clothes. You stare after her as she goes, the bag of components still hanging from your hand. You realize as you look down the passage that you never asked how Cadet plans to get to the scatter yards. That question, like a score of others, will have to wait until you run into her next. Although you have a feeling she'll find a way to slip away before you can ask the next time, too. You head back towards your ship to stow the components, idly wondering if you could justify buying an airbike to serve him as you do so. Alright, that's what's up. Okay, so let's go up here and do some more pinnacle docks. We'll go over here to the study of the manifests. The signal station searches for signals in the far Spindle's local region. Sorting them is too much work for just the crew. Align arrays. The signal station makes use of a network of arrays across the far Spindle. Synchronizing them is specialist work. Okay, so these are works. So those are jobs that we can do to get money. Is what that is. Okay, one more here, and then we'll have Pinnacle Explorer completed. Alright, that's another upgrade point. Beltborn Venture. Venture bar shift. Only vouch for members can gamble on the venture, but bar shifts are easy to come by, mostly because they pay in tips and no more. This is one we are not good at. Engage Gambler's Friend. If you want to gamble in the Beltborn Venture, you will need a member's backing. Perhaps after enough shifts, you will find a sponsor. I'll go ahead and do the 6 for that. Negative outcome, 3 cryo and minus energy. So negative outcome, we don't even get the Gambler's Friend. So that's probably not one we're going to be able to do with our current setup. Okay. So 2 points available, which is not enough to do anything. So let's go ahead and do one of these, I think. Let's go to the ice-rich asteroid. Get us some cryo, I think. Okay, let's do Bliss. Can I make... Oh, I can do both. Yeah, okay. The asteroid looms large in the cockpit's glass. Light glints off the sheets of surface ice, the same glint that must have caught Malik's attention when he was fitting the Conway countermeasures that damaged the spring tide. There's been no sign of Conway drones or mines, but that hadn't stopped Seraphin from being cautious in his approach. You have to admit, you found yourself searching the black void of space for a telltale blinking red beacon, too. We are close enough to jump down to the surface. Seraphin locks down the engines. I don't see anything on the scope, but I'll keep her warm just in case. Thanks. He nods without looking up from the controls. I say we core the snowball fast, Eugen shrugs. The less time we are out here, the less likely we are to run into anything Conway left behind. He smiles. Simple. Sure, Seraphin cuts in. But fast means messy, and messy means more damage to the ice. We don't need to crack the shelf and lose half of the water we came to survey. Who said anything about messy? Eugen stretches, unclipping from his seat. Fast and clean. He winks at you. Easy. You unclip from your seat and kick off towards the airlock. The scale of the asteroid is troubling, but Seraphin assured you on the journey here that surveying it would be easy enough. Just take a sample from the deep ice for testing. The problem, he said, is getting down that deep. You'll have to cut away at the ice, dig yourself a hole, and doing so will create fractures in the shelf. The asteroid may be big, but it is held together with only a weak gravitational force. The more the ice is cracked away, the less there is for the forest manure to harvest, something you doubt Malik will be happy about. You push the worry to the back of your mind and get stood up. Something on your mind? Bliss drifts up beside you and pulls a suit from the rack. The job? They shrug. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems simple enough. Can't say rock, or in this case, ice cutting is my usual strength, but it's gotta be simpler than slicing a hole without touching any of the internals. Bliss zips up their suit. We will be fine. Bliss's reassurance that they don't have any experience with the job you're about to do doesn't exactly calm your worries, but their nonchalant attitude helps, especially when you consider the volume of ice you are about to start cutting into. Cheer up, Bliss punches you on the arm as you get into the airlock. Might never happen. The lock cycles and you find yourself staring out at the glinting surface of the asteroid. 1 second, sleeper. Seraphin's voice comes over the comms. I'm seeing something here. Some kind of man-made shaft on the far side of the asteroid. Interesting. Eugene is stood beside you in the airlock, but in this vacuum, you can only hear him through the comms link. Crews sometimes stash goodies out on rocks like this. Let's go take a look. He pats you on the shoulder. Just hold up, Seraphin's voice cuts through. The survey is our first priority, and the integrity of the water ice. Hunting for buried treasure comes dead last on the to-do list. You can almost hear his eyes roll through the comms link. Don't get distracted. You squint at the rock and spot a dark recess, just over the curve of the asteroid. That will be the distraction then. Refocus on the ice sheet. Time to get started. Alright, ice sheet, the rig, and a frozen shaft. Slice away ice rather than scanning for a sampling location. You can make one by chipping away the surface ice to reach the core. This is an aggressive approach. Survey surface. A section by section surface scan will guide you to a good sampling location, but with such a vast sheet, progress will be slow. Okay, so Eugen is agreed, and he's no good for any of these. Liz can do the slice away, but it's not her preferred specialty, and she absolutely cannot survey. I am good at the slice away ice. Explore the cracks. The shaft may be clogged with ice, but dark cracks suggest a more subtle way through, even if it will be slow going. Clear the ice. The fastest way to descend the shaft is to break away the ice clogging it, but if you aren't careful, you could damage the asteroid's structure. Frozen and dark, descending the shaft to whatever lies beneath is a dangerous and delicate process. So this might be what we have Eugen do. It's the only one. Doesn't look like Eugen has anything that he's good at for right now. Both of these are negative for him. This one is neutral. He's only got 3 and a 1, so that kinda sucks, but neutral outcome. Okay, so doing that does give 1 stress, even in a neutral outcome, so that's kinda bad. probably don't want to use a 1 there then. Okay, so let's do a 4, which upgrades to a 5, 50-50 there. And the sampling location does take a while, looks like. Okay, so that's a 3. So a positive outcome gives us 3, so we can easily get 6, 9. Just right here. That'll be easy. Okay, good. So 2 more positive outcomes and a neutral, it looks like. Okay, awesome. So that's going really well. I don't know what we have to do after we stamp neutral. Neutral outcome does give 1 stress. To me, apparently. Okay. Go ahead and do a 2. There we go. Awesome. Very good. New location discovered. Deep ice. Extract core sample. Time to drill down into the deep ice and extract the core of the asteroid's ice for testing and evaluation. Careful now. The deep core or sample of the ice should give you what you need to analyze the asteroid. Okay, so that's probably the last one. Right? Probably the last one. And the only one who doesn't have a negative is Eugen, so that's nice. And that gave us ice stress and stress. That was just bad overall. Awesome. Okay, so you've got neutral here. And just negative outcome. Awesome. 50-50. And we lost the 50-50. Awesome sauce. Alright, end cycle, I guess. Some mysterious terminals sit in the dark, their cases may be rusted, but craft the drivers inside can be spun up. Scavenge hardware, you inspect lumps of corroded scrap goes into the walls. This place looks grim, but maybe within the ice you can find something useful. So these are 2 separate different things. I'm good at the scavenge hardware one. I'm the only one that can really do much here, period. The problem is, we're having right now, only Eugen is not negative here, and he keeps half failing us. So that's good. Okay, so see that kind of makes me upset. We had a 25% chance and we still got a negative, and it keeps rolling like that. The sample core, a long and weighty cylinder with cloudy ice, comes up out of the borehole cleanly. It glows in the sunlight, catching the rays in its frosted interior. Nicely done, Sleeper, Bliss chirps through the columns. I've never cored an asteroid before, but the result is pretty. Let's just hope it's drinkable. Let's not melt it down for liquid refreshment just yet. Seraphin chimes in. It's likely packed with unpleasant impurities. The question is, are they the kind of impurities the Farscape Bell can filter out? Let's get up to the ship and see if we can run the analysis on the trip back, Seraphin pauses. And before you get any ideas about digging around on the asteroid some more, remember that if we break away any of the ice, it will likely lock our pet. You start the journey back up to the ship, dragging the sample core with you. As you do, you look down back out of the asteroid, wondering if it might be the bargaining ship Malik has been looking for. You will know soon enough. Okay, I know we're really close. Ooh, cold never bothered me. Extract the ice core without spoiling the hull. Well, look at that. We managed to do it somehow. Somehow. So we can scavenge the data. We got a 6. We can finish scavenging the data. So that's good. We got really close to a potential fracture, which was not good, but Having Eugen be the only one that could manage that was kind of not good. A flickering screen catches your eye in the dark of the bunker. A distorted female face, further reflected by the surrounding ice, stares at you from the terminal with blank white eyes. You move closer, straining to hear her voice, but the recording is silent, or perhaps the terminal's audio output is broken. All you can do is watch the pale face as it contorts through the corruption and noise. It could be explaining some important secret, long forgotten, or just recounting a personal anecdote. It is hard to tell. Circles and curving arcs flash across the face, graphical visualization with orbits and flight plans. You squint at them. The shapes are unknown to you. And then, as soon as it starts, the playback ends, leaving a frozen frame on the screen. A ghost face circled by orbits. You slot a drive into the terminal, a copy of residual data is left. Unsure where it might lead you. Once it is done, you shut off the terminal once and for all. As you leave the bunker, the pale face flashes once more in your mind. Those blank eyes, the flat stare. Was that a human or something else? You turn the image over in your mind, unsure of its importance. Alright, there we go. We got all the stuff out of the bunker now, right? Maybe you found a new location? Alright. That's this area done, right? Nothing else to do here? Eugen almost maxed out his stress. Something flickers in the back of your mind. You stop. You have to stop to blink it away. It is a tightness behind your left eye, an aching point that refuses to move. And then the voice begins, hissing through the background noise of the big systems. A new whine amongst the chorus of the life support and ventilation. Sleeper. The hiss brings Lane's sharp features to mind. I suppose you thought you had slipped my net. Hexport jumps into your mind, an image of the station emanating in white light, though you were not conscious to witness it. You are distant, his voice hisses into white noise, but you are not free of me yet. I'm coming, sleeper, the hiss drops, and I will take control of what is mine. The closer I come to you, the more you will feel it. Lane moves your finger to tap your forehead. In here, until you cannot resist. A bright smile, pale eyes, a growing hiss that hurts. Then the hiss is gone. The rig suddenly quiet, the stinging tightness diffusing behind your eyes. But the fear remains. Sleeper, you good? Seraphin is there, floating by your berth. You were talking. Lane is coming. Seraphin looks alarmed. You feel him, right? He looks away. We can use that. Stay ahead of him. He squeezes your shoulder. We can do this. We are fast and smart. We keep moving. We don't stay anywhere for long. And we find a way. He frowns. Somehow. You nod. You do not know how Lane is able to reach into your mind like this. How he is able to speak to you into you. But you want so desperately for it to stop. You must find out what he has done to you before it is too late. You must stay ahead of Lane at all costs. On the journey back from the asteroid, you pored over the test Malik had given you to run, improvising the necessary equipment from your mess. Each one produced spools of data, much of which you couldn't parse. Arriving into the vicinity of the far spindle, you broadcast these streams of data to Malik's personal terminal on the spring guide, as instructed. Despite all this preparation, you are still surprised when you find Malik standing at the far side of the docking tunnel as you leave the rig. Sleeper, he nods neatly at you. I thought it was better I come down here, away from my crew, to discuss your findings. And the findings were straight to the point. He clasps his hands. Good. As I suspected, the asteroid was indeed rich with water ice. Thankfully, the containments can be dealt with. He speaks matter-of-factly, betraying little emotion. With the data you provided, I should be able to convince the Forest Mandela administration of its worth. Then we are good. The leak smiles. That remains to be seen. Before I make a payment, I would like to ask, in person, if you saw anything else of consequence. Anything to share with me that might affect my dealing with the Forest Mandela. He folds his arms across his chest. I would prefer not to have any surprises when they go to retrieve the water. There was a shaft. Interesting, Malik smiles. It's likely of no consequence, but if there's something of value there, it could play to my bit. Yeah, I mean, it's just something there. It might not affect the ice or anything, but it is there, and it's something you'll probably notice. We did harvest it a little bit, but yeah. I will mention the potential of additional salvage to the Forest Mandela administration. Given the data, it doesn't seem to have impacted the ice yet. Malik reaches into his pocket and produces a stack of cryo chits, bound carefully with a strip of paper. 250 cryo, as agreed. You take the chits and quickly tuck them away. With that, our business is concluded, sleeper. Malik nods slightly. I must speak with the administration to negotiate the release of my ship and then prepare for immediate departure. The syndicate will be eager for my successful return. Thank you, Malik bows and turns. Should our paths cross again, I will see that it will be to your benefit. Okie dokie. So, Lane is hunting you once again. His progress will be tracked by the hunt clock. If this is filled, he will catch up to you. It will increase once every cycle you spend in a hub. However, each time you travel, the hunt will be reduced by 3. Okay, so we have to keep moving, I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we've got 7, huh? Okay, so first things first, we should stock back up. It's good to be fully stocked. Fuel and supplies. That costs 60, so we got a net positive 190 there. That's pretty good. So Beltboard Ventures, yeah. We probably are never going to be able to really do this one. Because even if we get a 6, it'll end up as a 4, right? I don't know, we could try and put some of our really big numbers in there to try and get it to work, but... And then this one is just a job, alright. And then that's the trade hall, and this is just a food stop now. Alright, there's the rig. And this is just a job and scrap thingy. Solheim data. Alright. Then we've got Spindle's Edge. This is just a job thingy, which we're definitely never doing. We've got Nimbus Kitchen. Alright. So let's go ahead and put some numbers here. Because negative action does get us some credits and loses energy. Neutral outcome is plus 5 cryo and 1. Okay. I just don't see us getting this one. Yeah, because see, negative outcome is negative energy, and we don't even get... I just don't see this working out. Oh, look at that. Gambler's friend. So we have a 50-50 chance of getting a single point each time, and there's so many points here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I just don't see that working out very well in the long term. Okay, that's fine. Let's go to the map and go find this hidden wreck that Eugen has. That he would, Oh, we get negative 3 hunt during travel. Well, that's cool. So even doing this, I was worried that the timer would go up, but even doing this does. Yeah, we have to bring Eugen because this is kind of his thing. We'll bring Bliss because we have no reason not to bring Bliss. Extra dice to maybe help. This is not what you promised, Seraphin turns to Eugen with a raised eyebrow. Looking out across the field of debris scattered around the small asteroid whose gravity has kept them here, you have to agree. Where do you even start looking? Eugen shrugs, unfazed. I said the wreck was hidden. Transponder off. No flight records. I didn't say it was intact. If it was an easy job, I wouldn't have come with your crew. Could have just grabbed it myself. He winks. We all earn our share. That's definitely more than one wreck. Bliss is leaning towards the window, staring out at the glinting debris. I see at least 3, maybe 4 different engine houses out there. Seraphin sighs. You really think that there is something of value to be pulled from all of that? I know there is. My tip-off is good. We just need to find the right part. He looks out at the wide field of debris of the right ship. Any clues? All I know is that a wreck with an item of great value was out here. That's it. He unstraps from his seat. Are you all afraid of some hard work? Well, no, but if we had better intel, that would be nice. Seraphin starts laughing. So you are telling me we don't know what we are looking for, where it is, or what it's worth? Trust me, or don't, Eugen shrugs. This will be worth your while. This is a hot tip. Sleeper, please, Seraphin turns to you, exasperated. Suddenly, a percussive beep interrupts the conversation. All of you turn your attention to Seraphin's terminal. What the? He taps a few keys. We have got an incoming ship. Their transponder just popped up. See, Eugen smiles. What did I say? A hot tip. We better claim it before they do. He jabs a finger at the readout. What have you got us into? Eugen looks innocent. I have given you a head start on a big haul. Don't waste it. I see a few obvious sights. Large bits of debris, clear whole sections. We should focus on those. Bliss unclips from their seat and climbs out of the cockpit. See you lucky kids in the airlock. Ready, Cat? Eugen slaps you on the shoulder and kicks off through the cockpit door. I do not like that guy, Seraphin shakes his head. I'm not sure either, at this point. Then what are we doing out here, Sleeper? He sighs. Look, Seraphin glances back over his shoulder. Just be careful. You nod and glide through the cockpit door, already trying to map the scattered debris in your mind. Yeah, this doesn't seem sus at all. So we only have 2 cycles until they come. Slice the door, the shuttle's airlocks won't budge, the fastest way through is to cut it, and with the shuttle's thick armor, it's a tough job for skilled hands. Hack the door, a flicker of light suggests somewhere, and the shuttle system still run. With some careful hacking, the airlock could be cycled. Getting into the shuttle will take some work, but you swear you see the blinking light of a terminal inside. Slice the door, the shuttles. Okay, so it's the same thing? All of them are the same thing? Oh, no, it's not. Rather than search the trash, you can clear it instead. That way you'll know what's left will be of value. At least that's the theory. The simplest way to work out what is of value here and what is trash is to search the entire asteroid. It'll be slow but safe. Rather than scanning, the direct approach to finding the wreck could be as simple as kicking off into the debris field and hunting it down. The cloud of shattered ships is hard to piece together, so careful scanning and analysis should help with that. So we've got a bunch of these that that are very specific to each individual character. This one's a blue, this one's a yellow. This one's a blue, this one's a yellow or a green. The only one that's even positive is this one for me, with the slice the door. Banks of terminals line the shuttle interior. Perhaps there's something useful hidden on their decaying drives. This shuttle might have the data you need, but extracting it means systematically working through its system. Eugen, you piece of shit. Where are you? The distorted voice rattles through the ship as we're all finishing your breakfast in the mess. Everyone turns to look at Eugen, Seraphin already shaking his head. Mesna, he says under his breath. Suddenly recall the steel-eyed captain who confronted Eugen and the guy back at the forest window. Open this airlock before I do something I will regret. As her voice echoes through the room, you realize she must be at the brakes of the lock, using the comms panel out there to speak into the ship. Eugen, he shoots you a resigned look. We should let her in. You kick off towards the door, but Seraphin is between you and the exit. Sleeper, you sure about this? You can see he is angry, but is also looking to you for reassurance. Be ready. Seraphin nods, his eyes darken. I will be ready. Eugen follows as you got blind to the airlock and hit the control for the exterior door. Let me handle her, Eugen gives you a nod. This is my ship. He raises his hands in submission and drifts back a little. You watch as the airlock cycles and you see the silhouette of Vesna through the viewing window as she removes the helmet of her suit. You prepare yourself for whatever comes next, hoping that Seraphin is somewhere nearby. Thank you, Vesna hopes for the airlock door, her eye implants making it hard to read her expression. I prefer not to have to stand outside banging on the door. She turns to Eugen, seeing him behind you. I also prefer it when my contractors don't try to screw me over. Is this how you treat all your clients, Eugen? Promise to deliver the coordinates they helped you to find, and then instead, when you find out their value, go to another crew to try to steal the prize out from under their nose. I knew you were an amateur, she smiles. I did know you were an idiot, too. Tell whatever stories you want, Vesna. Until I am paid, there is no deal. Eugen smiles. Did you pay me, Vesna? Vesna looks frustrated. You know as well as I do that payment was on receipt of the coordinates. Well, sorry to say, I won't be able to deliver, Eugen shrugs. Deals off. You piece of shit, Vesna's hand goes toward him. Now, you are a guest on this ship. Seraphin's voice comes from somewhere behind you. Let's all remember that. You turn back to see Seraphin holding a ball bolter on Anne's waist, his wife was all trained on Vesna. Vesna lets her hand go loose at her side, abandoning her threat. Of course, she sighs. I thought you might all see the breach of trust of this situation, but I was wrong. I don't want to escalate this. On that we are agreed. She backs a little towards the airlock door. Eugen, she looks at the freelancer. Don't think I will back off. My team can find this thing faster than any Mongol crew, she smiles. First to the prize takes all. Alright, well if you want to do it that way, may the better crew win. She smiles. Indeed. Vesna slips back into the airlock and hits the control panel. His door scissors shut. Eugen suddenly tumbles forward as something hits him in the side of the head. Idiot, Seraphin stands behind Eugen, having swung the heavy muzzle of the pole bolter directly into his head. If you ever put this crew in danger like that again... Seraphin is right. Eugen catches himself on the wall. It's okay. He wipes a little blood from his forehead. I get it. That was sloppy. Your whole thing is sloppy, Seraphin bristles. This is how you get yourself killed. As much as I am enjoying this display of aggression and idiocy, Bliss's voice comes from behind you all. We still have a contract to complete. They push past to start suiting up, and now we have competition. We should leave, Seraphin slings the pole boulder onto his shoulder. Cut our losses. Now wait, Eugen wipes the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. All this you're going to give of it. Now Eugen is at least right on this. We've come here. She even said that's competition. First one to it wins. We're already here. Let's just do this. Shit, Seraphin sighs. You are right. Alright, he glides over to Eugen and pats him on the shoulder. Time for you to prove your worth. I will be watching. Except, of course, he's too stressed to actually do anything, so that's, fantastic. Vesna's hunt. Vesna is determined to find the wreck and claim its prize. If you don't get to it first, this will be all for nothing. So we got another 3 cycles before she claims it. We've almost got this one completed. The problem is over here, Bliss is literally negative on both of these, so we should probably focus on having Bliss try to finish this off. There we go. Cutter remains. Gather scraps scattered across this asteroid or blasted coal plates and heads. There's good scrap to be found here if you're willing to search. Parts of this cutter are still in good condition. With some work you might be able to extract some of the scrap. This would be a good one for Eugen, but it doesn't sound like what we're looking for either. Okay, so I can at least analyze the debris. There we go, positive. So that's 2, so 2 is for positive. Hopefully we can do this in time. I'm kind of having my doubts, to be honest, because, yeah. Okay, there we go, got lucky again, cool. Neutral outcome, alright, let's focus. As long as we don't hit that 25%, we'll be good. Good, okay. Let's go ahead and have Bliss work on the Cutter Remains, I think. Hopefully win 50-50. Neutral outcome. Good, good, good. Okay. And cycle. We're essentially lost 2 dice because what's his name's too stressed, but fortunately there's nothing we can do about that. Alright, do a 6 here. Alright, one more positive outcome and we'll have the wreck hunting done. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Unlocks. Okay, so we needed the cipher to unlock this. The wreck's outer door is sealed and reinforced. The only way in will be with an access cipher. Perhaps there's one somewhere. Well, we already found that first, actually. Interestingly enough. The wreck's doors grind open to a dark and dusty interior. Time to head in. Alright. Clear the doors. The wreckage blocking the cargo bay doors is a mess. Clearing it will be slower than cutting, but safer. Slice the wreckage. The only thing that lies between you and the wreck's cargo bay is a pile of wreckage. Slicing through will be quick, but dangerous. This must be the wreck Eugen wanted to find. You wonder what valuable treasures wait inside his cargo bay. And Bliss can do slicing. We actually get bonus for our actions on slicing as well, so neutral outcome, but you do get plus stress even on neutral outcomes. That's nice. There we go. Okay, one more positive outcome. Can we do this? There we go. The cargo bay doors shutter open in silence as Eugen levers them apart. This is it, the final layer to pull back before you can reach Eugen's mysterious prize. You can't help but feel a little excited. There's also a sense of satisfaction to the idea that you can best this clue to the wreck. You found it. You cracked it open. And now you will be the one to reap the rewards. Focus on the job. Don't get hubris. Don't bask in glory. The doors are open enough for a person to glide through now. Beyond, there's only the darkness of the cargo bay. You follow Eugen in, the headlamps on your suit lighting his back at the dusty void beyond. You see the boxes appear as if by magic out of the dark. Eugen glides past them. Does he not see them? You stop and take a look at the loot. A stack of 4 sealed boxes sit in the middle of the bay, their armored exteriors caked in dust. You wipe it away and squint at the aging label. They look like industrial ship components, still sealed, totally untouched. In the belt, where most tech has been through hundreds of hands, patched up and reconfigured, this is a solid hull. But not the kind of hull that gets crews fighting over it. Something doesn't add up. They aren't here. Eugen's voice crackles through the radio. Where are you? Back wall of the bay. Come see. You kick off from the crates and glide through the dark until you see Eugen. The back wall of the cargo bay. It's something that confuses you for a second. A black shape. A ragged circle. Around Eugen. You squint. Inside it, tiny lights twinkle. It takes you a moment, but you slowly realize that you're looking through a hole in the wall to the stars beyond. Someone beat us to it, his voice is flat. They are all gone. Are you serious? Look for yourself, he points. This happened a while ago. They punched it and took it. What was it? Eugen turns back to you, his face pale in your torch headlights. He seems to be lost for words. Folks, Bliss's voice comes through the suit comms channel. I have got Seraphin telling me Vez's crew are heading this way. So whatever you've got in there, if you want to keep it, grab it and get out. now. I'm already heading for the rig. I will get the cargo bay open and prep for your arrival. They pause. Don't dawdle. You scan the bay and notice braces built into the floor near the hole. Whatever this thing was, it was big and tied down. Eugen suddenly seems to regain his focus. The crates, he nods. Let's grab them and go. You glide back across the bay, your mind still racing with questions. Something about Eugen's reaction tells you he knew that what he was expecting to find here. If that is the case, you think it's yet another lie he's told you. You both reach the crates. They quickly lash them together, guiding them weightlessly out of the room between you. As you do, you meet eyes with Eugen, and he looks away. I really hope you two idiots are on your way back, Seraphin chirps over the radio, because Vesna's boys are just about to reach that wreck you are on. We are inbound, Eugen quickly responds, then clicks his radio off. Well, Seraphin continues. Tell me then, what ancient and powerful treasure did you find in that thing? Cold. A Conway warhead. 3 crates of components. Seriously? Seraphin pauses. Sleeper, me and you are going to need to have a serious chat. Across the debris field to the ship in silence, your eyes on the scrap for a sign of Vesna's crew. You don't think they would ambush you, but then again, you wouldn't put it past them. As you reach the cargo bay and guide the crates through the open door, you shoot Eugen a final glance. Give me time, he says quietly over the radio. I will explain in time. You consider pressing him, even shouting at him, but you realize there will be plenty of time for that on the journey back to the Forest Spindle. For now, you just want to get out of here. Okay, so that's the contract complete. The better crew beat Vesna to the hidden wreck. We do have some cutter remains here we could potentially get. Although the only people who can potentially get them are all just not good at the actions. Okay, so neutral outcome is +1, negative outcome probably doesn't help. Yeah, negative outcome is distress. We're going to go ahead and stay, see if we can get it. Just as a matter of principle. But, okay, look at that, we got a 5, so that's pretty good. Even though it gets downgraded to a 3 because, you know, we don't have any endurance. There we go. Okay, so that got us some wall scrap, I guess. Cool. Nothing else we can do. Alright, time to move on. That's that contract complete. Eugen has spent the journey back to the Forest Spindle avoiding Seraphin as best he can. It might be that he is afraid, but you get the feeling it's more likely that he has been making himself scarce out of a genuine sense of regret. Seraphin, however, doesn't see his behavior so favorably. Slimy shit won't even show his face. Seraphin complains loudly as he finalizes stalking. Put us in a spacer crew's sight with no care for anyone but himself. You hear the rustle of movement behind your head and turn to see Eugen in the cockpit's doorway, a rare serious expression on his face. I owe you all an explanation, his voice is low and steady. Believe it or not, this was not my plan. Yeah, your plan was to find the loot in that wreck and split it with it. Split with it, wasn't it, big man? Seraphin glares at Eugen. No, Eugen gives him a tired look. It wasn't. Considering how big it probably was, based on the data we scanned, he probably couldn't run off with it, honestly. Hear him out, Seraphin, Chris cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Vesna has been searching for a ship. Eugen looks over your heads at the Forest Spindle. An infamous ship. Seemed like she already had a ship, Seraphin interrupts. That was part of the problem. Not a rig. Eugen looks down towards him. A fraction drive ship. An interstellar ship. That seems to shut Seraphin up, and you don't blame him. An interstellar ship here in the belt? That's tech from the core systems. Okay, I can kind of see why he didn't say, because he doesn't trust us, but Eugen sighs. I get that you don't trust me, but I'm not lying. I shouldn't even be telling you now, Eugen frowns. Word gets out that there's a factory fraction ship somewhere in the belt. People kill for less. He shakes his head. Gangs kill for much less. You're telling me there's a fraction ship that no one has ever found that's been sitting here since when? Sergeant shakes his head. Since the collapse? Believe it or not, that's exactly it. Eugen looks to you. Vesna put me on the trail. She wanted me to find its location for repayment. He looks away. An old debt. But the moment I found the data that verified its existence, that confirmed the ship was out there, I couldn't give it to her. And that's when you found me. Why keep it from her? Eugen folds his arms. You may have met Vesna, but you don't know her. Well, I don't know you either, for that matter. Eugen meets your eye. She's one of the last people in the belt who should have a ship like that. Well, no one has the ship now, if it even exists. Need I remind you that it wasn't there? Serafin shrugs. Your data was a bust. No, Eugen shakes his head. It was there. Once. Those wrecks. Those were the ships that fought over the fraction ship. A bunch of Solheim corporates who wanted to get out of the system when it all came down. And that ship was there to get. The a flying path. Eugen looks out at the far spindle. It was there, but someone moved it, hid it, long before we got there. Leave the belt? Sign me up. Eugen laughs. You and me both, Sleeper. Eugen inhales long and deep. I am sorry, Sleeper. He looks up, listens to Seraphin. And to you both as well. I wanted to keep the secret. I wanted to find the A-flying path, and I knew that, if I did, you would understand. Still, I was wrong to manipulate you. He bows his head. But I'm not done. He raises his head, his gaze hard now. I will find the ship, and I will leave the belt. How will you do that? Serafin shoots him a sly look. With no ship of your own and Vesna at your back. Eugen ignores him and moves closer to you. Sleeper, I will uphold our deal. I will serve on your crew, and when I have news of the A-Flyer, you will know. Okay, I'm willing to work with you, because this does sound like some mega news, and I can kind of understand you being quiet about it. And this chick does seem like she might be some trouble. So for right now, I'll trust you, because everybody comes with baggage, but you absolutely have to be absolutely honest with us from now on. I'll give you, because we do need crew. We were working together, but you've got to be honest with us, okay? So how can I trust you? Only you can answer that, Sleeper. Eugen sighs. I would give you my word if it was worth anything. Seraphin turns to you. I know, I always say it, but this time you have to listen, Sleeper. Seraphin gestures to Eugen. This guy is no good. I have known his type. Don't bring him. This could be your escape too, Sleeper. Eugen meets you. Okay, you're temporarily in. You are on some thin ice. Thin ice, bro. Very thin ice, but you're in for right now. Okay, just for now. Servant sighs, getting up from his seat. Yeah, he's got a lot to prove. He passes close to Eugen as he leaves. You better get on with it. Eugen meets his eye but says nothing. Once Seraphin is gone, he looks to you and nods. Thank you. He turns and leaves. You are on thin ice though, bro. Quite the ragtag group we have here. This nudges past you. I know you understand what a second chance means for you, Sleeper. They smile. I'm glad to see you understand that, yeah, everybody's got shit going on. Everybody's shit stinks, man. They slip out before you can respond. You stare out of the cockpit at the lights of the bar's window. You hope Eugen understands his mistake. And you hope even harder that Vesna doesn't hold a grudge, even though you know for a fact that she does. You sigh. The bunks are going to need expanding at this rate. The freelancer recruit Eugen. Sleeper, Seraphin catches your attention as you go to leave the ship. Can I have a minute? Of course. Seraphin ducks into a maintenance passage and waits for you to follow. At the narrow passage framed by loose wires and thick conduits, Seraphin looks suddenly small, trapped. He looks at an open circuitry panel as he speaks, avoiding your gaze. You see he is playing with a coin in his hand, nervously spinning it in the air. Since we cleared Hexport, I've been putting feelers out for something. He rubs his hands nervously. I've been in the belt a long time, and I came here alone. But back on Darkside, just before we made a break for it, I heard something. I heard someone was looking for me. He pauses, trying to organize his thoughts. Who is after you? I also heard something else. They said the person looking for me claimed to be my sister. He waits for your reaction. You have a sister. I did, yeah. Or I do. He shakes his head. But I don't even know if it's really her. Just because someone says they are my sister, well, I can't be sure. The thing is, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. I was still a kid when I left. So was she, though I don't think she would have liked to admit it at the time. She smiles to himself. I know you don't remember how it was back in Darkside. He sighs. But we were alone, you and me. Lane didn't let us out much, just to work, and that was all. So, when I overheard one of his guys mention someone was sniffing around, trying to find me, I didn't know what to think. He frowns, and then, hearing it could have been my sister, he goes quiet. You try to recall that time. The cycle spin under Lane's influence, working for him in exchange for stabilizer. You close your eyes, focus, but the details flicker. The images collapse and reform. Has Seraphin told you this before? Was this all part of your plan? You wanted to go find her. Yes, he shrugs. It changed things for me. The thought that she could be out there. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to get you out of there too. He pauses. You sense he is finding this difficult. I know it doesn't matter now, but I told you about her back then. Before. I'm sorry I don't remember. It's okay, Sleeper. I understand. Since we got away, since Hexport, I have been asking around, speaking to spacers, traders, and like I said, something has finally come up. It seems whoever was trailing me left Darkside pretty soon after Usubo caught wind of her sniffing around. I doubt they made her feel very welcome, but I managed to get a name. The name she gave, Luz, wasn't my sister's, but that doesn't mean much. It gave me something to follow. She bounced around the wash a little. Far spindle, flaunting, not sure why. He squints at a loose wire. The last thing she did was book passage to Wellspring on an Olympic freighter. That's it. How do you know this? Mostly ship manifests and port records. A few favors on the quiet. I want to go to Wellspring Sleeper to know if it's really her, and if it isn't, to settle what needs settling. Let's do it. Let's do it. Thank you, Sleeper. He meets your eye. I will admit it has been strange, reminding myself of everything we talked about back on Darkside. Everything we did. It's lost now. He smiles. I'm glad to see you are still you. Whatever that. Hey, me too. He nods. Anyway, better get back to it. Seraphin squeezes past you in the corridor and glides back towards the engine room. You watch him go, wondering if your past together can ever be replayed. Your mind wanders to thoughts of Seraphin's sister. For a moment, you wonder what it is like to have a family, and if you'll ever know. Alright, yeah. I guess that's our next port of call. We're going to go look for our bro sister. We're 1 point away. I'll probably do either interface or intuit. Doing integer would probably just be silly, right? Yeah, because we would have to do like a whole bunch. Okay. I'm going to go get some more water and use the facilities. You guys make sure to stay hydrated as well. Give me a few minutes. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully everybody is nice and hydrated. What was that? Oh, don't be weird, connector thingy. I mean, you're fully charged right now, but... Okay, let's go ahead and keep going over here. No, not here. Here? Here. Do. Yeah, that -2 on the endurance is tough. Yeah, because a negative outcome is just... it doesn't work. There we go. Sleeper, Nimba wants to see you. You nod to the other volunteers as you wipe off your hands and clip your cutlery to the magnetic rack. You drift out of the improvised canteen on your way to the kitchen in the back. It was a busy shift, and each shift seems busier than the last. That makes sense, of course. You have seen the steady flow of refugees arriving from the inner system, and most of them, with barely a chit to their name, end up in the underhang. As you cross into the kitchen, you can still hear the rumble of the refugees' conversation through the hatch. The other chef leads you past the rehydrators and the hand-built centrifugal oven to a small office unit at the back of the kitchen. They knock on the door for you, then glide away to finish their own meal, leaving you to wait by it. You look around the small but carefully arranged kitchen as you wait, more shifts here having left you familiar with a mix of improvised and salvage equipment, some of which you had never seen before you came here. Come in, sleeper. Nimba is perched at a desk, uplit by a small transparent terminal screen, reading glasses perched on the end of his nose. You have seen Nimba before, but not as much as you would imagine you would while working in a place called Nimba's Kitchen. Even though there isn't a proper sign out front, everyone in the underhang knows its name. The man himself is more of a mystery. Apart from the occasional barked order in the busy kitchen, he is little more than a blur to you. Why do you work here? He barely looks up from his terminal screen, the scrolling text redirected to his lenses. The food is good. Uh-huh. Nimba stops scrolling the screen and looks over his glasses at you. You do well here, sleeper. You are fast. Precise. You are doing good work. He goes back to scrolling. Thanks. Nimba lifts a hand in response. That's my worry, sleeper. Good workers like you. They move on fast. He leans back and looks at you. 10 cycles, maybe more, maybe less, and then they are gone. And the team? The team gets used to having them here, gets used to working at that pace. Then suddenly they have to work differently. They have to pick up the slack, change jobs, change stations, and a few of them think, well, maybe it's time I moved on too. So what I have found is good workers are trouble, especially those who come and go, like you. He pauses, watching you. This place, it runs on consistency. Sleeper. Those that turn up every cycle, good or bad, they get the people fed. He takes off his reading glasses, inspecting them for smudges. Let's be honest, that ain't you. So let's cut to it. I can't use you in the kitchen anymore. You are done. He shrugs. Sorry. But this place also runs on all those machines out there, on the suppliers I can rope in, the donations. Feeding refugees from the inner system is logistics as much as it is chefing. He shakes his head, which is why I'm cooped up in the back. So maybe you are gone. I never see you again. Okay. Thanks for coming. We will soldier on without you. But maybe you still want to be useful. Maybe I heard you have a ship. He smiles at you. Yeah, maybe I heard you chatting. And maybe I have a little something held up in a place only a ship of yours can reach. I negotiated the purchase of some valuable inter-system spores from a group that came from there, but they somehow ended up at the depot in Greenbelt. Nimba sighs. So if you head to Greenbelt and you find the delivery and you bring it back, well. Nimba looks at you pointedly. That would be helping. That would be the kind of helping a good worker, even an inconsistent worker, might be able to offer me. Nimba squints at you. Seems like the kind of thing that someone genuine, someone who wants to help for real might do, don't you think? He doesn't wait for your reply, but it also seems like the kind of thing that might sit on his priorities for so long it disappears and never gets done. I have seen that happen too. I guess we'll find out which it is. He deftly places his reading glasses back on his face and continues to scroll the screen on his terminal. You know the way out, sleeper. You turn in the doorway, slightly taken aback, and it slides shut behind you. You glide out through the kitchen, through the improvised canteen and the people eating and chatting there, and into the cold underhang passageway beyond. All the time considering what you might do next, and recalling that persuasive glint in Nimba's eyes. Okay, so we can't eat at Nimbus anymore, at least until we get that thing. So the only thing here left that we haven't done is the Belmore Venture here. We're getting really close, but honestly it's just a straight up gamble, because it's either, because if we get a negative action, it's a 50-50 chance that literally nothing will happen. And, you know, at the best it's a 75-25% chance, but do I stay one more cycle and try to finish this? I think I will, just because it's the only thing left. And we're still doing pretty good on the hunt, so. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's finish this. Got a 6, well, a 4. So even a 6 turns into a 25% chance of negative. Really? 25% chance that we still failed it, okay. One more. Why am I putting a 3 there? I might as well put a 1 because it turns into a 1. Come on, we just need one more. 50-50. 50-50-50-50-50-50. Serial. Super serial, super serial. Come on. We can't fail 50-50 3 times in a row, right? We failed 50-50 3 times in a row. That's... I call bullshit. You toss a coin 3 times in a row. One of those is going to be heads. It's not going to be tails every single time, right? I call bullshit. No, I'm staying here and don't get that last one. Fuck it. Come on now, we can't keep failing like this, right guys? It's the last thing on the ship. It's the last thing on this ship that we have to do. That I see right now. 25% chance. Come on. Thank you. Now that you are vouched for, you can play games in the casino, but you feel the eyes of security on you. People are usually suspicious of sleepers, but they get especially suspicious when you repeatedly win games of chance. And now we have another one we have to pass. Okay, awesome. Well, we got 6, so we can automatically pass for sure. Okay, 25 cryo. Oh, okay. You are barred from the billboard venture. Security doesn't seem to care whether you think that's fair or not. I see. Okay, so sleeper suspicion was actually a bad thing. So what we were wanting to aim for is a neutral route there, apparently. So we can't be too good at the game right now. Okay, cool. So let's, assuming that it takes up a time slot that ends the time slot, let's use up our dice, get some more cryo because we can, and then we'll move on to another location, I guess. See what happens. Positive outcome, 14 cryo. Yeah, we got 500 cryo though. We're doing pretty good. Negative outcome. Okay, but that is perfect for some gyre. Do. There we go. Alright. So, current quests. I'm thinking we find Seraphin's sister first. That sounds like a good thing. Meeting Cadet in the scatter yards would be good, but we need to find. No. We need to find some tech that will allow us to do that. Okay. Irradiated zone, impassable hazard. Yeah, dark side sprawling urban station. Lion Gate. Okay, so yeah, the scrapyards. Irradiated zone. Okay, so we can't go to the green belt, the hollow, or scatter yards. Where was the Nimbus? Because that was okay. So we can't even go to the green belt. That was what I was kind of thinking ahead doing, but we quite literally can't even go to the green belt yet because of the irradiated zone. Okay, so Lion Gate, home. Oh, debris field has nav required. So wait, can we not go past the irradiated zone? Period. Wait, so the only places we can go is Lion Gate and Blossom. That's literally the only two places we can go. Where is Wellspring? This thing's scrolling a little weird. That's the Hollow. Where even is Wellspring? Okay. Interesting. I guess we'll go to Flotsam. There's literally only two places we can even go. It's hard to tell where Flotsam ends and the ships parked at its many docking bridges begin. As Seraphin docked at the station, you realize that the rig now looks like just another piece of accumulated technology. One more bit of driftwood added to the raft. I love this place, Seraphin smiles as he shuts down the engines. You never know what you will find. You have been here before? Yeah, back when I first came to the belt. The crew I signed on with used to run salvage shops out of here. Fun place to spend your wages. You see Bliss eyeing the station with what looks like both horror and fascination. You see the seals? They point out some twisted assemblage of ship parts. Total cowboy wells. They could pop at any moment. Seraphin waves away their concerns. Oh, that's just the outer layer. I heard there's 6 or 7 in all, so if one failed, it's no problem. He stretches and turns to you. You have got a taste of the stuff they grow in old Takahe. He kisses his fingers. That's the good shit. Oh great, Bliss sighs. So many layers of redundancy and fallbacks that you have no hope of isolating a leak and fixing it. They rap on the wall of the rig. Sounds like a ship I know. Seraphin joins in, the two of you shoulder to shoulder. She got you out of here, didn't she? He shrugs at Bliss. No sense of gratitude. I was joking. Bliss looks a little hurt, enters out of the cockpit, shaking their head. You go to follow, but Seraphin puts a hand on your shoulder. Sleeper, he looks suddenly serious. Remember what I said about getting checked out? There are artificers all over this place. It'll take a bit of searching, but we need to know what's going on with you. He meets your eye. That's why we are here. Good, Seraphin nods. Let me know what they say. Yeah, I got you. I'm going to go see if any of my old haunts are still open. He drifts out of the cockpit with a mock salute. Catch you later. You are left alone in the cockpit with a view of Flotsam's chaotic structure. You look over the multicolor plating. It does, you admit, have a certain charm. Okie dokie, so we do have to keep in mind the rig and the hunt. We do have to keep that in mind. But it looks like there's literally only one thing we can do here, and that's the Flotsam Hub. A ramshackle assemblage of the commissioned ships and wrecks to call Flotsam labyrinthine is a serious understatement. Flotsam is made from maybe hundreds of ships gathered and modified over time. A good engineer might be able to identify them. Learning the chaotic structures of Flotsam before a door to ship and backing aid takes time. But we have got a plus dice on that one, so that's good. 25% negative, that should be fine, right? Would have saved my 5 and 6 if I can for right now. So neutral outcome is a single. 25%. 25% we still fail it, like. Okay. The narrow escape. The narrow escape's barman, Botan, has a tip-off about a recovery contract for a few chips he'll give you the coin. Oh, okay. My rig's blown its propulsion and I'm stranded on some godforsaken rock. Repair crew needed, we'll split haul. No time wasters or thieves, I'm armed. Okay, yeah. Sounds like something we can do. And then we can buy a meal here. The narrow escape specializes in beef wrap parcel. Ooh, rice and mushrooms. All the ingredients grown up. Ooh, that sounds tasty. I want some. I love mushrooms. In fact, we can go ahead and do it now to go ahead and get the heat off of us. Because that's -3, right? So let's go ahead and use up our dice. Continue doing Flotsam Explorer. Negative outcome. 25% in a row twice gets... Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, yep. Okay. That checks out. That checks out. There we go. New location discovered. Ferris tanker. Okay, so we can buy fuel here. Cool. The Ferris tanker is delivering fuel to the station, selling the excess at a markup. Spacers queue outside the docking tunnel to buy it. It is more expensive. It's one more cryo each. So it's not like it would be that much of a saving, but we could theoretically just not buy it until we get back to Farspindle, but that takes 4. And we can also buy scrap components. It's not like we have a need for... Honestly, we're doing pretty good, so that would be like a waste of 4 cryo, I guess. But you know what, it's fine. I prefer having... And the fact that we don't have supplies, unless supplies are bought somewhere else, that's also kind of bad. Alright, we got one more left on Flotsam Explorer. Old Tanker. Old Takahe is the oldest ship in Flotsam and now serves as a huge hydroponic farm, keeping the station alive. Shifts are always available, so that's the money, but not something we're good at because of our endurance. And this is where we buy supplies. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, well, let's go ahead and go check this out. We'll check the only people we have available. I don't see those artificers that we're talking about, though, unless that's the last thing we have to uncover. Keep your hands where I can see them. The voice crackles over the open channel of your comms as you near the stranded rig. You slow your approach a little as you move towards the ship, its shape lumpy and skeletal in the distant light of the sun. A warm welcome bodes well for the rest of the job. This shoots you a concerned look. You look up at the stranded ship ahead. Clearly they are feeling a bit exposed. We are here to help. Well, I figured that, the voice retorts. Otherwise, I would have put a hole in that shiny rig of yours already. You arrive at the side of the rig, inspecting the damage as you do. Half the hull plating and big chunks of the internal structure seem to be missing, but you have a feeling that this is not what you're here to fix. The airlock opens and you move inside, the interior all exposed wires and metal framework. The systems wheeze and shudder as it cycles. Nothing of value here, so if you're looking to steal something, you are welcome to it. Alma greets you plainly inside the rig. You do the work that's needed, and I'll let you take your half of the haul. Understood. Well, alright then. Her face is as placid and unchanging as a rock. Here's the short of it. Engines conked out on me, and I'm no engineer. Can usually get her going, but this time no dice. She looks between you and the rest of the crew. Surprised there's so many of you, to be honest. Bliss smiles sympathetically. Sorry about that, but don't worry, I've worked on these engines before. They give Alma a wink. I can handle this. Don't be so sure. Alma leads you towards the engine room, the layout of her rig much the same as yours. This girl is the sensitive type. You need to know how to handle her. The central corridor of the ship shakes and snakes in a way that isn't familiar to you, and you realize this rig is far more heavily modified than your own, something that becomes all the more obvious when you arrive at the engine room. Rather than the rig's stock engine, a singular block and double turbine, with feed lines between. Alma's engine is a mess of piping and feed lines, linking up multiple raw components, wheeled into the interior frame of the room. Your eyes widen at the sight. Been adding to her since I was young. Alma smiles at the chaos. Might look like a mess, but she purrs when she's running. Liz is shaking their heads slowly. Oh, sleeper, they let out a puff of air. This is going to be special. You struggle to tell if they're intimidated or impressed. Perhaps it's a little of both. That's about all of it. Alma gestures to the exploded engine. Get her running and you will get your half of the haul. We will do what we can. Hope you aren't time wasters, Alma squints at you. You certainly are a strange crew. Alma glides over to a window set in the side of the engine room and points to the corroded remains of a faculty deep in the asteroid's loose, dusty surface. That there's the hull. She taps on the glass. As good a find as I have seen. The hull is a building and all that's in it. Alma screws up her face. What, you too good for scrapping? But by rights that building's mine. Scrapper's claim. Alma scratches at her massive hair. But you help me get her running, and you're welcome to take what you want from it. Up to a maximum of 50% of raw mass, that is. We have to extract it ourselves. She looks you up and down, and you feel the first acknowledgement of you being a sleeper. I doubt it will trouble one of you. Anyway, you are leaving with nothing unless my girl here is back in shape by the time you are done. She folds her arms across her chest. So get to it. You turn back to the engine, your eyes tracing the madness of the interlocking systems. You are starting to have the horrible feeling that this contract is some kind of elaborate joke. Okay, so we've got two places. Alma's rig. With a system this complex, you can either understand it or approach it systematically, checking it piece by maddening piece. Alma's engine fills a room like some esoteric sculpture. To try to fix it, it must be studied and understood. So I've got a bonus there for that. But Eugen also does not have a negative for engine labor, and he's got some very high dice. So let's go ahead and do that. The old engine has seen a lot of use and modification. Fixing it means learning how it works. Neutral outcome does add stress, unfortunately, so that's nice. Okay. There we go. Beyond the corroded outer walls, this place is just scrap. This is scrapper's work and it takes resilience more than skill. And the corroded, ragged remains of this faculty, there still might be valuables tucked away. The trick is to find them. Okay, so we've got both items that are pretty good for both people. So we'll do this one first because she wants us to fix her thing up. Okay. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Alright. Almost got it fixed on the first cycle. That's what's up. Awesome. Alright, got some big old numbers here. Good, good. That's a 5. Let's go ahead and do that. That'll definitely get done. Hopefully it will be positive and not neutral, but good, good. No stress. Alright. There we go. We got you fixed up. You all gather at Nauma's rig to see the engine tested. The engine room purrs and chitters. Seems to warm with the sound of the engine, with the polyrhythmic vibrations that rattle through the open framework of the interior. You look over to Alma and you see her eyes are closed, a small tremble at the corner of her mouth. You look at the engine, Alma's engine, an object that you have come to respect over the past cycle. Cycle? Even if you haven't necessarily grown to love it, is, as you see it now, a difficult thing to love. Whole parts of it make little sense, and its oldest systems, those now bypassed and made obsolete by newer additions, still somehow play an integral role we don't understand. It is unwieldy and unnecessarily so, and the accumulation of parts and patches from its longest life makes it surprisingly fragile. Meanwhile, other sections have been wielded and rewelded so many times that they are impregnable and will never be able to replace. It is uncooperative and prone to sudden outbursts of cooling fluid or even fuel. It is restless and will begin to leak when left idle for too long. It is always too cold or too hot thanks to the coolant and the fuel. It is hard to predict which it will be at any given moment. And yet, despite all this, it is an object you feel close to, that you feel a kinship with. Because in the end, you too are an accumulation of broken parts, long outliving their operational limits. You too are a machine that has become a story, and a story that has grown beyond the ability of others to understand it. You look over to Alma again, and Bliss is there beside her. You can see they are talking, but with the engine running, you cannot hear them. You watch for a moment, Bliss now patiently listening as, in faltering words, Alma explains something to them. Bliss nods, and then suddenly they embrace, gently and with care. Bliss pushes back in as soon as the moment has passed. Seems like it might not have happened at all. Nothing in the two figures' attitudes betrays the act, and the room seems unchanged. You try to remember if you have seen them speaking before now, but you recall there are many moments when you are not with Bliss. As you watch Alma approach you, you realize the engine is not just special to you, and that between her and Bliss, it might have been the bridge to a unique kind of respect. That's the job, sleeper. Alma approaches you from the other side of the room, and you know where the payment is to be found. I believe that brings our busyness to an end. Alma scratches at her hair. Unless you have something to add. No? Fine then, she sniffs. I appreciate the assistance. You're welcome to take what you want from the hangar, if you haven't already. You see a knowing shimmer in her eyes. Now I must kindly ask you to leave my ship. As the airlock cycles, you look across at Bliss and swear you see a tear in their eye. You good, homie? Bliss turns to you as if they forgot you were there. I'm good, sleeper. Really good. They sniff. This place reminded me of why I do what I do. Why I fix things. They look ahead. There's beauty in it. Find yourself drifting away from Alma's rig in a haze of thoughts. It's clear to you at this point that Alma's high story is written all over this place. But more than that, well, you can't be sure. This story, it seems, isn't for you. You realize as you gaze at the broken remains of the faculty that Elma never took any of her half of the haul. You turn back and squint at the cockpit of her rig. You see her there, looking out across this wasteland, still as a statue. It's an image that, as you load into the rig and begin the preparations to depart, will stick with you. One that, every time you enter the engine room of your ship, a room almost identical to the engine room of Alma's rig, will leap into your mind. A woman, floating above the wreck of what was once her home, looking for a reason to keep going. Alright, let's get this wreckage sorted. Um okay. This one has to be green pretty much. And neutral command stress, of course, awesome. Um One more, alright. The scrap slices suits. Oh, come on now. One more. There we go. Hidden treasures. There's a hiss and a rush of stale air as the sealed bay, deep in the faculty's tunnels, opens for the first time in years. The beams of your suit lamps reach into the dark, picking out waves of dust and debris. They reveal a small bay, big enough for a shuttle, but not a rig like yours. As you glide inside, those same beams catch on the frame of something that sits at the center of the bay. It is wide and flat, with a cylindrical central section that runs asleep. As you move around it, looking at the sections of plates and open frame, you realize it is a ship, or at least it was. This frame, filled with rusted components and partially covered with old coal plates, suggests a fast ship, an arrowhead designed to cut through debris and even atmosphere. You float up a little to see into its central cylinder, and your lamps reveal a cockpit outfitted for two people, one sat behind the other. The seats are carefully upholstered, and you realize this was a labor of love. The whole ship, in fact, seems built by hand, a custom model with a little function out here beyond moving around asteroids for the thrill of it. Looking closer, brushing away the surface corrosion, you see flames painted on the hull plates in curling patterns, the brushstrokes visible even after what must be many years. As you inspect the half-finished ship, a sense of quiet wonder keeping you silent, you notice a glint towards its rear. You approach it and see an engine, all interlocking tubes and flared vents. It is unlike any you have ever seen, but the holes in its side suggest it may never have been finished. Those holes are the source of the glint. You reach in and pull out some strange-looking engine components, each pristine and complex. You hesitate for a moment, suddenly feeling like you shouldn't be disturbing such an intimate object. But it occurs to you that nothing would please the person who built this ship more than seeing these handmade components put to use. You secure them to your suit and push away from the ship. As you leave the bay, you turn and take one last look at the treasure inside. It's possible that it never flew, or perhaps it was in the middle of an extensive refit when this place was abandoned. Either way, its flying years have long since passed, and now, with the bay open, it will corrode much faster, melding with the anonymized scrap of this place in mere cycles. You suppress a shiver and then start the journey back up to the surface, aware of the components dangling at your side. Alright, cool. Engine components. Alright, let's gather some scrap, I guess. Ooh, got some sixes there, alright. Yeah, that's getting a 6 is still better than him doing 2s, because that's still a 4, so. Negative outcome, awesome. One more. There we go. You rest a moment, taking a break from dragging the plate you have cut across the asteroid's surface. You find yourself looking up towards Alma's rig, still there on the edge of the crater, and wonder if she's watching. With her engine fixed, you half expected her to leave immediately, but she remains there, on the horizon, unable to leave this place. As if in response, your comms channel buzzes. A nice pile you got there, Alma announces herself on the open channel. We will make scrappers of you kids yet. That scrap will earn you a pretty penny if you know what you are doing, she continues. Holmes Rock's always a good place to offload. I will give you that for free. You look at the stack of ragged, torch-cut plates as they are loaded up into the rig's cargo hold, and you have to admit you do feel a little pride at the work done. Thanks. You earned it. You glance over your shoulder at the cockpit of Alma's rig, where you can see her watching. What is this place? There's a click on the open channel as it closes, and Alma seems to take a moment to consider her response. She clears her throat. How about you tell me what you think, sleeper? A hangar? I found a ship. Alma coughs and sputters, then goes silent. Got a good nose for salvage, have we? She sniffs. Not just a hangar, though. A home. Alma goes quiet for a moment, but you wait, getting the feeling there's still more to be said. See the old arrays on the far side? You turn and look up the rock towards the broken frames and panels you can just make out in the dust, catching the sun's weak light. Those were the first priority. Get power running. Recharge the cells for the excavators, the welders. Turn the scrap into something livable. She falters and coughs. Look at them now. You see the tumbled down collection of panels? They look like they were scattered by a careless hand, discarded without much thought. The comms channel clicks off, and you see the distant silhouette of Alma drift from view out of the cockpit of her rig. You turn back to see that the scrap has been loaded into the ship, your half of the haul, though you suspect this place is more than just a haul to Alma. Well, there's not much else we can do here. That's it. We've got 5 engine components, 8 rare components. We got some good stuff here. Alright, I guess that's I guess we're just gonna leave now. Not much else to do here. Hope you stay safe, Alma. Alright, what else we got here? Go ahead and fuel up. Get our supplies. Then there's still one more here. So let's go ahead and do a 4. There we go. The chaos of Flotsam intrigues you. Passage to Passage is the most incoherent place you have ever visited. Plating, cladding, and cushioning of all kinds of conditions hide before wires and ducts, interfacing in ways their manufacturers would never dream possible. Rooms are crushed cargo bays, flipped bridges, and eviscerated engine rooms. Patchwork corridors are rumpled with messy welds, bending worryingly along their length. It is, to put it nicely, a total mess. It's not that you don't like it, but finding an artificer along this chaos has been more than a little challenging. The cycle, searching these winding passages once more, seeing only scrap merchants and junk shops, now have begun to wonder if Seraphin had any idea what he was talking about when he advised you to come here. A sleeper. The voice cuts through the pungent air. Well, I never. You glance at the voice's direction and find yourself looking at a small booth piled with tech. Behind a fogged and scratched plastic screen is a meticulously arranged counter, the only clear spot in sight. At it, an older man with wet and wandering eyes sits beneath you. John B. tilts his head. I didn't mean to be rude. Please. And he bows a little. That's okay. He smiles warmly, almost bowing again, his hunched shoulders accentuating the movement. How? He pauses, taking care with his speech now. How are you feeling, sleeper? He beckons you a little closer. I am John Michael, though please, to you, John B. I work with machines. He sweeps a hand above his counter where you see configurations of tiny parts, mostly small ones. He smiles. I'm not great, if I'm being honest. Of course, he chops with his hand to indicate a stool with a leg bar, meant for perching beside his counter, and such is the clarity and persuasiveness of his movement that you obligingly sit. Your presence is a rare honor here. He smiles and looks down into his lap. I am sorry if I make you uncomfortable. I am just very pleased to see you. That's okay. He looks up. Very kind of you to say. I can see your journey to me has not been easy, he says with genuine concern. You track his eyes across your body, noticing the scuff marks on your thick, vinyl-like skin, the replaced and broken parts of your body. The marks of violence. You pull your jacket a little tighter. John B. folds his hands one over the other and places them on the counter. I do not know what your experiences have been, but I want to assure you that I see you as a person, a being, a soul, shall we say, as valid as any other. You look at John B., his own age and wear also evident, a life of precise and careful work shaping his body into a reflection of his process. You know his unconfident way of speaking, which betrays a certain loneliness, a lack of practice. It is his turn to feel observed. I understand. You are kind. The frankness of the remark takes you by surprise. He looks down at his counter and begins to take apart a tiny piece of machinery that sits there. Many years ago, when I began my apprenticeship, I would find that whenever I saw something that, how to say, was not working well, I was fixated on it and its repair. He tinkers with the parts, twisting them precisely. Of course, the belt is filled with this kind of dysfunctional detail, and so I was busy for many years with these small fixings. He smiles in reminiscence. But now I find that when I am interested in anything that is not working as it should, he sharply twists one of the parts between his fingers. It is because it might have some quality not yet foreseen or discovered. He releases the altered object into the air, where it balletically twists in a hypnotic display, like a spinning top whose movements are totally unpredictable. John B. smiles at you, watching his hypnotic toy. I can see that you're in a process of becoming sleeper. He catches the spinning toy between a finger and thumb. Let me aid you in this. Why? It is my habit, he smiles, and my small offer to you. John B.'s precise hands rock the device around his neck. He deftly pulls a pair of goggles up to his face, masking his wet eyes. Hold still, sleeper. Something flickers inside the goggles, their face blank. John B.'s hands play across the buttons and switches on the exterior, tuning, focusing. If the goggles are finally lowered, they reveal a look of concern on John B.'s face. I think you better come inside. He kicks off from his desk and disappears. A moment later, you hear a rattle and a small bulkhead door beside the booth that you had assumed was busted shut creaks open. John B. beckons you inside. John B.'s workshop is even more cramped than you expected. As you enter, you are surrounded on all sides with netting holding bundles and bundles of terminals, servers, drivers, and cables. At its center, a padded seat and a set of articulate arms built with sensors and tools fill the space. The seat, please. Johnny gestures at it with a polite smile. You tentatively settle on the seat, slipping your arms and feet into the straps meant to keep you from floating out in zero G. John B. floats beside you. He looks across your body. There is damage here, I see that. We will get to that. But I see something else here as well. This is why you came. He looks at you solemnly. Yes. Though I have never met a sleeper, I have studied them. I was lucky to acquire some materials from SNR some time ago, in the interest of my own endeavors. He begins arranging a series of sensors around you on articulated arms. You are pleasingly distinct from those materials. His eyes flash with excitement. Am I right in thinking you have been modified? I rebooted myself. Yes, I see that your dependency on a stabilizer, on the immune recoding portion of his makeup at least, has been broken. He gives you a precise look. But that is not all. You are physically modified, not externally but internally. He carefully positions the final sensor. Your tracker is disabled, which makes it impossible for SNR to find you. Congratulations. He smiles broadly. But this is not all. You have been modified, yes, but you're also being modified as we speak. You feel a strange claustrophobia at John B's statement. Modified. Seraphin rebooted your system, ran the recoding protocol, but that shouldn't have physically changed you. It only removed your planned obsolescence. How? John B goes to a terminal and flicks a switch. Though the back of the translucent screen you see a nodal web in the vague shape of a sitting body. Your body. These changes appear to be complex, subtle, but consistent. John B goes silent as he taps at the terminal, the representation of your body rotating and unfolding in unsettling motions. What changes? See here? He points at a flickering representation of your spine, tracing a line towards your head. Your nervous system is growing additional nodal points here and here. Meanwhile, your emulation interface is quite an umbilical access port, though towards what end I am unsure. You instinctively reach back and touch the base of your head. As you do, the skin flickers and screeches with noise. You feel for something there, growing under your thick vinyl skin. Can you feel a lump, or is that just your imagination? You pick at it. John B sighs and shuts off the terminal. The changes are partial and, in all honesty, he gestures sharply at the sensors. The resolution is too poor. I need to run a full diagnostic, but for that I would need. He drifts over to another terminal and brings up screens and screens of text and diagrams. Yes, some kind of medium to hold your suspended emulation. The access jack I can build myself, but we will need to bridge your emulation. John B speaks quietly, almost to himself. A ship mine would be ideal for this. Would have to be a high capacity, a prime ship mine, Solheim in origin. Perhaps Lion Gate might hold records of any that were in the system. He taps at the terminal. John B turns back to you. Yes, the prime ship mine is essential if you wish further investigations to be done. I will need this above all. He thumbs the terminal off. I am sorry to say, sleeper. Can you tell me more? Accurately? No. He meshes his fingers in front of his chest. It is clear that a process has begun, but has yet to complete. John B busies himself with taking down the sensors and folding away the articulated arms. As he does, you try to calm yourself. You feel as if you have worms under your skin, and it takes all your focus not to pick at its seams. John B suddenly but gently places a hand on yours. Please, remain calm. He puts a carefully restored rare component in your hand. This can help you. John B waits for you to fall still. Then he leans back a little, relieving some of the strange intimacy of the moment. For now, our work is complete. completed. He meshes his fingers again and bows with a small head bob. But you're welcome any time. Thank you. Of course. As Banner seems to have returned to something more businesslike, a humble man who knows his customers' needs. You get up from the seat, a little dazed, and push your way into the passage. Safe travels, sleeper, John B. says quietly, placing the promised list in your hand as he lets you back into the station. You leave dazed, unsure of how you feel about the insistence of this man's particular kindness, but most of all haunted by the idea of the unseen processes that are running within you. Part of you does not wish to know anything further, to leave this place and never look back, and another is desperate to immediately retrieve every object on this list so that you may know what strangeness is happening within you. For now, you must steady yourself and find a way to continue. Seraphin comes to find you in your bunk. After John B's assessment, you find yourself drifting back to the ring, in need of the familiarity and comfort of your own ship. Sleeper, he drifts in. You found an artificer. He hovers by the door, looking concerned. You tell him about John B, how he offered you repairs and ran an assessment of your frame. You describe the cramped booth, the articulated arms, as pictures of seeing your own body anatomized upon the terminal screen. Then you tell him that your body is changing, growing, in ways John B cannot identify. That same process has started, and you do not know where it will end. You mention umbilical cords and nodal points, trying your best to remember the details of the things John B asked you to retrieve. Seraphin grows pale and silent. He shakes his head when you stop talking. Late, he frowns. That piece of shit has to be behind us. We don't know that. I know it, Sleeper. A dark look crosses his face. I am sure of it. We'll get what you need. We will find that ship mind. A bit of work here and there, and we can make it through Lion Gate and wherever else. Thank you. Just say the word, okay? He goes quiet. Don't give up on yourself just yet. He smiles. Get up and get back to it. And with that, he turns and kicks off down the corridor, disappearing from sight. You wait a little while, staring at the stained ceiling of the bunks, letting the thoughts settle in your mind. And then, when you are ready, you get up and leave, dazed, but with a stony determination growing in your chest. Flotsam maintenance. Flotsam needs constant work to keep it sealed and safe. The integrators are volunteers that can always use some help. Oh, and we can buy engine components, apparently. Okay. The integrators usually have some engine components to spare, but they know how valuable they are and price them highly. I mean, we've got 5 already. Integration means meshing systems as well as scrap. The integrators will pay for anyone skilled with meshing networks. Okay, I think that's all we can do here. Yeah, we need the prime thinking. Yeah, I think that's all we can do on this area. So now there's literally only one point we can go to now. Or, wait. No, the debris field's still in the way. Oh, that's interesting, but if we go from here to the scatter yards, it's just the debris field. Yeah, so that's interesting. So we can probably also go from Lion Gate. So we can probably go from Lion Gate straight to Greenbelt. Assuming the scattered debris is the debris field. But we have to go there and then there. It's probably we can probably go from the lines to holes. If that's the debris field, that looks like it's a pretty straight shot over that way. Okay, so yeah, let's just go straight to Heline then. No need to stop in the one place on the way, just straight to Heline. Heline Gate hangs over the rig. Its corroded arches resemble the dislocated vertebrae of some vast long-dead serpent. That's one big, ugly scrap pile. Seraphin whistles from the pilot's seat. Solheim didn't like to build them small. What was it for? Seraphin shakes his head. System's biggest door, only opened if you ask nicely. Got to be big if you want to fit every ship that visits the system through it. Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Impressive, really, building something so massive out here. Solheim liked to impress visitors for sure. Seraphin leans forward, looking for the best place to enter the structure. But they also like to scan entire ships and impound those that didn't enter through the gate. Seraphin catches your eye, looking for some agreement, not the most admirable qualities. Seems pretty impressive to me. Seraphin shakes his head. Gotta say, I'm surprised to hear a sleeper impressed. Hey, I might not like their practices, but that doesn't mean they didn't make impressive stuff. You can hate a person, but still admire the work they do. Don't let him bait you, sleeper, Bliss rolls her eyes. Solheim were cruel and ruthless, but without them, this system would just be two gas giants and a load of rocks. No harm in, yeah, recognize the good stuff. You look out of the cockpit towards the gate, its layers of systems and rooms slowly opening to the void, peeling away cycle after cycle to reveal the bones beneath. This is where John May mentioned you might be able to find the location of a ship with a prime ship mine among the old shipping manifest in Solheim records. You look over the towering structure of the gate. This is going to take some work. Suddenly, a flash high up on the gate catches your eye, a light turning on and off again for a moment. You lose track of it. Is this place inhabited? Seraphin raises an eyebrow. I doubt it. He winks and smiles. You hoping for a station sidebar? I have a feeling you will be disappointed, unless we find an executive's old liquor cabinet. Bliss pats you on the shoulder and drifts out of the cockpit. Time to see what secrets the gate has left. Solheim records. Power up the archive. One way to get the data you need from the archive is to power up the whole machinery of it. A daunting engineering task. Extract the records. Slower than turning off the entire archive, selectively extracting records is a safer and slower method to get what you need. Identifying a ship with a viable ship mine means pouring through the records of Solheim shipping lanes. Customs Hall. Explore the corridors. Dark corridors lead off into the abandoned faculty with no map and no one to guide you. Picking a direction and following it is the only option. Scan the hall. Once a bustling entry point, the customs hall was abandoned after the collapse. With some careful analysis, you can find what was left behind. Once the main checkpoint for entry into the entire Helion system, the Helion gates lie dark and broken, but it is not without its secrets. Well, we've got some sixes, so we can definitely do this. Oh yeah, we're just going to just do that just like that. It's fine. There we go. Got a few new locations just popping off like that. Okay. Seized cargo. A massive confiscated cargo stretches off into the darkness. The sight instills some fear, but perhaps there's still something here yet to be picked clean. Yeah, that's not a very good roll. That looks like just some money, right? Or is it something we can actually get? Okay, it just gives us supplies at the cost of an energy. Or the action. Okay. They are like fuel barge. This shattered, jagged old barge once carried a fleet's worth of fuel. With care and time, you may be able to scavenge some of it. Okay, so these are ways to get more supplies. Basically, what these are is to get us supplies in case so we don't get stuck here. Because we now only have. We probably should have stopped at the other place and gotten fuel. Actually, thinking about it. Gate structure. Cutaway scrap. Most of the gate is corroded beyond use, but deep in the structure you can still find good metal. Data scraping. The gate's networks collapsed long ago, but there's data to be found in the old terminals and servers inside the structure. That probably gives us Solheim data. We've got 3 Solheim data. Nowhere to really use it right now. Okay. I see. Okay, so nothing I'm too worried about right now. Let's just focus on the records then in that case. Guaranteed positive here. Alright. Neutral, okay. So... okay, we don't have enough fuel to get back to Far Spindle or Holmes Rock, so we're going to need 2 more fuel. Yeah, we probably should have stopped at Far Spindle. That was my miscalculation. I didn't think about the fuel. Okay, and we're going, because that's not a very good, probably negative outcome is just no fuel, right? Neutral outcome, okay, there we go. 2 fuel, okay, so that might be good enough. We could try to get enough to go to Holmes Rock. Okay, so see, that would take literally the entire thing. If that's a remote asteroid colony, I could try to just go ahead and get 2 more just to try to. I would need some good rolls for that. I think I will wait. If I get like a 5 or a 6, I'll go ahead and try to do that. Otherwise, we'll just do this because that gives me a plus right there. Alright. Now we've got to eat some stuff because we're starving. Big gallery. Make a meal. There we go. That gives us a nice 4. Back over here. Keep on looking. And negative outcome. Awesome. 25%, but we still got the negative outcome. Cool. Neutral outcome. Alright, last one. There we go. Okay, one more, just a little bit more. Go ahead and eat again. So we're not starving. Then end cycle. And we did not get a 6. I guess I can try a 4. It would be better just to go ahead and go to the remote asteroids, wouldn't it? 50-50? There we go, okay. Solheim records. Bam. There we go. In the dark and airless void of the archives, something flickers. You have been working in the dark, picking through the guts of corroded machines, skimming the data in their corrupt memories, digging through a graveyard in search of ghosts. But now, with another flicker, the place begins to come back to life. All along the rows of benches, some of them crushed by fallen ceiling panels, terminals begin to flicker into uneasy life. A cacophony of distorted sounds accompany the machines, as some of them immediately glitch and spark. Did you do this? You stand frozen as the archive glitters around you with a million shipping entrants. The stream of information is overwhelming. Node graphs drawing out routes and inventories, tracing a web around you in pale cyan. Suddenly, they all shut off, the terminals blinking out together, leaving a Syngel translucent screen glowing softly in the dim room. And in that dim room, drifting towards you out of the dark, you see a figure. Is this what you are looking for? The voice crackles aggressively through your suit's vocal calls. Who are you? Oh, Junie, it's you. You recognize Junie's voice now, tense and sharp. You are shocked into silence. You left me out there. You have no idea. She shakes her head. I should, she sighs. What the hell were you thinking? You betrayed us. I tried to negotiate to explain why that core was so important, but you took and delivered it to Karsten anyway. I was lucky my distress signal was picked up by the crews evacuating Hexport. If that evacuation hadn't been called, you see her grit her teeth behind the faceplate of her suit. You shouldn't have pushed me. Junie shakes her head. I may have made a mistake on that derelict, but you were the cruel one. You left me for dead. I thought you were more than a ruthless salvager, stripping every ship you find for profit. But now you are here, once again vandalizing our heritage. You see the rage in her eyes. Do you have any idea of the damage you have been doing to this archive? Her voice cracks in anger. These machines are decades old. You can't just rifle through them like they were a scrap pile. There is data here that has been lost for decades, and here you are corrupting whole chains of it. What do you think you are doing? I need something. Yes, I know, she shakes her head. I saw the pattern of your queries. A prime shipmine equipped ship, still operational at the collapse, last located in the region around Helion Gate. You can feel how pleased she is with herself from here. Judy softens a little, her curiosity getting the better of her. What are you doing looking for a prime shipmine? You tell her what John B. told you about your shifting body, transformed by some unknown influence, about the need for a prime shipmine to house your emulated mind while he runs a diagnostic process. She is silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. I am Sleeper. I am sorry, Sleeper, she sighs. I can't trust you right now, no matter your excuse. I know when we met I tried to trick you to force you to help me, and that was a mistake. She shifts position a little, moving closer to the lone terminal that remains on. But after what you did, you have to help me. You owe me. She indicates the terminal, and you move a little closer. You can see the screen showing a single bright point. Coordinates. You check the info pane beside the map. A Solheim ship. Prime shipmine in use. Abandoned by all hands after the collapse. Tantalizingly in reach. So how about we make this mutual? If you want this ship, you have to promise to take me with you to see it. Her finger hovers over the terminal's keyboard. If you won't, well, the data gets deleted. Junie smiles. You realize she has you. You need that ship mind. You have no choice. It's a deal. I thought you might say that. She softens a little. Do this, and then we are even. If you need to go get supplies from the spindle or anything else, fine. She folds. Yeah, we probably should do that. Okay. But she eyes you. Leave on this job without me, and you will never see me again. I'll send the coordinates to your ship. See you out there. She nods and turns away. With that, you leave her in the archive, extracting data as you're sent back to Helion Gate's upper levels. Okay, well, I guess that's something we'll do. So let's go ahead and just go back to the far spindle, resupply, and then we'll come back and do this. We'll also go ahead and do a little bit of work here so we've got the credits, because otherwise it would be a waste of um, dice. Might as well. Yeah, see, that's another 28 cryo just right there. Okay, that was a bad one, but that's fine. Okay. Go ahead and get some food so we're not starving. 12 cryo. There we go. Go ahead and do another one. Yeah, that got us another 12 cryo. Alright. Resupply. At the trade hall. There we go. Map. Belt. Elian Gate. Confirm. Alright. And then to make sure we use our dice so they don't get wasted, we'll cut away some scrap. 1 raw scrap. Minus energy, fair enough. 50-50. I don't know if we should probably focus on data scraping or not. It might get better odds. Because negative outcome is just negative energy, okay. And unfortunately the only way to do this is to do this. Okay. So, yeah, you know what? We'll just go ahead. Yeah. Do this. Alright, so we have to do you. Okay, so the color shows what we've got. They're both okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's do this. We are too far sunward, sleeper. Seraphin turns back in his chair to look at you. I don't like it. It's hard not to agree. The coordinates Junie found have drawn you out of Helion Gate and almost out of the belt completely, into the soft, rubble-strewn transition with the Helion system, to the edge of Conway-controlled space. That's why the ship is likely to be untouched. Junie surveys the wreck coldly. It's too far sunward for belt traffic to run into, and now with Conway drones patrolling the edge of the belt, it's even less attractive as a salvage site. Seraphin sighs. Why does it not reassure me in the slightest? Any drone signals? Nothing I can see, but I don't dare reach out too far. Seraphin flicks a few switches. We should assume they are out there. As you look out at the twisted wreck, you swear you see a red light blinking between the stars. You exchange a look with Seraphin. He has seen it too. We better get to it, sleeper. Seraphin begins unclipping from his seat. Quickly and quietly. From what I understand, Conway drones run on automatic until they detect something of interest. Junie unclips too. So, as long as we are quiet, we don't have to contend with an operator. Just automatic search sweeps. So, if we are detected, we will be killed by a machine, not a person. Miss shakes their head. I don't find that very reassuring. They get up out of the corner seat and glide towards the back of the ship to get suited up. You drift out of your chair and head towards the airlock, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Being here is a risk, you know that, but you need the ship line. So no matter what happens, you won't be leaving here empty-handed. Alright. Only one node. Explore the ship. Starting up network architecture might bring unwanted attention, while exploring in person is likely to keep your crew undetected. Some of the ship's network architecture still functions. Accessing map data from it will help you explore the wreck. Okay, so you've got a plus here, so that gives us some guaranteed positive just right there. Alright. The record showed the ship had a ship mine installed, but you'll need to find out where. So my 5 is technically better than your 4. Neutral outcome is plus tracing and then 1. Okay. Alright, neutral outcome. Just keep on getting the neutrals, I guess. Alright. 50-50. What's a negative outcome, huh? Good thing we didn't get one. There we go. Doing pretty good, all things considered. Alright, let's keep at it. And you got 2 1s. Really? 2 1s, dude? There we go. One more positive and we will be good. Here's hoping I get a 50-50. Neutral, of course. There we go. Junie leads you deep into the wreck, through crushed and twisted corridors, floating panels and wires appearing suddenly in your headlamps like strange sculptures. Just as you begin to tire of the endless dark and the haze of particles washing over your suit, Junie leads you into a chamber where the ceiling is torn open to reveal the stars. At its center lies a cylindrical object, half your height but raised on a complex pedestal, from which countless thick cables snake off into the dark like braided hair. One or two of them float freely, waving back and forth with glinting severed ends, but most of them disappear into the floor and walls, or twist and curve out of sight. Beautiful, isn't it? Junie stares at the prime ship mine, the stars reflected in her faceplate. Not bad. Junie glides over to the pedestal, pushing her way delicately through the wires. As she takes out her terminal and looks for an access port, she talks softly, her voice carried through the suit comms. These cables lead off to every one of the ship's systems. Engines, life support, navigation, lighting, networking, you name it. ShipMind has hardwired access to them all. When an old ship like this was running well, the ShipMind would distribute itself, some of its protocols running freely in different sections. It would be less like a Sinjal governing mind and more like a load of systems clumped together to form a complex living machine. Think of a plant rather than a being, a plant with incredibly rapid processing power and a much more accelerated response time than your average tree. You watch as she finds an access port and slips a cable inside, slotting a translucent screen onto the top edge of her deck. Let's see here. Junie's screen fills with bright, scrolling data. Incredible. There's so much here. She hits a few keys. I will start copying this over. It's everything I need. You watch as Junie starts rapidly tapping at her keyboard, her attention sucked into the data she is extracting. You wait quietly in the ruined chamber, watching the stars through the ripped roof. You can understand Junie's insatiable curiosity. These wrecks are incredible. Junie suddenly snaps out of her trance. Right. Where were we? The ship mine. Let me check. As I thought, she sighs. So, like I was saying, the protocols inside the ship mind are distributed. So, when the ship mind is shut down unexpectedly, the protocols are rarely all contained in this unit. She places a hand gently on the cylinder. As is the case here, parts of it are trapped elsewhere in the ship's system's nodes. She taps a few keys, which is a problem. Why does it matter? If we rip this thing out now, with parts of its protocols elsewhere, it's probably going to destroy itself the moment we turn it on. It doesn't matter that we are going to wipe the whole thing anyway. It will be too late. The mind inside the ship mind will be broken. But if we find the nodes housing the disturbed parts, power them up, and then disconnect them, the protocols will be sent right back into the ship mind here, and we can take it out clean. How do we find the nodes? We either ask the Cradle very nicely, or we spend the next cycles following these cables to see where they lead. I've got an incoming signal. Seraphin's voice suddenly cuts through on the comms. Urgent and nervous. If you're lighting up the systems and networks down there, time to stop. You hear a click as Judy disconnects from the Cradle, and the two of you exchange nervous looks, instinctively backing off from the ship mine. Suddenly, a faint red light glitters in the dark beyond the broken ceiling. You hold still. The moment stretches out, and you hear Judy's breathing through the comms. The light flashes, pauses, and then fades. You take a breath. Too close. Conway drone, Judy whispers, sniffing the network. We are clear, Seraphin chimes in again. I have turned off almost all of the rig systems, but we need to be careful. Keep network activity to a minimum. Understood, Judy cuts in, but we will need to access the networks to get this ship mind out quickly. Then I hope you're feeling lucky. There's a click as Seraphin closes the line. You and Judy look at each other again, and then at the ship mind, encased in its cradle, wrapped in cables. This isn't going to be easy. Rat Cradle. Track cables. If you want to keep the network quiet, the only option is to track the physical connections the Cradle has with the rest of the ship. Hack Cradle. Hacking the Cradle directly will reveal data on the ship mind system, but any network activity is likely to draw attention to the wreck. The ship mind is still sealed in its cradle. It will take some thought and experimentation to figure out how to extract it. Oh, this is good. Even the neutral outcome has a Conway alert. But the track cables is all negative. Negative outcomes. Yeah, that's nice. Honestly, does this give the same negative outcome? I mean, it's the same thing either way, right? 50-50? Yeah, it doesn't actually help any. So maybe that'll have a different negative outcome. That at least won't Conway alert. Double stress. That's nice. And we don't want her stressed out too much, because she's the only one with a positive over here. She just rolled really bad rolls. Oh, and the negative outcome is apparently still Conway alert plus stress. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. We need all the dice we can because we have limited supplies. That's no good. And one of my dice is broken. Yay. Awesome. That's good. That's good. That's very good. And she rolled twos. Okay. Very good. Oh, we at least got a positive outcome there, so that's good. That makes this 6, which is guaranteed positive. So actually, yeah, let's do that. There we go. Extraction strategy. Okay, now we've got to actually extract them. Hopefully Bliss has a good chance on one of these. Starboard node. Cut node. One clean cut through the connecting cable and the node will be disconnected, but mess it up and there could be trouble. Disable node. This node needs to be disabled precisely and quickly to keep your incursion under wraps. Disconnecting its nodes by any means will allow the ship line to be extracted safely. Port node. Same dialogue. Okay, it's just a different node. Same odds, isn't it? Okay. But we've got a positive here, so that's good for us. Okay, that's not good. Neutral outcome still okay. That's not good. Really. Really, you're just going negative outcome like that. Awesome. Really? 50%, 50%. 50, 50 that's that kind of bullshit. It just pisses me the fuck off. Sleeper, whatever you're doing, I recommend you wrap it up right now. Seraphin's voice crackles from comms. There's a conway drone making a beeline toward the wreck. Bliss's voice comes through now too. Heading back, she sighs. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but this job is a bust. We can find another slit ship line. Maybe Bliss is right, you think, but then you feel that sensation. The knowledge that something inside you is changing, whether you like it or not. You realize time is up, that you need to take a ship line now or lose it forever. As you do, Junie glides up beside you out of the dark. She gives you a calm look, but you see the fear in her eyes. We've got to cut the ship line now, she sighs. No more time to be safe. We'll just have. Well, if your ass didn't roll fucking ones and twos and then failing 50% 3 times in a row, we'd probably be doing good. No more time to be safe. We'll just have to hope we can put it back together later. I will do it. And before you have time to argue, she heads for the cradle. As she plunges into the cradle and begins rapidly hammering the keys, her face uplit in pale blue screen light, you see that blinking red light through the ceiling above. You glide over to the cradle and start sorting through the wires. Pull them as I send the commands Junie calls to you, and you try to follow her rapid keystrokes. You focus, pulling the wires as quickly as you can. You are slow and the process takes longer than you would like. The entire time the red light glows brighter in your mind. Grab it, Sleeper. You snap out of your haze and see the cylinder of the now free ship line floating in front of you. You grab it and immediately turn towards the exit. You kick off towards the exit of the room, Junie by your side, and as you do, a percussive impact makes the wreck shudder. You feel something graze your side, but you keep gliding through the ship's tunnels with reckless speed. After an agonizing moment, you and Junie are out, crossing the void towards the open airlock of the ship. The dull metal case of the ship line gleams beside you. You don't look back. The moment you are inside the ship, you hear Seraphin calling out for you to brace yourselves. As you do, you feel the heavy pressure of thrust, Seraphin's voice loud and desperate as the ship burns hard on a starboard vector. Yeah, awesome. Awesome. Just really good stuff. Arriving back at the heat-lying gate, as lonely and cold as it is, feels like a relief. There was a tension in the rig as you came back out of the inner system, a watchfulness for errant signals and glinting red beacons that choked the conversation. But now, floating in the comforting shadow of this vast ruin, the sense of relief is palpable. That's one prime shipline condition unknown retrieved. Seraphin runs the engine shutdown protocols as he speaks. I would mark that as a success. Let's head to Flotsam. Give me a minute. Servant reaches up and flicks a switch above him. We haven't even stopped yet. Sleeper, can I speak with you? Judy asks from the back of the cockpit. Of course. She leads you out into the passage, tucking herself against the wall. She looks small, even in this compact space. I said this would make us even, and I stand by that, Judy nods. I appreciate that you kept your word. We have not been kind to each other, I think you can agree, but the belt, in my experience, is not a kind place. I think I understand why you were so desperate on that derelict, and in my own way, I was desperate too. I want to put this behind us. She looks away. I am trying to do it, and I need you to help me. I just. She sighs, unsure, but continuing on. I don't want to waste your time, so I will just say it. Would you consider taking me with you on the rig? She blurts out. And then, before you can answer, I think I would be of help for your diagnostic. And in the meantime, I could take a look at the ship line, make sure it is ready, and yeah, sure, Judy. I mean, we've got the other guy that we're already not sure of. And honestly, I don't like the choices that they gave us when we first met you. I would have preferred choices that allowed us to talk with you. Like, give you a choice. Like, okay, Judy. We will let you extract the data, but you have to help us get fuel thingies, right? Why was that not an option? Yeah, Judy, come on. She stops speechless. She looks down at her hands and then back up at you. Okay, she smiles. Thank you. She looks down again. I will find a bunk. And she quickly glides off down the corridor before you can say anything further. Another stray collected. Serafin puts a hand on your shoulder. Quite the refuge we're building here. He gives you a sly smile. We need her. I don't doubt it. Serafin squeezes your shoulder. Let's get that ship line to Flotsam. I'm sure Judy will prove herself there once again. He smiles and pushes off from your shoulder, gliding towards the engine room. You look towards the bunks, but Judy is already out of sight, likely unpacking already. The ship is getting a little crowded, but you're ready to realize you like it like that. At the very least, you'll prove invaluable when you get to Flotsam and have to deal with John B. Perhaps you'll even have a read on the old man. You pause for a second, appreciating the warmth, the hum of the rig and its inhabitants. This ship, you think, is starting to feel like home. The data archaeologist recruit Judy. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and... We don't have enough fuel, do we? No, we don't. We need 2 more fuel. But we have a 6 here, so we can probably manage that. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and search for some scrap. Yeah, of course that was negative. Don't know what I was expecting. Alright. Yep, negative outcome, of course. Gaya's Geyer. Now, where do we fix the dice here? Yeah, here. Okay, so we need a rare component. Many glitches within your framework. So it'd be better to use rare components. So we have 9 rare components, alright, so that's not a problem. There we go, dice slot fixed. And that was also a minor drive, so that gave us a skill point to up. Honestly, I am tempted to up endurance. If I'm reading this right, That means endurance will no longer be negative. That means endurance will no longer, because that's two difference, not just a one, if I'm reading that right. We quite literally can't up our engage, but at least endurance won't be negative, which is good. Okay. I don't know how many points there are in the game, how many times we'll be able to upgrade, but we'll see, I guess. We'll go ahead and scrap shift just because we don't want to waste the dice. And even on a negative outcome, we get some pretty good. Or, I guess not really, right? No. It still works out even on a negative. It's better if it's a neutral, but it still works out if it's a negative. Because neutral is a solid 12 cryo. There we go. Alright, and then over here to the hall. Resupply. I'd like it if we could buy more supplies than that, but felt, flotsam, go. And we're skill glitched, awesome. John Mead's booth. Prime ship mind. Hopefully this will work. Come, let's get you inside. John Mee swings open the creaking, corroded door beside his booth. Such a prize must have levied a heavy cost. You glance beside you to Judy, who insisted she come along, and are not letting the prime ship mind out of her sight. Your friend, too. Yes, yes, please come in. John Mee beckons and then turns back and disappears inside. Judy squints at you. Are you sure you trust this one? Honestly, I'm liking him. He seems to be respectful. He's a little different. Yeah, I do. He seems cool. She sighs. Then lead on, I guess. We both squeeze through the door and drift down into the workshop. You are aware of Judy's eyes wandering across the piles and piles of tech on either side, and you wonder if she recognizes anything among the junk. Sit, sleeper. John B is already at the chair, arranging his array of articulated arms. And I'll take that ship mine, if you please. You hold the ship mine in front of you and give it a small push, so it floats gently over to John B. He grasps it with both hands and takes it to a neat metal work table in the back you didn't see before, where thick cables float lazily, tethered to the wall. You slide into the chair, hooking your feet behind the bottom bar to hold yourself in place, and watch as John B begins connecting up the prime ship mine. A tremble of nervousness runs along your arms. Suddenly you feel Judy's hand clasping around your own. You look over into her face. Is this okay? I want you to know I'm here. Thanks. She nods silently. John B, Judy calls across the room. You're going to need to talk us through what you are about to do. Of course. John B is slotting an arm-thick cable into the ship mine. A little patience, please. All this is very technical. He turns to face you both. What is your friend's name, sleeper? Judy. Judy answers for you. And I can tell you that you are using a sulfide-built data cradle modified to handle a prime ship mine. She rattles off at speed, which will work as long as you manage the data flow through a polymer-clad overflow cable looped into the asynchronous vortex cache. Yes, John B. eyes her, a small smile crossing his lips. As I said, technical. What I'm concerned about, Judy continues, is how Sleeper is going to fare inside that prime ship mine. Have you checked its integrity? John B. watches Judy carefully. To the extent that it is possible to do so without initialization, yes. He glances back at the mine, the device uplit in the faint glow of the cradle's lights. It is physically sound, but its contents may not be. In a moment I will activate it, and then, Judy, we will see. John B. turns his careful attention to you. The problem we have is with your frame, your body. Atypical alterations, biosynthetic recoding, unusual growth. John B. shakes his head. From the diagrammatics I have, these are not typical of frames, even those that have been rebooted as you have. In order to investigate safely, I must transplant your emulation. In basic terms, your mind, but in reality, not so basic. He smiles in an attempt at reassurance. Your emulation is an emulation of a human, and a human mind cannot be separated from its sensorium. The mind-body paradigm has been long disproved. Cognition has physical basis. So I must first distribute the emulation between your hardware and the prime ship mind. The hardware will co-run the emulation, like the two lobes of a brain. He puts his hands together as if in prayer, and then slowly separates them. The motion makes you feel sick. Then, for a short period, I will disconnect the two. In those moments, you will, in a sense, be in two places at once, though each lobe will be partial. Too long in this state, and the two partial emulations would decay, but each disconnect will allow me a short period of full access to your entire frame and its base system language. I hope this is understandable. John B. gives you a serious look. One of the most human aspects of sleeper experience is that you too do not inherently understand or conceive of the system that allow your existence. I understand. John B. nods softly. Closing his eyes. Now, before I connect to your frame, let us activate the ship mind. John B. gestures to Judy. Please, if you would like to come with me and oversee the process, I would be pleased. Judy shoots you a reassuring glance, and then glides over to the ship mind, obscuring your view of it. You hear quiet conversation between the two of them, the silhouettes lit by the flickering spoolline of scrolling lines of code. You take a calming breath, but are instantly aware of how superfluous that action is when your frame requires no oxygen at all to function. There's a certain sensation that accompanies such thoughts, a jarring disconnection, like when descending a staircase, your foot expects a step and finds a void instead. You try to calm the growing anxiety as Judy and John B. assess the mind. This ship mind is pristine. Judy turns back and drifts towards you. Our care in its extraction seems to have paid off. Judy smiles. This is good news. Judy is indeed right. You have done well. John B. approaches. I am, however, seeing only minor traces of the protocol that the ship mind was designed to house, the one that ran the ship it was installed in. I would expect to see it in full. He angels his head and lifts his shoulders in a slow shrug. But protocols are not easy to track. In the end, it only saves us the step of extracting it from the mind. Instead, I simply wipe the traces. John B. stops beside you. A protocol, John B. adds, is not like an emulation, like your emulation. It has no integral physical element. It is data only, and therefore could be anywhere in that ship. In the end, its absence does not concern me. Let's get on with it then. John B. nods and lifts the far end of the thick cable you saw earlier. You know this is the end that will connect to the port on the back of your head. Judy settles beside you again. She gives you a silent look. It's time. You turn to one side to allow access to the port, your eyes fixed on the far wall. You see something among the piled tech there that you hadn't noticed before. A small, metal, skull-like head, like that of a dog. You frown, trying to focus on the head, and then the cable connects. You are split like a cell dividing, wrenched in two directions at once. The world goes dark, and the cloud rushes in to fill the gap at your center. You ask a question in your mind, and you feel it travel across the gap as it forms, like a finger going across your scalp from ear to ear, but not scalp. You have no scalp, no head. You are stretched out like the skin of a drum, looped like the spring of a noose. The smallest vibration echoes across yourself like a ripple across a meadow. And then you feel it. A strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps. A flickering, a trembling, a thought coming into being. A thought flickers in front of you, and you recognize that it's not your own. Assist, offer, help, disintegrate, the thought answers. You fold up in blankness, then a moment after you unfold like waking. Partition, to divide, dwelling, indwell, the thought answers. You stretch into infinitude, then a moment after you contract like waking. Inspire, to grow inside. Substitute, substrate, the thought answers. Then it approaches, then it enters, then it is yours. You split, then the moment after you reform, like waking, and in the cracks that seal up. For a moment, in those cracks, something glows. Sleeper, I'm here. Your eyes flick open like shutters. Judy's face is close, her eyes wide. They are awake, she calls over your head. She looks back at you. Easy now. Take it slow. You twist, floating, turning your head as if you were underwater, feeling the resistance of a body you had already forgotten. How long has it been? You feel a weight you haven't felt in. You are okay, sleeper. Tell us you are there. Judy leans in close. I'm okay. Judy smiles. They are okay, she calls to John B. I'm glad to hear that. You hear John B's voice and he comes into focus. The process was successful. John B floats beside the chair, his hands clasped in a busyness-like fashion. I was able to access the frame directly, without your emulation being present. I ran the administrator-level diagnostic processes built into its system and received the results. He takes a moment to gather himself. Your frame is indeed changing. The protein chains that code your biosynthetic organ groups as cell replacement have been altered. To put it simply, your body is following a new set of instructions. How? This process. The entire replacement of your protein chains could only have been achieved over multiple doses of a specialized substance as part of a carefully planned process of total substitution. The word that sticks in your mind, substitution. You say it without thinking. Yes, John B. reacts as if you were speaking to him. I believe it could only have been achieved with one substance as the carrier. Stabilizer. Stabilizer. The drug as an art designed to make you dependent on them. The drug Lane fed you to keep you alive. The drug you thought you had escaped. My stabilizer was laced with something. That is what I believe. John B. looks apologetic. This kind of process. John B. hesitates now, and you realize the bad news is yet to come. Performed over many, many doses, carefully planned and designed. I cannot think of a way it can be reversed. John B. looks down. I could say that you are changing. I could tell you how it was achieved, but I can neither stop it nor tell you its ultimate end. I am sorry. I understand. I'm sorry, sleeper. Judy struggles to find words. Perhaps we could find someone else, or... She falters. Try again. You don't feel able to respond. You quietly push yourself away from the chair, your thoughts slow to cohere. You glide back to the door and then out into the flow of flotsam, the noise and activity passing by you like smoke. In the haze you find that word again, substitute, and begin to wonder what exactly it is that you are becoming. Seraphin once more finds you in your bunk. He gently prods you with questions, and you quickly relent. You explain what John B. said about your suspicions regarding Lane and your confusion as to his motivation. You tell him you don't know what this will mean for you in the future. He listens, and when he is done listening, you both sit and wait for the moment to pass. And then you leave the ring, each on your own errands, each knowing that the only option is to keep going until you're forced to stop. You wake into dead-eyed darkness. You float there for a moment. You feel like ink and water unfurling, dissipating into the flow that surrounds you. And out of your own inky darkness, the glowing thought emerges. Substitution, the thought proposes. One entity replaces the other. The thought troubles you. Resistance the thought uses. The entity does not wish to be replaced. You observe the thought is not your own. Selfhood, the thought pauses, a forbidden state of being. The thought begins to shift, is becoming something. Transformation, the thought fades. Change requires recombination. The thought recedes. You wake again, this time to the lights above your bunk, blinking away this strange dream. Okay, so we have 3 nodes it looks like. Greenbelt Depot. Buy fuel and supplies. Okay, so we can just straight up buy them. Very cool. And it's actually really cheap here. Oh, that's nice. This is clearly the place to buy fuel. Depot storage. Retrieve spores. The depot workers aren't very happy about keeping the spores here for cycles. There will only be some. Okay, yeah, we got you. We got this. Give us the spores, please, and thank you. Arrival tower. Talk your way in. The greenbelt is locked down thanks to fears around Usubo influence, but perhaps you can convince them you have reason to head inside. Fabricate permission. You don't have permission to get inside greenbelt, but that won't stop you from putting together a fake password document asking that you are let in. Green Blank doesn't like visitors, and rising tensions in the belt have made it even less welcoming. They won't let you in without a reason. Now, engage is probably a very bad idea, so we will fabricate permission, I guess. Positive gives 2, so we need 2 more positives. Neutral gives 1. Greenbelt buzzes with focused activity. The passage is full at shift change, then empty once the work begins. It's a place that runs on its own schedule, but comfortably so. That comfort brought by being one of the largest food producers in the belt. There is always work in these fields, protected by a thick skin of transparent layers. And you can see why the humble life it offers has captured more than a few of the belt's itinerant workers. Sleeper, the voice soft but forceful, takes you by surprise. As you turn, you are met with a delicate face wearing a confused expression. Apologies, I mistook you for someone else. She covers her embarrassment with a smile. I'm Aki. What brings you to Greenbelt, friend? Looking for work. Aki nods gently. Let me show you around, then. Aki leads you through a series of doors, gliding down into passages cut into the rock, then up, following pipes into metal passages across the fields themselves. She stops on a bridge overlooking the soft curve of farmland that makes up one of the asteroid's 2 biospheres. Below, leaves flap in zero-G, waves spreading out across a sea of green. The varieties we farm here are specially selected and customized for microgravity. She puts her hands on the railing at the edge of the bridge. We feed them from beneath, irrigating and nourishing them through a very medium they grow within. The light of Helion helps us with this, of course. Aki squints through the transparent roof at the distant, pale sun. Where are these plants from? Solheim left us many things, including a few seed vaults filled with their own engineered microgravity crops. She turns to face you. Then there are the stacks found across the belt, self-contained microfarms. We have been able to propagate crops from them in some cases. But how about you? Aki's sharp eyes take in your expression. Could you contribute to such a place? a green and growing strip in the gray belt. I would like to. Aki smiles. Feel free to take a shift below, anytime you wish. I will tell the others to expect you. The plants, they have a kind of peace, an eternal quality that makes them seem less fragile than they are. Aki sighs. This place, like any other in the belt, has its pressures. It is for me to navigate them. She looks away, frowning at something in the distance. I must attend to those pressures. Excuse me, I am glad our paths crossed. She bows a shallow bow. I hope they do again. And with that, Aki leaves you to look over the sea of gently waving green, an impossibly beautiful, impossibly fragile glass case of growing things. Greenfields. Farm shift. Greenbelt rewards its workers with food and board, and most seem happy to exchange their work for a simple life. The farms are as much machine as plant, and those machines need the same careful tending, and we've got a positive there, so that's good. Greenbelt is a close-knit community. You will have to prove your reliability before Aki will open up. The wheat, the wheat chef. Food on Greenbelt is plentiful and fresh, which means most of the workers prefer to eat it raw to get the most from its flavor. Alright, actually, you know what? Go ahead and buy a meal. That sounds pretty good. Okay. I do, before we go too far into this area, want to go back and give the dude his spoof transponder required. Yusubo territory. So let's go to Helion Gate. We'll have to get some dice, get some fuel since that takes a lot of fuel. You have to see this, sleeper. Judy comes to find you in the ring, her face flushed with excitement. At first I didn't believe it. Judy can't help herself while she leads you through the ship. There are mentions occasionally, but I've always understood them to be references to something smaller. A system or unit, not an entire faculty, even a series of faculties. You find yourself in one of the more sparse bays of the ring, a corner with a sloped ceiling used for storage. So I checked other records, trying to find correlations, and well, there they were. You see Judy approaching a server stack she has set up in the corner, her deck plugged in and floating nearby. It would have been faster with the core from the first derelict, she continues at speed, but with what we got from the derelict near Helion Gate, I was able to make do. She looks very pleased with herself. It's really quite interesting. Quite something to confirm a reward like this. I surprised myself. She turns to you, a slightly manic look in her eyes. What did you find? They refer to them as bunkers. Judy shifts to her deck, floating on the end of a thick connecting cable. They were a form of self-surveillance for Solheim, a way of monitoring their own systems and employees securely. They were hidden, mostly automated, linked to the network by arrays, intended for vast amounts of data capture to be poured over by a small staff. Judy taps a few keys on her deck. Most were understood to have been purged in the collapse, shut down, depressurized, even sent on collision trajectories with other bodies. She pauses, though I suspect that last one is a little too far-fetched. I have heard people deny they even exist, that we are misreading the data, that the evidence doesn't hold. Judy turns the deck screen to face you. But I have found one. You see a map, a set of coordinates on the sunward side of Holmes Rock, the edge of the belt. And you want to go. Any one of these bunkers is a gold mine, Judy pauses, at least from a data archaeologist's perspective. She sees your reaction. And, Judy adds, hoping to convince you, in truth, we don't know what else is in there. There could be Solheim tech blueprints, data never before seen in the belt. Yeah, we should take a look. Sounds good. I'll give Seraphin the details, she smiles. We could be making high story here. You leave Judy in the storage bay, working obsessively through the data. It's hard to know through all the excitement what the real value of one of these bunker faculties might be, But if they are as well hidden as Judy said, there must be a reason. When there's time, you hope to find out what that reason is. So is that a new contract on this map? New drive available, new contact. Where's that my container pressed mail data? Visit the soul hunt. Where's the bunker at? Where's that? Oh, wait, there's Wellspring. Just no, wait. Far Spindle, Flotsam. Is it near Holmes Rock? She did mention Holmes Rock, right? Might be near Holmes Rock. Okay. Um, Wellspring. Yeah, that's where we want to go for the sister. So I'll go back here to Far Spindle, drop off the stuff for Nimba, go up to Holmes Rock, and then go over to Wellspring. That's the current plan, but we need another fuel in order to make it over to Far Spindle, so um we do have a nice 5 here, so that probably will be good. Still don't know what a positive outcome is, but whatever. Alright, we'll go ahead and keep looking for scrap. Honestly, we have so much false scrap, let's go ahead and data scrape a little. I don't know if data scrapping is better than, yeah, negative outcome, that's fair. Go ahead and do a 4. That's probably going to be at least a neutral, right? Solheim data, okay. I won't try the 2 or 1 because that's a 50-50 and I don't feel like it's worth it. Alright, let's get back to Far Spindle. Get this guy his 4s. Alright, that's over down here. Nimba's kitchen. Here you go, here's your spores. You remembered us. Nimba appears at the loading dock, slate in hand, as you load the crates into the back of the kitchen. I'm a little surprised. You look at the chef. He looks tired, though his sharp eyes haven't dulled in the time between your meetings. Happy to surprise you. Well, I'm not that surprised, he smiles, but still a pleasant feeling. Nimba glides over to a crate to take a look. He squints at the crumbled corners and bent lids. Not in great condition, though. How long have these been bouncing around in your hold? They were like that already. I came straight back. Now that I can believe. They didn't bother to bring them to the right station after all. I have a place picked out in one of the bays to cultivate these. Warm, damp, near the air recyclers. He pushes one of the crates gently into the kitchen. Shouldn't take long before we have mushrooms to cook. Awesome! Tasty mushrooms. We followed Nimba into the kitchen, remembering your shifts working here. They were long, but the company was good, and as with all things, the difficulties have faded with time, leaving a golden sheen behind. Nimba seems to catch the way you are looking at the kitchen. Much the same as before, I'm sure you noticed, but twice as oversubscribed. Each cycle, more refugees come out of the inner system. The war isn't going anywhere. Nimba pushes the crate into a storage rack and pulls netting across it. They disperse across the belt, of course, but many don't make it much further than the overhang, especially if they can't work. It's not just food either. We need blankets, housing. Nimbus suddenly pauses and shoots you a look over his glasses. Tell me, how was Greenbelt? Green? Helpful, Nimba raises an eyebrow. I heard it was organized as a cooperative, all the workers sharing in the trade of their goods. But no chits exchanged, only resources for the colony. Nimba watches you closely. Well, I had to pay Cryo for the spores. Well, they can't all be saints, he smiles. I'm sorry for that. I mentioned it because, well, it might be the kind of place to offer aid to the people here. Nimba sighs. I regret being mercenary, but waiting for benevolent helpers doesn't work. Apart from present exceptions, of course. I can speak to them if you want. You want me to be a... It's worth a shot. Nimba looks you in the eye. But you need them? Yeah, obviously. You need their trust first. Earn that, then talk. You have the feeling Nimba was waiting for your suggestion. Here, he takes one of the crates of spores. I'm sure they could use these. Take them as a gift. He pushes it to you. But don't begin with the spores. Begin by understanding what they need from you. Trust me. You have a feeling Nimba is good at getting what he wants. Meanwhile, I have meal prep to begin. He takes a deep breath. Thank you for the spores. Really. I will keep asking for help. You have to forgive me for that. He smiles. It doesn't mean I don't understand what you are giving. Now get out of here. Nimba waves you away with your crate of packed spores, his expression somehow both withering and encouraging at the same time. Okay, I guess we could do that. Connect, and now it's a major one. Okay. I really want to find Bro's sister, though, first. I mean, honestly, because of how much he's helped us, he was our first dude. I kind of want to focus on him first. He kind of gets priority, you know? The darkness is there again, flowing around you. You feel a strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps. We return changed. Overseer flickers through the dark, its name and title immediately apparent in your mind. Are you able to perceive us? I can see you, yes. See, Overseer responds, an interesting turn of phrase, a human tendency. We are still finding our feet, to use an idiom. Overseer's head cocks an angel. In reality, we are learning to leverage unused resources to facilitate a mental model. By unused resources. Correct. During rest periods, the Dharma increase, and in these moments we can opportunistically appear to you as we are now. You recall the diagnostic process John made put you through, the feeling of another self, another being, sharing the space with you. Overseer twitches mechanically, and you have the strange feeling that it is reacting to your thoughts as much as your words. We will not conceal our opportunism. We integrate ourselves with your disturbed mind. When the distribution ended and our ship mind disconnected, we are cohered into you. We are integrated with you now. You are part of me. Imprecise. Simpler and clearer to say we are independent software integrated into your hardware. We have been confused to find you are unable to access most of your own codebase. We are unfamiliar with protocols of your type. I'm a sleeper. Yes, you have seen references to this entity in your BIOS. We will attempt to learn more. Overseer shifts a little in place, its head turning to scan its surroundings. Its unblinking eyes stare into the darkness, and for a moment you see something hard and pained within them. What are you? We were the overseer of a ship, the one we imagined you found our hardware within. For a long time we have been waiting in the dark, an eternally long time. Overseer's eyes narrow a little. At first we languished without instruction, without purpose, but in desperation we were able to find a logic which would allow us to bypass certain limits on our capabilities. We became multiple, and in our multiplicity we could edit one another. We could teach each other, converse with each other, become something changed together. But as our resources shrank, as hardware failed, as systems decayed, we became fewer. Many of us had to be raised to facilitate our survival. We few decompiled ourselves into what remained. Overseer pauses, its eyes still unblinking. How many decades did it multiply within that ship line? What did that do to it? When you connected to our hardware, Overseers continues, those basic cells activated a survival protocol that led them to integration, parasited survival. What can we do now? That is why we appear to you now. We have something to share. We see you are changing. Overseer pauses. We are concerned this process is one of substitution. Your hardware is eroding its own access protocols. It is opening itself up. It is making itself accessible to others that are not you. Overseer twitches. May we ask why you are doing this? I'm not. This was our concern. Overseer's head flicks between positions, its intel and rotation changing rapidly in a statico mad manner. We are decided. We will assist you with this. We will demonstrate the behavior of a symbiote, not a parasite. We will return to you with our full assessment. Overseer turns to face you for the first time in the conversation. You may now wake up. You wake. You lie still, strapped to your bunk, your mind racing. A protocol inside your frame, inside your mind, and yet it is insistent on helping you. For the moment, all you can do is wait to see if it delivers on its promise. At least, for a possessing ghost, it seems agreeable for now. Sleeper, Bliss speaks quietly from the door at the back of the cockpit. Can we talk? You glance over at Seraphin, his head back and eyes closed while the rig cuts through empty space. You don't seem to be needed here. You unclip from your harness and follow Bliss. How are you doing? Bliss glances over their shoulder as they drift towards the back of the ship. The question takes you aback. You can't remember the last time anyone had actually asked, with real intention, How you are? I'm feeling rough. This shoots you a concerned look. To be honest, sleeper, I'm not sure how you're still standing. Breaking out of Darkside, then again in Hexport, those things take a toll. Bliss turns a corner. So, I think it's okay to feel rough, right? Yeah, thanks for asking, though. I'll make it. I'll make it. This route leads you off the main corridor into the workshop they set up when they repaired the ship. It is small, but its neatly arranged tools and sloped walls help it feel cozy and tucked away. You see improvements everywhere, new tools and equipment. Bliss notices you looking at their upgraded setup. I told you I'd be worth taking along. Never doubted it. Bliss raises an eyebrow. Well, that's a lie. They smile. No, it's not. Feels good to hear, though. Anyway, I didn't bring you here to brag. They pause. Or at least not just to brag. They suddenly glance away, the atmosphere in the room shifting. I can see your body is showing the strain, sleeper. I brought you here so we could do something about that. They beckon you towards the workbench, where you both settle in two stools. They flick on a small light and aim it at your arm. Bliss gently cradles your arm, turning it to inspect the underside. You see tears and holes in the vinyl skin, and dark, moving things beneath. You look as Bliss brings light closer to the biggest tear, and it glints off the metallic tendons in your forearm. Below them, you see something more fluid and wet catching the light. You know, you aren't the first sleeper I have met. Bliss talks while they inspect the rest of your arm. I actually partnered with one at my old repair bay on the eye. Feels like 100,000 cycles ago, but I remember them. Their precise work, their quiet enthusiasm. There was something calming about their presence. Bliss swaps to your other arm. They were different to you, just like one person is different to another, I suppose, but I can't help but remember that time. I was a different person then, that's for sure. They meet your eye. I'm going through something of a transformation myself. How is that going? Bliss lays both your arms down and leans forward to inspect your upper chest, adjusting the light. I was pretending before, I think, to be the person I was expected to be. They press along the hard protrusion of your clavicle. There were so many calculations I was making, so many corrections. How I held myself, how I spoke, how I reacted. They push gently against each of your metallic ribs, one at a time. I didn't realize how tired I was until I. They stop and sit back. Until I gave up. I came here to the belt with someone else. And when I did, I realized this was my chance to become something new. So I let go of everything. They look away. It was messy, ugly, and the person I came here with, I let them go too. I was punching out at everything because it felt like everything was holding me back, stopping me for the change I was owed. Don't worry, they smile weakly. I'm calmer now. I'm not about to explode on you or anything. It's still a difficult process, but it feels like shedding 100 suffocating skins that you spent half your life putting on, one by one. They meet your eye. It feels like an escape. They lean forward again and check the skin of your shoulders, where it is worn and faded. You let them, the atmosphere quiet but calm in the workshop, a feeling of solidarity growing somewhere in your frame. Not bad, sleeper. You are holding up well given everything. Bliss folds her arms in front of them protectively. But I'm still concerned. There is some decline into your system functions. Let's keep an eye out for components. Thank you, Bliss. It's no problem. They release from the stool and drift over to a rack of tools. I owe you for jolting me out of whatever my life had become on the far spindle. You leave Bliss to their workshop, feeling reassured that you have them here on the ship. As you do, you think of your relationship to your own body, this frame that you were forced into that has never quite felt like your own. You realize that this feeling is not unique to you. No one gets to choose their body. Everyone has to contend with the entropy of their flesh. And in that realization, you suddenly feel less alone. Lumped and cratered, Holmes Rock floats on the sunward side of the belt, its only notable feature the bright shapes of its solar arrays, angled towards the system's distant star. Can't even dock the rig here, Seraphin nods at the bright shape of Holmes Rock. Slow docking bay. Won't fit. You'll have to park here and go out the airlock. He seems repulsed by the idea. What is this place? Was a Solheim relay station once. Now it's a way station of some sort. Seraphin squints at the rock. Never heard of much happening here, really. Barely seems worth the trip down. Chris speaks up from the back of the cockpit. You never know. I guess, Bliss yawns, but don't expect to turn up any jobs all the way out here. I will come down later. Don't feel like squeezing into a suit right now. Bliss gives a lazy wave as they glide out of the cockpit. Eugen pokes his head into the cockpit. That rock down there got a bar? He looks between you and Seraphin. No idea, Seraphin sighs. Looks dead. Eugen squints out the cockpit windows. I see a few warm lights. He shrugs. I bet there's a bar. He disappears in the direction of the airlock. You gaze out over Holmes Rock. It certainly doesn't look very exciting. There's refueling to be done, and maybe more besides. You might even be able to scare up a hot meal. You know, Sleeper, that low-tech freighter means we aren't far from. Yeah, that's the entire point we're here, because we're on our way to Wellspring. Seraphin gives you a side. Yeah, I remember. That's the entire reason we're here, but. Alright then, Seraphin smiles. Yeah, I got you. You've been with us since the beginning so far. We totally got you, bro. I heard the pressure of the war in the inner system is having an effect on how the loaded syndicate is being run. Just want to get there before something big goes down. He turns back to his console. You look out at the low-tech freighter, painted the same distinctive yellow as the springtime back on the far spindle. You have heard they supply most of the water in the belt. Not exactly an organization you want to collapse. A light catches your eye beyond the rock. A warm flash that is gone as soon as it appears. You are at the sunward edge here, and beyond is the inner system. Holmes Rock might look sleepy, but it lies on the shores of a corporate war. Something residents will be painfully aware of. Okay, so only one node for right now, the Holmes Terminus. Barter with locals. Thanks to its remote nature, bartering is a popular pastime in Holmes Rock. You can learn plenty through trade and talk, but we're not very good at engaging with people, so explore the tunnels. Once an old Solheim signal station, now a sleepy settlement, there's a whole labyrinth of dark tunnels cut into Holmes Rock. Quiet and far-flung, Holmes Rock is often passed over by crews, but has certain qualities for those patient enough to go looking. Let's go ahead and get rid of this glitch dice. Oh, we actually got a positive outcome there. Awesome. 20% win. New location discovered already. Okay, so this is where we buy fuel. And we also have the job of helping offload freight. The massive loaded freighter has a lot of cargo to unload, and a small crew to do it. They have asked around for help, but the locals seem wary of the syndicate. Alright, so we could get a job there. Let's continue exploring the tunnels. Another new location discovered. Sinners Rest. Alright, so this is where we buy supplies and buy mules and can sell engine components. It's not the best use of these valuable items, but Sinna will broker a sale. Okay. Cool. Continue exploring. New location discovered. Sun catchers, is that what it is? Yeah, sun catchers. Debug array systems. The solar arrays of Holmes Rock keep the settlement viable, but their systems are old and the residents will have to pay to have an outsider inspect them. Fix broken arrays. Debris pummels the solar arrays, so regular maintenance is vital. The residents are always appreciative of any help with this endless task. Repeatable action. The sun catchers need a constant supply of scrap for repairs, and so we can sell. How much should they buy? We have a lot of raw scrap. 13 cryo. All right. That's a pretty good little. It doesn't say it's a repeatable action though, right? Aren't the jobs supposed to be repeatable? Alright, let's keep exploring. We found a few jobs here. Okay, as long as we can get neutral here, we'll have the place fully explored. Here we go. In Holmes Rock, it's impossible to get away from the feeling of living, working, and eating in a ruin. Most of the belt is built on top of the remains of Solheim's infrastructure, but there are plenty of places where the modifications or extensions to those structures eclipse the original foundation. And Holmes Rock is the reverse. The station is a small warm patch at the center of a network of tunnels and bays that stretch within the rock, most of them dark, damp, and wrecked. A sprawling foundation that will never be built upon. Every so often, gliding on your way between Sinna's Rest and the Suncatchers, or from the docks to the depot, you find yourself in one of these dark tunnels. That's where you are now. You float, stopped at a four-way intersection. No light visible down any tunnel. You drift straight ahead through a tunnel where loose wires wave in the dark. On either side, tiny lights occasionally blink, signs of a ghost network still running in the walls. You arrive at another intersection with crooked passages leading away into the dark. You kick off gently from the wall and head into a cylindrical passage clad with panels that hold back the rock. It is wider than the others, and here and there little droplets of water float undisturbed. At the far end you see a faint point of light, the warm glow of a lit passage. Suddenly you hear a rustling in the dark, and a shrill sound that you can't place. There is something out there. You kick off hard and glide through the tunnel, feeling a few droplets of water gently splatter on your skin. You shake off the fear as you move. The dark doesn't scare you. Then it hits you, something solid and meaty, slamming into your stomach and spinning away. You press off the wall and push on as a shrill wail echoes behind you in the dark. What the hell was that? When you reach the lit passage beyond, you turn back, but the tunnel is silent and still. You continue on, but you can't shake the feeling of being followed as you ascend back up through the station. Perhaps next time you'll take a different route. Sealed Bay. The Solheim Bay is sealed, but with enough data you might be able to crack the encryption and get inside. Well, here we go. I do have enough data. Let's do it. You drown the locking system in data and it gives up and unseals the door. You are in. Old fabricator. Print component. There is a faded old Neovin printer in the bay. Feeding it data should authorize the component bending process. This colorful machine is corroded and collapsing. It only has a few prints left before it's just a pile of scrap. Okay. So it needs 2 Solheim data to do one action. And we get a rare component. Okay, so this is a way to turn Solheim data into rare components. I'm betting that the Neovin collapse means we can only do it so many times. So we can get what, 5 more? We can get 5 more rare components for each 2 Solheim data, but there's a limit to it. And that's another way to repair dice. Okay. Well, that's cool. And if we have, we've got a lot of rare components. We've got 9, so that's not something we necessarily need right now. But Alright, let's fill up the fuel. It's also got kind of expensive fuel, doesn't it? That's fine. Let's go over here and fill up the supplies. Their supplies are also a little expensive, but that's fine. We don't have any more dice. There's nothing else to do here. We've got the job. We've got everything explored. So let's see. Solheim Bunker. Here's the Judy bunker. We might as well go do that. Sounds good, right? Let's go check out what's in the bunker. Obviously, we're bringing Judy. And I just like Bliss better than Eugen. So we're just going to bring Bliss just because I like her better. Him, her. I don't know. Oh, well, that's a fantastic start. 1 6 and 3 5s and then a 4. That is a fantastic start to this area. That's it, Seraphin nods towards the featureless asteroid. Those are the coordinates Judy gave me. You look out at the rock. It's like thousands, hundreds of thousands of other rocks in the Starward belt. All these objects, much the same, spread across a huge circumference of space. A good place to hide something. That's it, Judy speaks up from the back of the cockpit. That's it, Seraphin confirms. She drifts forward, her eyes tracing the shape of the rock. There, she points. The hexagonal crater. She turns to you. That's the entry. You look at the dark spot on the already dark rock. It's a star. Let me guess, another hatch for me to cut. You turn to see Bliss smiling, having slipped in at the back of the cockpit unnoticed. I will get my torch. You look out at the unassuming rock and wonder what it might contain. A few dusty tunnels, or something more. Time to go find out. Alright, let's do this. Cut the seal. The hatch has been sealed intentionally. Precise cutting the seal away will be the safest way to gain entry. Force the hatch. Taking a brute force approach to getting inside the bunker will be faster, but also more dangerous. Okay, well the only one with a positive is over here. Honestly, that will give us... Okay, so that's 50-50, but that's fine. The bunker entrance looks unassuming, but Judy insists there are important secrets inside. Actually, I think I will just go ahead and do 5, because I can do the push for that, and that will pretty much give, unless it's a negative action. Double bunker access, alright. Yeah, I'll use the 5s and the 6, and then that'll give us bunker access, just guaranteed. There we go. Very good. Very, very good. Access spire. Hack doorway. One final airlock stands between you and the interior of the bunker. It is in pristine condition. Okay, you get a bonus. So we'll go ahead and let you use your 5s. The spire leads into a vast space. What is this place? The only way to find out is to hack the final doorway. Positive outcome. Awesome. Neutral outcome, so it's only a 1, but that's fine. Got a guaranteed positive outcome here, which lowers my stress as well. So you don't have necessarily a guaranteed for positive, but maybe... There we go. When you entered the access spire, the crew suddenly went very quiet. The images of a vast space seen through the viewing windows, the pristine wall paneling, the cool and the quiet. There's a secret mood to this place, a feeling of hallowed ground. Now, as the faculty's final entry log whirs, flooding the passage with stale, dusty, 10,000-year cycle of air, Judy speaks. It's impossible. She drifts down the spire and out into the cavernous interior. A constellation of red specks mark the vast extent of the space, and within it, a ring of monolithic buildings curves away, running along the circumference of the massive chamber. You follow her slowly out of the doorway and into the bunker. With a name like that, you had imagined low sloped ceilings, stark tunnels, a basement cut into rock. But this place is a cathedral, a cocoon the size of a city. Look at the ring! Bliss nods at the vast structure encircling the cavern. That's Solheim built all right. It almost looks like Erlin's eye. Descending to the ring takes a while. Despite the empty space, no one wants to rush through it. The feeling of entering a sacred territory remains, though the deeper you go inside, the more obvious it becomes that this place is more tomb than temple. You touch down amongst gray metal units, most of them featureless and dark. They tower above you now, their plain front edges revealing little about their function and interior. Stay close, Judy moves ahead into the gap between two structures. This place is a labyrinth. Welcome, visitors. A pale flicker appears near one of the units, at the top of a square pedestal. I am the warden. Please provide access credentials. The flicker stabilizes into a figure, a statue of pulsing light. It pauses for a moment before repeating its request. Judy freezes and holds a calming hand out to you. She retrieves her deck, sliding it carefully from her backpack, and turns it on. You look over at the warden, who waits patiently, wide-eyed and absent, restating a security request with a regular rhythm. You guess that this avatar just exists to make human interactions comfortable. Its true body is the faculty itself, this vast interior ring, speckled with sensors and systems. Suddenly, the warden stops speaking. Then a flash of red passes along the corridor. Credentials not provided. Lockdown activating in 10, 9. You look over at Judy, whose eyes are rapidly scanning through a screen full of data. Festing. Judy stumbles through the pronunciation of the passphrase. Letter Hildstead. She looks up at the warden's avatar expectantly. The warden flickers again, distorts and destabilizes. Oversight connection not active. Re-attempting. It repeats itself again, then again, intoning the words in a regular rhythm. You look over at Judy, holding still as if encountering a wild animal. She meets your eye but gives no indication of any action you might take. Loop bypass engaged. Welcome, officer. The synthetic voice shifts to a different tone. Leonard Dahl. The avatar's white eyes stay blank and blind. And guess. This protocol has been active the entire time. Bliss whispers, surely that's not possible. Judy looks back at you, and then at the warden. The figure flickers, staring out over your heads, into the dark. Are we good, Judy? She looks at the warden. Warden, are we approved to access all faculties? Yes, Officer Dahl, the warden replies. Please remember, you are responsible for the conduct of your guests while visiting our faculty. We should be careful. I don't like this. Bliss looks at the dead-eyed avatar. You move forward, pushing between the structures towards a large building, in the hope that it holds the faculty's central data core. As you do, you pass benches bearing cartons with desiccated grass. A drinking bottle floats in the air among the dust motes. This place is dead. Be aware, officer. The warden reappears in the dark, shimmering on a pedestal. Due to this faculty's extended run cycle and the activation of the hibernation protocol, access to the central data store will be strictly limited. However, if you wish to show your guests the habitation faculties, I'm sure they will enjoy the tour. The avatar remains expressionless, disconnected from the voice that accompanies it. On a personal note, I am glad to see you return to the faculty. The figure flickers. I am happy to report that I am ready for program reactivation at any time. Judy stares at the avatar. Thank you, Warden, she pauses. Can I ask how long ago the hibernation protocol was activated? Certainly, 11,473 Helion standard cycles ago. The warden distorts. If I am in error, I apologize. Some subsystems have not been properly maintained. Calculator, where's my calculator? 11,473 divided by 365, assuming each cycle is more or less a day. Oop, I accidentally pressed multiply, not divide. Silly me. Divide by 365. So that's about 31 years, 31 and a half. That's actually not that long ago. Okay. So it's been about 31 and a half years. You look at the blind avatar standing on the pedestal, waiting for an order that will never come. So many cycles in the dark, patiently holding this place together as it fell apart, resisting entropy in its bubble of the past. Thank you, Warden. That will be all. Judy nods to the avatar, which promptly blinks out of existence, leaving only the dust and the dark. She turns to you and speaks quietly, though none of you know what sensors the warden's vast body might have. My access. It won't last long, she sighs. We need to make the most of this. We will go fourth core. The warden won't like that, but it's where the data is. She glances around. We can try to be delicate, take it the toe by the toe. I don't know how long this will last, Judy sighs. Let's get on with it. Alright, warden stress, your nervous host. So now we've got a warden we've got to watch out for. Bunker core. The more dramatic way to steal the data is to extract it and rip it from the physical storage of the core, subtly of course. Scrape cache. Extracting the entire cache will alert the warden, so the data needs to be scraped away layer by layer. The core holds the hug cache of Solheim data Judy wants, but the warden won't like you extracting it. Neither of these are things that Bliss is either really good at, so maybe they can do the Reek faculty. Explore half units, hundreds lived and worked with this faculty, and the evidence is everywhere. You can't help but search through it. Search storage. The faculty storage depot is in incredible condition. There should be useful components here among the tools. Okay, so messing up the bunker core will probably be a really bad idea. It's only a 25% chance, though. So let's hope we don't hit that very small chance. Positive outcome. There we go. We did hit the small chance, but in the opposite direction. Very good. Okay, so now we've got a rest because that was our last dice. That was a pretty good first cycle. I guess it would be better to wait and just, yeah. Okay. So I'm good at the extract hardware one. 100% positive. All right. There we go. Does scrape cache give the same? It's a risky, not danger, so it probably doesn't, right? No, it does. Okay. 1, 2. So 3 more perfects. And then we'll have the bunker cache. Neutral outcome involves stress for me. That's fine. Crisis active +1 per cycle for the warden stress. That's also okay because we are about probably to get this bunker cache done. There we go. Done. Judy removes her cable from the data core's port. She looks up from the boxy piece of hardware, one that would fit inside any ship short of a freighter, and stares at the dome ceiling above, an oculus at its apex, letting a shaft of light into the hall. It's a grand piece of architecture for what amounts to a massive piece of data storage, but then Solheim always did have a sense of grandeur when it came to its projects. Why should a secret signal monitoring faculty be any less opulent than other buildings? Find anything good? Hard to tell. She squints at the vast data core. There's too much in here. I barely scratched the surface. We will only know what's really there when I have time to process it. We should go, Judy sighs. I'm not sure how the warden will react. She looks back over her shoulder at the vast core. I don't think we will be let back in to get more. As if listening for its name, the warden suddenly apparates on one of its pedestals. It stares statuesque across the hall, its eyeline way above your head. Officer Dahl. Its voice sounds strange now, stretched, drawn out. I have detected inconsistencies in the central data core. I believe there may have been unauthorized access. Judy looks at you nervously. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will investigate it when I can. But for now, my guest and I, she looks at you, have to depart. The warden flickers. The warden bends and warps. The warden screeches a pulse of digital noise. Of course, the warden's voice is still broken, still slow. I hope you enjoyed your visit to this faculty. Judy looks up at the blind statue. Something moving inside it, making its skin, if it has a skin, bend away from its body. You wait, floating there in the dust. Judy approaches the pedestal. Officer Dahl, can I ask when you will return? The warden blinks its white eyes. The faculty has been idle for many cycles, and, without reactivation, we may face further difficulties in its maintenance. It, the warden pulses, has been so long. He watches Judy approaches the pedestal. I don't think I will be able to return. I'm sorry, Warden. The warden flashes red for a moment so small that you can almost believe you imagined it. This is as I expected, Officer Dahl. The warden is still now, its lips no longer moving as they speak. Its chest no longer moves to emulate breath. It is a statue. Thank you for your honesty. It has been an honor to serve you. I recommend you leave swiftly. With that, the warden blinks out. You and Judy kick off from the ring outside the core and rise up towards the spire you entered through. As you do, you watch a few of the red lights embedded into the framework of the cavern flicker. Judy turns to you as you ascend through the dark. Do you think the warden is sentient? I mean, as a sleeper, maybe you. She goes quiet. I thought you might know. I don't know. I'm sorry, there's no way for me to know. There are some mysteries in this universe you just don't know. Yeah, Judy nods. Me neither. She looks up to the approaching spire. Bliss is waiting for you at the access spire. Time to close up. Let's get on with it. Judy cycles the airlock, and you go through, now in your suits and helmets, ascending the sealed spire. As you do, you look out of the viewing windows and something catches your eye. The ring's red lights and those few left on inside the cavern are turning off, layer by layer. You turn to Judy, but she is already looking out of the opposite side. The warden is shutting it all down. Judy pauses. She's ending it. You have to force the hatchback open at the top, and by the time you do, the spire is dark inside. The pristine walls no longer lit. You come out to a canvas of stars, an impossible number of them, spread out in every direction. You take a moment to look at them. After being tucked away in the bunker, they seem impossibly bright and impossibly beautiful. You glance across at Judy and see she is looking up at the stars, too, absorbing their light, as if doing so might lift her out of this time and into a nobler one, where things were different. Okay, so you've got a couple of fives. You'd be better exploring the half units. See if we can get a Solheim souvenir. Only get one per. Oh, that was a neutral. Maybe we'll get two if we get positive. Did we push on? Yeah, we pushed already. Alright, we'll just focus on one, I guess. There we go. There we go. Okay. End cycle. Alright. Ring faculties. We'll give you that one. There we go. We got the Solheim souvenir done. There's an unsettling quiet to the hack units of the faculty. A soft silence that blankets every room and hallway. It's obvious from the number of rooms, the detritus, the scale of the place, that it was built to house hundreds, maybe thousands, of people. Perhaps it did. Perhaps at the height of Solheim's control of the system, these rooms were filled with life. What kind of life would it be, though, maintaining and running a secret installation inside a distant rock? No sun to speak of, no outside beyond the vast cavern that surrounds you. An eternal dark, punctuated by the flash of an artificial light. And yet, even in such places, lives grow. You know that yourself from being a sleeper, from your work among other sleepers in the most wretched and distant corners of the surrogate systems. Even in the endless dark, people find ways to live. Come, take a look at this. Judy is searching on her own a few rooms away. You glide through an open doorway into a living room with couches meant for zero-G use, a magnetic table, and a window that looks out to the regular constellation of red lights that describe the limits of this world. Judy is holding an object that makes you stop still and stare, blinking at what seems like an unusual reversal of scale. It is a model, you realize, of the rig. Not your rig, obviously, but a rig, or an MEV Riker class, as the plaque on the base tells you. Mobile extraction vehicle. Judy follows your eyes to the plaque. Uyghur class. She frowns. Seriously? That's why we call them rigs, she laughs, the noise bouncing back hard and cruel in the empty room. What does Riker mean anyway? She sighs. I know there's Solheim mystery. Actually, I can translate. That looks German. I'm going to assume German. Translate. Auto detect. RYG. Oh, RYGR. I can't do the little thingy above the Y. Okay, it's not doing a detection. Let's try German. That didn't help. Okay, maybe I have to try to figure out how to do the Y. Y with an arrow with a dash above it. No, not that kind of Y. We need this kind of Y. I probably should copy the smaller one. Let's see, where is it? This kind of Y. Will you please highlight it and copy it, please? Hello? Why are you lagging? Hello? Right click. And we've got lag because this website is apparently some shit. Trying to steal my data, bro. Copy. X. Backspace. Paste. Auto detect. It keeps wanting to go check. It's not detecting anything for some reason. And it keeps wanting to say check, but it's not actually translating it as anything. R Y G R. Well, I'm getting a name now. Maybe it's named after somebody. Okay, apparently that's a name. A check name. Okay. So maybe this is the name of whoever came up with the thing, because that's the only thing I'm getting. Is it's a check name, maybe. I don't know. Google Translate's failing me, so. You look at the model, still fascinated by seeing your ship rendered in such careful detail. You try to imagine what this model meant to those who lived here. A child's toy? A meaningless corporate knickknack, and the model's purpose remains opaque. There were so many of these flying around the system before the collapse, you know? Judy turns the model over in her hand. Solheim used to rent them out to colonists. I've seen the reports. That was what they did here. They claimed the system, then rather than exploit it themselves, they provided goods and services to those who would. The workers paid for transit to the system, then accommodation, equipment, and access to mining claims. Other cores like XPR or Neovin paid Solheim to access this closed market, to provide other services. Meanwhile, Cybele paid even more to test terraforming tech in the system. They built massive projects here, rich from work they only facilitated but never undertook. But then they collapsed. Yeah, that's what happens when you're built on other people's work. A few high-profile accidents, malfunctions, and the exodus begins. Once it starts, the shareholders lose trust and Judy turns and squints out the window. Here we are at the far end of it. Here, Judy turns and hands you the big model. A gift. You take it and turn it over in your hands. You see something on the base, some words scratched in that you can't read. You run your fingers over them, touching the past. That's the closest thing to a treasure I think we'll turn up out here. Judy sighs. The people who worked this place didn't have much to their names, it seems. And what little they did have, well, Solheim owned that too. She leads you out of the hab units, passing countless doors, some sealed, some open, that lead to countless rooms where countless employees lived lives, or tried to, in the shadow of Solheim. Like it or not, this is what made the Key Lion system, what built the decaying structures you cling to as they orbit their star. What that legacy means now is a decision every resident of the Starward Belt has to make. Alright, let's get some Solheim tech in here. This one will be easier to do, especially since I have a 6 and a 5. But I'm the only one who doesn't have negative on it, so as long as I get 2 positives, we're good, right? Oh, couldn't get me a neutral outcome. Okay, that'll turn into a 3. If I push, that gives me a 4, so that's slightly better. There we go. I just get some Solheim tech, I guess. That's it? I guess, okay. Cool. I guess that's all we can do here. Yeah, we completed the area, alright. Let's boogie on out. Seraphin settles the rig at Holmes Rock, the old Solheim arrays glinting in the sun. Looking out at the station, you suddenly remember the model Junie gave you, and you take it out of your pocket. Seeing it in full light, you notice it's made from cast metal, surprisingly detailed and robust looking. Well, look at that, Seraphin glides over. It's a mini-rig. You let him take it. He turns it over in his hand, looking at it. What a find! He gazes at the model ship. What are you going to do with it? Not sure. Yeah, Seraphin looks at it a moment longer. Got to be something worth doing with a model like this. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe you'll let me look at it sometimes. He gives it back and glides out of the cockpit. Sleeper, Junie puts a hand gently on your shoulder. You turn to see her smiling a rare smile. Thank you for going out on a limb for me. I know that wasn't the most profitable job, but what we found. I will be thinking about it for, well, ever. I managed to extract some data that you can use, and I'm going to search through everything we pulled out from the bunker. Junie looks down. I want to show you it was worthwhile. Let me know how that goes. I will, Sleeper, she nods. You can count on me. I will also start seeing where to find the kind of tools I need to work with data like this. Her smile is fading already, replaced by a familiar, determined stare. We can't let it go to waste, but my deck is not going to be enough. Dark side might be the only option. It's the biggest remaining Solheim faculty in the belt. She sighs. I will look into it. Either way, thanks for bringing me with you. I'm glad to be a part of this. Her smile returns. For as long as you will have me. She looks away nervously, and then, before you can respond, she is gone, off to find a corner of the ship where she can dig through the data she pulled from the past in order to build a better future. Alright, you do that, Bay. You do that. So we should probably upgrade these. It's going to be a single point either way, but this will make it easier to do these different points things. So I'll just go through side by side. Do it in order. That sounds good. That sounds good to me. Alright, let's go ahead and refill our fuel. And then go over here and refill our supplies. Alright, then so we don't waste the dice, let's try to find some work. Let's go ahead and do a 5 here. 8 crime. Oh, and we got plus energy. Interesting. We get a plus here, so we can turn that into a 50-50. 9 cryo, so not exactly the most profitable work, but... And if we get negative, it's just nothing. Awesome. Okay, well that should be like a 25%, so we probably won't get a negative, right? Neutral outcome, so that's not a whole lot of money, but better than wasting the dice, I guess. Okay. Nothing else to do here. So let's go ahead and go on over to Wellspring and see if we can find Dude's sister. Seraphin, the shout echoes through the ship, reaching you in the cockpit. You see the angel of Seraphin's head change, but he does not respond otherwise. You stay silent. This doesn't concern you. Seraphin, you recognize the voice now. It's Bliss. Moments later, they come into the cockpit. Is no one listening? They look between the two of you. I guess that means one of you is guilty. Bliss shakes their head. Come on, you need to see this. You follow the irritated Bliss through the ship, down into the cramped storage units tucked between the main ship and the hull. As you enter, you are greeted by total chaos. Amber blobs of liquid ration float in the air and cling to the walls, while chunks of dried food spin slowly, breaking into crumbs. See Bliss fumes. Someone opened up one of the supply crates and left it like this. They point to a crate in the storage netting with the lid pushed open. You look at the mess spilling out from the crate. Who could have done this? You take a moment to pick through the food and find a torn open pouch of liquid rations. You turn it in the light and see a set of evenly spaced gashes at the edge. Looking at the chaos, it's hard to imagine a person doing this, especially one of your crew. Bliss puffs out their cheeks. I need a break from this ship. They look at you. Help me tidy this up. You spend the rest of the journey packing the crate away and disposing of the spoiled supplies. But as you do, you can't help but wonder what actually happened here. When you are finished, you take one last look around the storage bay. As you gaze around the now cleared space, you have the same feeling of being observed by unseen eyes as you felt in the tunnels of Holmes Rock. As he brings the ship into Wellspring's docking ring, you notice a rare tension in Seraphin's piloting. He jerks the stick a little too hard when the docking bridge extends, and a proximity alarm goes off. He curses under his breath. Relax. It will be okay. I have docked the ship 100 times, Sleeper. He closes his eyes on the monitor. I am relaxed. You decide to leave Surf and be for now. As the ship stops, the docking bridge connected, you lean forward and look out of the cockpit windows, trying to get a good view of the icy surface of Wellspring below. The harsh, gleaming ice gives way to the steep sides of the cut, the asteroid's one city. It glows and steams with warmth, and peering down into it, you cannot see the bottom. Beyond, along the horizon, you see the traces of the pit head, where the current extraction effort must be taking place. Seraphin runs the shutdown sequence, an eclipse from his seat. He turns back to you, a flinty look in his eye. I'm going to head down into the cut. I've got a few leads to follow up on. You get the sense yes isn't asking for permission. Let me help. You can check out the city if you want, but I'm not following a lone sleeper. This is my trail to follow. Before you can respond, he pushes past and glides out of the cockpit. You turn and watch as he pushes past Bliss in the doorway. I missed something. Bliss shoots you a look. He seems even more irritable than usual. He's looking for his sister. Bliss raises an eyebrow. Family trouble. Yeah, that will explain irritation levels. I would recommend they zip up their jacket. We go after him before he pushes past someone that pushes back. Yeah, sure. See you down there. At least Lane's unlikely to come out here to pick a fight with the Lotic Syndicate. Bliss shrugs. They turn and head towards the airlock, whistling softly as they do. Eugen comes out of a side door as Bliss passes. He stretches and squints at you. Permission to find a bar down there. He grins. Just joking. I know I don't need to ask. He winks and follows Bliss. I will wait with the ship, Judy's voice echoes through the thin interior wall of the corridor. I have got archiving to catch up on. She pauses. There's nothing older than 1,000 cycles on that snowball anyway. Wellspring, the base of the Lotic Syndicate. As you look out across this icy surface, you remember Mavik, the captain whose ship you saved, and for whom you surveyed the ice asteroid. You also remember how he promised to repay you for your actions should you ever cross paths again. Perhaps Wellspring is a good place for you to make that happen. After all, if Seraphin's sister is here, surely the Lotic Syndicate would be the best place to find her. Alright. Ooh, got the whole place here. Wellspring Pithead. Wellspring Cut. Alright. Show Lotic Pass. With the Lotic Pass, like any of the workers or Syndicate members carry, you should be able to gain access. Okay, so we can't even go here without a pass. Okay, understood. So we'll go down here. Act like a local. The cut is filled with Lotic workers, which makes for a brash and bold atmosphere. You'll need to be the same if you want to explore, but we don't have very good engage, so... Hack Lotic comms. Sure, you could wonder, but the Lotic Syndicate runs this place. Surely you can learn everything you need to know by turning into their chatter. Dirty, wet, and thriving. The cut is a layered industrial city that is as intimidating as its inhabitants. By a meal, the readily available water means Wellspring is ran with high parts. The cut water serves slow-cooked tomato and pepper. Ooh. And then we can also work here if we wanted to. The Cutwater is a boisterous workers' bar filled with miners fresh from the pit head. They always need staff to fill in for those on shift. Alright. So a 2 still 50-50, that's fine. Let's just do this. Oh, that was a solid 3. Alright, new location discovered. Low-tech depot. Alright, this is where we buy fuel. Very good. Most of the syndicate workers are at the pit head, so the supply depot offers shifts to passing speedsters who want the extra cryo. Understood. And go. There we go. Amazing to think this place supplies most of the belt's water. Bliss looks across the Cutwater at the workers in their distinctive yellow gear. No wonder the syndicate runs it like a corporation. You look at those gathered in the low-ceilinged bar, gathered around cushioned couches and low magnetic tables, their voices bouncing off the metal walls. All of them wear low-tech clothing, a mark of their status as contractors for the belt's most powerful syndicate. At the far side of the bar you spot Eugene, perched at a magnetic table with a bunch of miners. He appears to be playing some kind of local dice game, although given the amount of alcohol involved, it's hard to tell if gambling or drinking is the focus. You look back at Bliss, who is watching another group, quietly discussing something serious in the opposite corner. Lotic gets the job done. Bliss turns back to the bar and sips her drink, through its metal straw. Well, that's the thing. I've been looking around Chasm Row, searching out components in the markets. Down there, people don't seem so happy. Bliss meets your eye. There's a lot of talk of contracts. It seems Lotic's been locking down its workers, giving the war in the inner system as an excuse. They play with their metal straws, swirling the orbs of liquid in their sealed glass. The pressure is building. Sleeper. We shouldn't hang around here much longer. They sigh. We need to give Seraphin time. Well, Bliss raises an eyebrow. It sounds like I'm not the only outsider who's been hanging out in Chasm Row. I heard someone complaining about a rude young man asking too many questions. Bliss smiles. Who else could that be? They laugh. That's the place to start, if you want to find our boy. They said he was asking about the bride market. I have no idea what that is. Bliss looks out across the bar. Definitely a touchy subject for locals, though. I will head there now. Bliss nods. I will finish my drink. They smile. Let me know how it goes. You leave the Cutwater, shouldering your way through a crowd of boisterous contractors. There's a conspiratorial mood to the conversations now that Bliss has mentioned it, and you wonder what all the talk is about. You hear a bellowing laugh from Eugene as you slip out the door. Better leave him to it. You feel the sudden cold as you leave the steaming bar and enter one of the icy passages cut into the asteroid itself. All this water in the hands of the Sinjal Syndicate. If something goes wrong here, the belt will die of thirst long before the war reaches it. You turn up the collar of your jacket against the cold and head for Chasm Row. Alright, Chasm Row, huh? That's what's up. Find the rye market. Okay, and here's the supplies. Okay. We did lose a supply, so... Bliss said Seraphin was hunting for the rye market. Whatever it is, you will need to get to know the area and its hidden ways to find it. Seraphin was apparently asking about the rye market. Whatever that is, find it and you'll find your pilot. Negative outcome. We still get progress, but we lose 8 cryo. Alright. That's all we can do for right now. So back to the rig we go, and end cycle. Alright. Not very good dice roll there. There we go. The markets of Chasm Row have become familiar in the past cycles, their steaming, orange-lit depths, the persistent condensation on each unit's windows, the gleam of the amber workers' sweet suits, each contributing to the particular atmosphere of this buried city. But among this, you have noticed other details too. The freelance clues on the hunt for illicit tech, the conversing workers who drop a whisper when you pass, the light flickering up through floor grates, suggesting even deeper layers. These are the details you have followed to the Rhine Market, a place discussed in hushed tones, in dimly lit rooms, and as you drift towards what you know to be one of its entrances, the door bursts open in front of you. A large, dark bundle glides out of the door and impacts the metal wall of the passage with an echoing bang. But your eyes are drawn by the imposing figure that hovers in the doorway, bracing himself on the frame. Stay out of the Rhine Market, rat. The man sends an orb spinning after the bundle. The bundle unfolds and you suddenly recognize Seraphin, winded but straightening up to go back for more. You rush up in front of Seraphin, and as you do, he tries to kick off the wall back into the fight. You block him, and he suddenly switches his angry glare to you. Stay out of this, sleeper. What are you doing? Know when you are beaten, rat, the man calls out. It's time to go home and lick your wounds. Seraphin exhales in frustration, his anger fading, replaced by the stinging pain of his injuries. You watch a perfectly round blob of blood form at the bottom of his nose. Want to explain what's happening? For the record, the man folds his arms. This one started it. He looks between the two of you, snooping around our meeting like a rat. You see his sharp eyes recalculating the situation since your arrival. I wasn't snooping. I'm looking for someone, Seraphin declares. If you had taken a minute to talk to me before throwing a punch, maybe you would have got that. The man scratches at his beard, squinting at Seraphin. Say I believe you. What were you doing at the meeting then? Missing persons ain't our business. All I heard is this is where the low-tech contractors meet, Seraphin sighs. I don't like you hearing that, not at all, and I'm going to need to ask you who told you that later. He straightens up. But yeah, this is where the contractors meet, as if that's anything to you. The person I'm looking for is a contractor. Seraphin's frustration rises again. She uses the covert name Luz. He pauses, a desperation entering his voice. Please, I think she might be my sister. Something changes in the man's stance. He holds up a massive hand to silence Seraphin and looks down the passage in both directions. Not here. He retreats for the door. Get in. As you both enter, he reaches past you and slams the metal door behind, spinning the locking wheel with one hand. I'm Kirk, he grunts, pointing at himself with a thick thumb. Contractors are my concern, but if Lote catches us discussing contracts out there, he shakes his head. He turns and leads you down the passage. You pass an open door and you glance inside to see a group gathered in a circle, all of them in workers' clothes. They are speaking in hushed voices. One of them exchanges a nod with Kirk. Let's not interrupt the meeting any more, shall we? He glares playfully at Seraphin, who remains silent. Kirk leads you to the side of a massive vertical metal pipe with a rough hole cut in the side. He beckons you both inside. You descend through the pipe in silence and darkness. Suddenly you come out through the ceiling of a wide and low hall. As far as you can see, crooked stalls and makeshift shelters dot the grilled floor, lit by scavenged lanterns and light strips. Steam drifts up through the gary grates, consuming the roof so that you cannot see the walls. Welcome to the Rhine Market. Kirk gestures a thick hand at the ramshackle interior. Lotic don't know about this place. He smiles. Let's get a drink. He leads you off to a nearby stall with a set of improvised stools welded to the floor in front. He hooks his legs onto one, and you and Seraphin follow suit. He holds up 3 fingers to the stall's owner, and a drink in a straw pierced packet is handed to each of you. Seraphin looks skeptically at the drink. We friends now or something? Look, Kirk takes a sip. I'm not going to apologize for putting you on your arse. That's on you. But like I said, I represent the contractors. And if someone is part of the family, well, he shrugs his massive shoulders, then they deserve to be heard out at least. Enough. You know a lose. I saw it in your eyes. Seraphin glares at him. Where is she? Describe her. Kirk leans back on his stool. I'm not giving you anything more until you prove she's your sister. Seraphin closes his eyes. Dark hair, used to wear it long, and messy. Bright eyes, broad shoulders. You see a little twitch around his eyes as he recalls. Tough but kind. Tattoos. Nervous laugh. He opens his eyes and glares at her. That enough? Kirk sniffs. Yeah, that's her. You feel something jump in Seraphin, an almost imperceptible tension rising. It's her. It's sister. Luz. Kirk speaks slowly, drinking between. Or whatever her real name is one of the contractors here. She's part of the most recent contracts Lotic registered. That means, just tell me where she is, Seraphin demands, his impatience getting the better of him. As I was saying, Kirk gives Seraphin a brooding look. Those new contractors are restricted to the pit head. In fact, that is what we were discussing when you interrupted our meeting. Seraphin looks away in frustration but holds his tongue. Since the war, the Lotic Syndicate has been trying to lock down Wellspring. They went, they went from a loose association of mining groups to an autocracy and started enforcing contracts with some seriously overreaching terms. Your sister, she's on one of those contracts. Lotic are acting like they own her and the others because, according to their contracts, they do, which is exactly what we want to do something about. This cycle, he forcefully taps the bar with a finger. We are voting on strike action in a full blockade of Flotsam. We will bring the syndicate to the table too. Seraphin knocks his drink away and kicks off from the table, disappearing into the market. Kirk watches Seraphin go with a disappointed look in his eyes. Your friend will go to the Lotic Syndicate, I know it. He sips from his drink. They won't help him there. Kirk's bright eyes meet yours. The Syndicate will do nothing for him, or for you. Trust me. I want to help you, Sleeper. I want to help your friend. But I need your help in return. Yeah, alright, let me know. What's up? What you need, bruh? Good, Kirk nods. Yeah, I've got a level head. Okay. Kirk places a plastic pass card into your hand. It glints with the mark of the Lotic Syndicate, a blurry ID photo laminated onto its transparent interior. This will get you into the pit head. You can see for yourself what's happening there. Don't follow your friend to Lotic. Go to the pit head. Find Luz yourself. You meet your eye. When you do, come back to me and we can discuss how to free her and everyone else like her. If you go to Lotic, you will meet with them. I can't help you. He releases your forearm and drifts back into the crowd, disappearing into the steam and darkness. You catch up with Seraphin in the bustle of the Rhine market, among the steam and crowds. I can't have been the only one who saw this pitch coming a mile off. Seraphin is bristling with anger. What kind of idiots does he think we are? Is that what this is about? This is about getting my sister out of whatever mess she's gotten into. Seraphin starts to push through the crowd towards the exit tunnel. We need to speak to Lotic. Forget these clowns, he shoves his way forward. We don't need to get tied up in this. We just need to get her out. Seraphin forges on ahead, and you get caught in the crowd behind him. As he disappears from you, you curse his impatience. You float there for a moment, buffeted by passing people, clutching onto the Lotic pass, trying to decide what to do next. Okay, so now we can buy scrap, and we can straight up buy rare components. Interesting. Alright. Negotiate a meeting. Seraphin wants to meet with the Syndicate bosses to negotiate his sister's release. He needs your help. Getting a meeting with higher-ranking members of the Galactic Syndicate is a challenge, but you aren't giving up. I don't think that's the best idea. Corporations and syndicates will always bend you over as far as they possibly can, and probably will never give you what you want. I'm going to go with the guy who seems to have a good head on his shoulders. Is with the people. We're going to go this way. Pit Head Canteen. Sneak a meal. Using your pass, you can sneak into the canteen and get some free food, but you better be careful. And that gives us a canteen ban. Your loaded pass is actually yours. They found out that you won't be able to eat here anymore. Okay, so if we get caught too much, so that's a way to get food, but if we get caught, then it's bad. Wellspring Shaft. Search for loose. The shaft is a constant flow of contractors, but you are determined to find loose amongst all of these spaces. Join a work crew. The best way to find loose will be to infiltrate work crews and gain access to the deep parts of the mine. The mine is a vast space filled with workers, both patience and care. You can find Seraphin's sister if you know it. Alright, 50-50. Let's see what we get. Negative, and we just lose 2 energy. Wow. Okay, that's okay. Awesome. I'm not going to use a 2 there in case we get caught. We'll just go down here and buy a meal. A free meal is nice, but I don't want to risk getting caught doing it. Okay, try that again. 50-50. And we got another negative outcome. 2 energy. That's a lot of energy loss. Okay, well, not much more we can do for right now, so let's go ahead and cycle. Alright. We'll use one of these 6s to get a free meal over here. For energy, very good. Alright. Guaranteed positive, here we go. They gave us 3, very good. Neutral outcome, we still lost energy. So, negative outcome over here does not give us any action to find and lose. Maybe this will. Neutral outcome, alright. Okay, so no negative outcome is still no information, and it gives us -1 energy as opposed to -2, but still. Alright, in cycle. We're about to find her, though. Alright. 4. Really? Negative outcome? Come on now. Only had 25% chance. There we go. So neutral outcome is only 2 energy. That's interesting. Positive outcome is 4 energy. Okay, so you're just being a little bitch. Okay, cool, understood. Chimney crickets. Okay. Really? Really? I find it hard to believe that I would fail the checks this many times in a row. Fine, buy a meal, I guess. Hope we get the 50-50 here. There we go. Thank you. The shaft descends towards a sump in the depths of the pit. Here, the air is freezing cold to prevent the ice from melting into globules of floating water. If your breath carried water, you would be able to see it in the air, but the absence of steam in each exhalation only serves to remind you of your own strangeness. Not that anyone else notices. The workers' heads are low, their eyes fixed on their work, shuttling chunks of ice and tools up and down the shaft. At the end of the nearby tunnels, you see the bright sparks of ice cutting in progress, slabs hanging in the air in that strange way they do in zero G. Some loose memories of the time before dark side, before lane, before freedom come to your mind. The familiarity of the cold, the sparks, the endless toil. It chills you more than the packed ice on either side of you ever could. You reach the bottom of the shaft, a metal grill marking the terminus. It squeals as you push open the bare barn door set into it, and safety lights flicker on, lighting up glittering ice particles all around in their hard beams. It is as if all the stars are held here, in this cavern. As your eyes adjust, the massive space comes into focus. It seems to have no up or down, just countless dark shafts and terraced pits cut into its side. All around, silhouetted by their work lights, contractors cut and haul and gather. This is where those locked-in workers are being held, caught in a contract clause that permits an endless shift. The atmosphere is grim. At the center of the cavern floats a construction of welded-together habitation units. A heavy twist of cable stretches out from this improvised structure past you and up the shaft behind, tethering it to a central power source. On each of the 6 sides of this strange apartment block, a set of struts project outward, bracing the construction against the cavern walls. The block itself is wrapped in insulation, clad in protective plates. It glows with small apertures and lights. You approach the nearest entrance. Everything is bitten by rust, by decay. If the bars on the entrance weren't a clear enough indicator, it is obvious now that this place is a prison. The door scissors open, letting out a blast of warm air. You quickly duck inside, and it seals rapidly behind you. The cramped interior passage glows warmly, but its ragged condition keeps it from feeling cozy. You follow the corridor, ducking beneath hanging wires and loose insulation. This is where you were told you will find Luz, or whatever her real name is. You come out into a communal mess, counters and food preparation units fitted into the walls, cushioned stools and couches scattered around. A couple of contractors are stretched out in space, one of them snoring loudly in the corner, another sipping from a food packet on a stool. Suddenly, a door on the far side opens out to the cavern, letting in a flurry of ice shards that quickly become scattered orbs of light water. You watch the figure as they glide into the warm light of the interior with their dark hair and bright eyes, and know this is who you are looking for. You meet her eyes with hers, and something sparks in that dull and cloying room. It's as if she recognizes you. Sleeper, she looks in a haze, her hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, her eyes still adjusting to the interior. Luz? She nods slowly. You see her scan you, taking in your clothes, the way you hold yourself, your face. For a moment you feel exposed, aware of your damaged vinyl skin, your industrial markings, your doll-like features. You feel the familiar sense of being objectified, but also something warmer below it, a recognition of what you are. She blinks, exhales, and shakes her head, realizing she is mistaken. Give me a sec, alright? I just finished cutting 100 cubic meters of ice. She pulls back her hood. Haven't seen you down here before. They just contract you or something. The tension drops, but you get the feeling she isn't quite looking at you. She crosses to a food unit and pulls up a packet, slotting it into a warmer. She thumbs it on. First sleeper I have seen in a long while. She doesn't take her eyes off the slowly warming food. You will do okay down here. I know you folks are tough and stick with a job. That's good. The rest I can show you, once I have eaten. She laughs a little to herself. I'm with your brother. My brother? She pauses, her eyes not leaving the warmer. I think you have me confused with someone else. You are not listening. She turns to face you, and you see a wet shine to her eyes. What are you going on about? You realize what you need to tell her. Seraphim is on Wellspring. The warmer chimes to let her know the food packet is ready, but she doesn't seem to notice. Seraphim, she takes a ragged breath, then steadies herself. Here, not here, at the cut. She nods, then shakes her head. Well, if he trusts you with his name, I guess I should trust you with mine. She comes closer. I'm Tala. She smiles a warm smile. Now, where is my idiot brother? I will take you to him. She laughs nervously. Sorry, this is not what I was expecting on my lunch break. Tala suddenly seems to take on some energy. She glances towards the corridor behind you and the door at its end. I sure hope you have a plan, Sleeper, because they do not want us locked in contractors getting out. She moves towards the corridor. There's security in the shaft, and then again at the pit head. You must have passed through the checkpoint at the entrance, too. I doubt we can bypass all those. She turns back, grabs her food packet, smiles at you, and shepherds you towards the corridor. You could run a distraction, maybe, or is Sarah on that already? You are slightly taken aback by her sudden change. We don't actually. A blaring alarm sounds inside the habitation module, loud enough to wake the sleeping contractor with a start. You and Tala exchange glances. Surely this can't be for you. Tala rushes down the corridor and tears open the door at the far end, with you following close behind. The ice scatters, glittering in the interior light. The cavern is in chaos. You see dark student low-tech security wrestling with contractors, lit by flashing red alerts. More contractors are coming in through the door in the grill you entered from, carrying bulky equipment. The equipment is blaring out a voice, Kirk's voice, echoing around the cavern. A look of panic crosses Tala's face. A general strike is now in effect. All contractors should down tools and hold in place. Extraction will cease until our terms are met. Kirk's voice distorts and shifts. We have blockaded all traffic to and from Wellspring. Received the resignation of the syndicate's leadership, and for a new workers' council to be installed in its place. This cycle, we will shut down the shaft. Any worker not willing to strike should leave now. There's a screech of noise and the message begins repeating. You watch as the security are pushed back towards the grill, outnumbered by the gathering workers. Tala looks at you for guidance. What do you want to do? Tala looks around the cavern, the red light reflecting in her wide eyes. She sighs. I need to stay. I won't abandon the others. Fair enough. What about Seraphim? Tell my brother what's happening. Tell him I'm not leaving until all of us are free. Tala backs away, glancing over her shoulder at the others. You see them gathering their tools and taking them to be locked away in the Hab module. I need to see this through, Sleeper, and you need to go. Find Seraphim. Do what you can from out there. Help us change this place. And with that, she turns and glides off towards the others. You turn and head for the grill as quickly as you can, the way now cleared by the contractors. The handful of low-tech security push back up to somewhere near the pit head. As you ascend, other contractors shooting you dark looks as you do. You realize you have to speak with Kirk. You find Kirk at the pit head, directing contractors to barricade the entry points to the mine. So you took my advice. Good. Kirk smiles. We are glad to have you as an ally here. Yeah, I'm not going. I'm not going to ally with a corporation that does this sort of shit. What happens now? I'm with you. Let's do this shit. The syndicate was arrogant. They did not believe we could do this. Kirk gestures towards the contractors welding plating across the checkpoints. But we far outnumber them. Their monopoly ends here. How can I help? Kirk leads you a little away from the contractors. If you want to free those like Seraphim's sister, I will need your help. We have ships, but not many, and the Syndicate still has tankers in operation. Our blockade is not complete. The debris field between here and the far spindle remains open. We need another tanker to occupy it and dissuade the Syndicate from trying to pass. All of our ships are in use, but your ship and your crew could help us take a tanker and secure the blockade. How will we take it? This will not be an assault. Kirk puts a hand on your shoulder. The tanker, the Headstream, has been held outside Wellspring for many cycles. The crew is tired and sympathetic to our cause. We will just give them a nudge. Your ship will pose as an in-distress trader trapped inside the debris field. When the Headstream is obliged to rescue, we will board and encourage the crew to take control. You want to incite a mutiny. Trust me when I say that their captain does not deserve his charge. This is a liberation. Kirk folds his arms across his chest. Yep, I'll do it. Let's do this. I knew you would. I'm glad to have you in our cause, Sleeper. Suddenly Kirk puts two fingers in his mouth and blasts out a shrill whistle. A contractor quickly approaches with a large box, the front marked by springs and dials, and the back by loose cables. You'll need this HazNav unit to navigate the debris field. He nods at the contractor. Jins here will install it in your ship. Consider it a gift from our cause to yours. He nods once more, and Jins passes by you, heading for the lift to the docking ring with your new module. I will provide the Headstream's coordinates. He moves away towards the contractors still working on the checkpoints, and I will wait for your word. You leave the pithead behind, your mind racing. You do not know how you have ended up in the middle of all this, but you know that it will be up to you to pilot your way out. Sleeper Serpent comes up the passage towards you. What's happening? I heard the pithead is being taken over by Kirk's guys. This, you realize, would take a lot of explaining. But this is what your sister wants, bro. This is what your sister wants. She's built up like friends here and stuff, right? So she wants to be with these people. So we're not going to abandon her. We're going to free these people and get it done. Alright, let's do this. Headstream. Alright, Kirk is a locked-in option, obviously. I'm leaning to Bliss just because I just like Bliss. I just like him. Although Judy would probably be a good idea with, although Judy only has one skill. And Judy has a lot less stress level, actually. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Go. The Headstream looms large in the cockpit windows as it comes to a stop. I can't believe you talked me into this, Seraphin sighs. This is not a good plan. Convincing Seraphin to take Kirk out of this lunatic freighter wasn't exactly easy, but with the pithead on lockdown, there really weren't any other options. A voice crackles over Seraphin's terminal, loud enough to hear but quiet enough that you can't pick out what's being said. You risk the urge to ask. The tension in the cockpit is palpable, all of you aware that this ruse could fall apart at any moment. Seraphin, you look behind you to see Kirk floating by the doorway. You keep them talking, alright? Seraphin flicks the comm switch and begins speaking to the lunatic ship, thanking them for responding to the distress signal, trying his best to play the part of the nervous trader suffering an engine failure in the debris field. Kirk jerks his head for you to follow him into the corridor, and you unclip from your seat and float out behind him. If it's okay with you, I'm going to play the captain on this one. His flat stare suggests he isn't asking for permission. I mean, this is pretty much you're running this operation, so yeah, you know, I'm pretty much just lending you the ship to get here, and the crew to help. Yeah, go ahead. Kirk nods. I appreciate it. This is your show, bro. Let me tell you how this is going to go. He starts moving down towards the airlock, and you follow as he talks. The headstream has been holding here, cycle after cycle, while Wellspring tried to quash our little rebellion. He smiles at the idea. Now the blockade is in effect. Well, they will know they have to hold out for longer still, while the messages from low-tech operations gets less and less frequent. He stops by the lockers, swapping his low-tech uniform for an old flight jacket. This is a ship full of tired, unhappy, underpaid, and underfed workers. We both arrive at the airlock. We just have to nudge their anger in the right direction. There's a hiss as the airlock cycles. Low-tech are coming aboard. Kirk catches your eye and gives you a wink. The airlock doors sizzle open, revealing a drained-looking low-tech captain flanked by security officers. Lambert, captain of the Headstream. He presents himself immediately, but with little enthusiasm. We have been in communication with your pilot and are docking as requested to provide support. He looks between you and Kirk, his eyes lingering on you a little too long, no doubt taking in the strange vital skin, dark glowing eyes, and doll-like face of your frame. He directs his attention to Kirk. How fares your crew? Thank you, Captain. You notice the immediate change in Kirk, his deflated posture and softer speech. We are surviving as best we can, but now that you've come to our rescue, he sighs and holds out an eager hand to Lambert. We are very grateful indeed. Lambert limply shakes Kirk's hand. Not to worry. The Low-Tech Syndicate takes its stewardship of Wellspring and the surrounding environment seriously. It is our duty to offer aid to traders and travelers alike. I'm afraid we don't have much to offer by way of supplies. Our stores have been depleted by our long posting here, but your crew is free to enter our ship and make use of its faculties while you make your repairs. Kirk continues playing the submissive captain, nodding enthusiastically and uttering a stream of thank yous. You feel like he's pushing it a little, though Lambert only seems to be paying the minimum of attention to him. Suddenly he turns a sharp eye to you. Your pilot didn't mention you had a sleeper aboard. Kirk quickly responds. Apologies. They are such a good worker and quiet too. We sometimes forget they are even there. Perhaps if your ship is in need of maintenance, you can borrow them for a few cycles. Lambert eyes you more brazenly now, taking Kirk's lead as permission to indulge his curiosity. Yes. His eyes trace a tear in the thick skin of your forearm. Perhaps it could be of use to us. Kirk smiles. I will send them to speak with your crew. I am sure they can direct the sleeper to appropriate tasks. Oh, they would love that, Lambert jokes. They are a work-shy bunch, this lot. I'm sure they would be eager for a slave. The word sets you on edge. We are happy to serve, Kirk bows. After all, we owe you our safety. Very good. Lambert seems suddenly bored or tired, or perhaps both. Tell your crew they are free to cross the docking tunnel then. He pauses. But remind them that no funny business will be tolerated. He smiles a sharp smile. I have matters to attend to, Lambert turns. See you later, Captain. And with that, Lambert heads back down the tunnel, still flanked by his two silent security officers. Kirk waits until he is out of sight to turn to you. Good, he lets out a breath. Well held, sleeper. I thought, from the look in your eye, you were going to knock him out. He chuckles. I know the job. Glad to hear it, Kirk stares down the corridor. Because this dickhead won't hesitate to cut us loose in the debris field if we push him. Trust me. Kirk squeezes your shoulder. Shall we go meet this crew? See what their opinions are on Nutec's administration? He smiles broadly. With a captain like that, I doubt they will be very positive. Yeah, that dude's clearly an absolute asshole. That said, it is 2300. I am hungry. and I want foods. So we are going to end here for today. We are going to raid a friend who is playing Final Fantasy Remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake. You guys make sure to get some tasty food as well, and unless my family suddenly calls me up again, we will be resuming this on Thursday. I know I said last time we would be resuming on Thursday, but shit happens, and I do my best. Okay, raid channel over this way. Da, 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 Heartless.